community.
Hello everyone and welcome to today's first Stream B Games on the VCT Game Changers broadcast. My name is Miss Harvey and I'm joined today with Evil Cat Mimi. How are you, Mimi?
I am doing very well. I'm super excited to get into this. It's the 8 teams that we know that we love from those open qualifiers that have made it this far, and I'm super pumped to get started in seeing these games today.
Me too. We're looking forward for this for weeks. When was it that they announced this? It was over months ago now. I think it was before the end of 2020. Here we are in March 2021. Being able to host this event here in North America for the first time. I'm pretty excited, Mimi, and we have a killer of a first game today in front of us. And just overall 3 great games, but you know, just excited to be casting and broadcasting some Valorant Game Changers. Mimi, you've been in the community for a little bit. But what do you have to say about it before we jump into today's broadcast?
I don't know, but before I get rolling, obviously there's been some kind of female tournaments throughout it, people like VALORANT and other kind of individual organizers running their stuff, but now it's really awesome that we have a chance to get one that's officially partnered with Riot and putting this on and really showing what some of these girls can do in the tournament. And I mean, honestly, all these ladies really impressive. Some of the teams we've known about for a while, like Cloud9 White since the Summer Showdown, or Dignitas Female played there as well. But then we have a lot of new teams, new players that you might not have heard of, that you can learn about, that you can see today. And that's what makes me so excited for this.
Yeah, and I have to add up on what you're mentioning, because this is the first time in my long career, not to age myself, but we realized the other day that you could be my kid, which is extremely dramatic, but not to age myself, my long career, it's the first time I've ever seen any development team support women as much as what Riot is putting into the Valorant effort. And I have to echo the words of the producer over there at Valorant, and she mentioned in her announcement video a couple of months ago about what Valorant Game Changers, the tournament series, is going to be about. It's an initiative designed to promote experience at a spotlight to elevate women in the Valorant community. Competing in games, as you may or may not know, guys, as a woman can be a daunting task and often resulting in a very competitive disadvantage. Have you had these moments in games where you get questioned because of your genders, maybe?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like in Valorant and other games, there's always those people that aren't too nice, but I'm glad that we're making strides, we're making changes to create these spaces for women to kind of get their name out there, get shown, and then play in more Game Changers tournaments, and that hopefully the main VCT tournaments and expand as well. So I think it's really great that there's that opportunity and that there's an expansive kind of a space away from some of that stuff.
Yeah, and starting in March, which is right now, the Game Changers series and the Game Changers Academy will create a whole new set of competitions with the goal of building a Valorant Champions Tour that better represents the diversity of the Valorant community. So the VCT Game Changer Series will be a set of top tiers tournament like what we have this weekend, with large prizes on the line for the best performing teams. But you may or may not know this, but it's not just going to be in North America. It's going to be all across the world. And the 2 first stops are this weekend, the grand final of the NA event. But Little Bird told me that the next one is going to be in Brazil. So people over there, your Brazilians, get your team together, get your experience together, because the VCT Game Changers Tour is going to be the next stop.
Yeah,
excited for some Brazilian action.
I'm super excited for that too, but I mean, if we're talking about the teams today, it's not just this one going on right now. We're starting things off with TSM and Dignitas over on this stream, but on the main stream, they've got Cloud9 White and Man I Love Frogs. And then throughout the day, as we pop up the schedule here, we got a couple more going on. On this stream, it's Dig and TSM, and then after that, we'll pass it over for Moon Raccoon's Black and Watch This. And then after that, it's going to be determined, and it's, I believe, going to be an upper bracket game, and we will keep you guys updated as soon as we know the teams that are going to move on there, but we're not the only stream going on, as I mentioned, over on like the Twitch TV/Valorant. That's the main stream, and that's where we're starting things off with C9 White.
Well, I'm not going to be biased, Mimi, but I have to say that I think that our first game is probably going to be the most exciting one. So if you're watching, stay here, because Dig versus TSM is gonna be a crazy game. But if we can take a look at the brackets once we get it over there at production, there's a couple of key moments in the bracket. I have to say the top 4 teams is who you thought they were gonna be, with CLG Red, Cloud9 Wife, you mentioned it here, Dignitas, as well as, who am I missing? I'm missing one team, Mimi.
Who's in the top? Who else got seated all the way at the top there? Oh, Monoco's Black, of course. They're the next game up. We're forgetting about them. But with that, cut back over here. But like you mentioned, it's only 8 teams. You'll get there eventually with all of them. And with that, let's take a peek at the bracket and who we're talking about. It is a double elimination best of 3 all the way throughout to get the lion's share of that $50,000 prize pot. And C9 White, man, I love frogs, Dignitas, TSM, CLG, and that's all kind of going on today. And like we mentioned, we're starting things off here with Dig TSM, and I want to talk a little bit about that upcoming match, because like you mentioned, it's going to be an exciting one, Steph.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see our first game here, Dig TSM. Really lucky to have this on the B broadcast. So much to say about these two teams, a lot of history when it comes to it, but I'm gonna have to say the whole lower bracket of this tournament is gonna be incredible. While we might see easier games coming out of CLG Red and C9 here for round 1, I do believe that everything after that is gonna be fire from round 2, 3, finals, as well as everything in the lower bracket, as you can see on your screen. All of these games are up to grab, because right now nothing is secured in the women's circuit. It's pretty much the first big event, so we don't really know who's going to stand out, especially from teams like Dignitas and TSM, who hasn't played in the VALORANT competition much together as a squad. I do believe it's probably the first time we see Dig since the last Ignition Series competition to compete versus other women's teams. So we don't really know what's their form right now and what they're looking like, but I'm super excited. So let's talk a little bit about this TSM versus Dignitas matchup, because there's so much to dissect here today, Mimi. First of all, just the fact that if you haven't followed social media, if you don't know anything at all that what's happening, TSM's roster got a pretty big upset last week after losing one of their starter, Lunar Cats, to Ari, who's currently a standing. So if you didn't if you didn't know anything about what happened, and it was a pretty big change, considering that a couple of days after they signed, they had to swap. So on the TSM side, a little bit of uncertainties as well, but on the Dig side, it's the same roster for months right now. The Emily, Rain, Milk, Tia combo, as well as the new member, Sholiana, who's currently playing, not in America. I think she's Brazilian, and she, last I heard, was in Mexico. Confirm to me in chat if you know that or not, but currently, most likely not in NA, but still very good ping. Actually, Mexico is in NA. So I mean,
we got it. Geography's hard.
I mean, not in the US, but yeah, probably still having a good ping, because Mexico is pretty decent. What's standing out for you when you look at this roster?
Sure. So you kind of talked through these Dignitas girls. They've been playing together for a long time. These 5, this kind of core roster, they competed in Counter-Strike. They were in and then they're kind of coming over to Valorant now. They were in the Summer Showdown together, and they've made some showings at a bunch of other kind of like tier 2, tier 3 events, to kind of a mixed bag of success. But I think that the main thing that these girls excel at is their experience together, how long they've played. They were professional together in Counter-Strike. They've been playing Valorant together for ages. So these girls are really kind of, they mesh well as a team. Whereas for TSM, it's a newer roster. Some of these players have played together before. Like I know Zoe and Emily, they come from a roster together, and there's a lot of other names that are really experienced. We think Ari Anarchist, who's coming in as that stand-in, she's done a lot here and in Battalion before this. And then Kath, also, I know you kind of wanted to talk about her because she has a plethora of experience from the female Counter-Strike team. Now she's coming into this team as well.
Yeah, Kat's experience here, I think, is key on the TSM side. Although it's a new team, you have to consider how good Kat has been on every single team that she's been on. And she's been on Dignitas before, which is, there's so much backstory here. She's been on CLG Red, she's been on Dignitas, and Ari as well. So these teams know each other really, really well, especially they know how, like you mentioned, Dignitas is more like a stable, static roster, even agents pool, while TSM is a little more mixing up, a little more puggy style. So I'm interested to see this mashup because personally, we could see a clash of style here, and we don't know yet who's going to come out on top. A little more of the static experience, and as well as, I would say, stability when it comes to Dignitas, or a little more freestyle with Kat leading the way. You know, she's an emotional player and she likes to explode. But Mimi, it's time for the map picks, and there's clear maps that we know are going to be banned here from both teams.
Yeah, let's see what we're hopping out with here, because Icebox, that's normally the perma ban for Dig, and TSM, they're normally banning out binds. So this is exactly what we expected coming into things. Dignitas, Ascent, one of their best maps, but the thing is, it's really good for TSM as well. I think both teams are going to be comfortable, but I feel like the map choices here are going to favor TSM just a little bit. They're very competent on both Haven and Ascent, and if it comes down to that decider, I think Split is one of their strongest maps as well. They rock normally the Breach and the Sage there. They're one of these teams that's starting to work with one duelist, so they're a little bit more in kind of that more kind of modern evolutions that we're seeing over towards Europe, or with some other teams in the way they're changing how they set up, whereas Dignitas, like you mentioned, they're tried and true in their experience together and somewhat in their agent comps. They're rocking the normal like two duelist, Initiator, Sentinel, Smoker, and it's always like an Omen and a Sova that's with them. So it feels pretty standard, but I think that TSM can bring in this element of difference, this element of surprise in some ways, if Dig isn't ready to come up against this kind of newer style, a little bit quicker style of Valorant.
I don't like this pick from TSM though. The picking the Ascent, this was 100% the map that Dig was going to pick. So you know that, you know, the first game, you can potentially pick a map that Dignitas is a little weaker on, and potentially get that momentum. Right now, TSM is looking like a team that pick Ascent, but it might go Dig's way. So they're going to have to win on Dig's map of choice, potentially. But, you know, it's not that big of a deal because it's still TSM's strongest map. But I think there was not a lot of top behind the picks and bans when it comes to TSM, because I would have expected them to pick something different in Ascent because it was in the bag for Dignitas. But like you mentioned, I do think that they still win the pick and ban just because it seems like they have a less clear path of map pools, a little bit more left and right. But I'm so excited to be casting this today, baby. I can't express it enough. I cannot wait to see these girls compete at the highest level that they've been able to on to the Valorant scene. Because if you remember the last time that we saw them in action in the Ignition series, it was a completely different situation for everyone. Both teams kind of just picked up Valorant. I say teams, but I'm talking about Cat versus Dignitas. They just picked up Valorant. Cat was a ringer on CLG Red, and you know, they faced each other multiple times. But this is a completely different story, Mimi. Dignitas completely stopped Counter-Strike in the last month. If I'm not, probably more than a month. You know, they stopped their mid-ESEA CSGO season, forfeited all of their games, and ended up really committing to Valorant all of 2021. So this is a completely different Dignitas than we saw at the Ignition series.
Yeah, I mean, this Dignitas, like you mentioned, they were still kind of that split bag between the games, but now they've jumped wholeheartedly into Valorant and they're ready for it. But the thing is that TSM, they're a Valorant team. They're not really an import that came in as a roster. These girls, yes, they have experience in other games, but they're kind of, in some ways, a lot of these players are more homegrown talent. People that have come up here, I think, like people like Emily, Zoe, they weren't like names that you're thinking of in some of those other bigger women's scenes. They're names that have come up here and made good impact. Both of those players that I'm talking about, they played on a lot of strong rosters at some of the Valorant events, taking things home, and I think like Team Ethereal, the name changed like every time, but there was always renditions of that roster that had great success. And I think that if we're talking about kind of predictions, because I want to talk about that as well, I think that might be enough for TSM to come out on top, but Dig's experience too could come into things. But with that, we're into agent select, and I want to hear what do you think about predictions, Steph?
Yeah, I have to go with Dig for Ascent. And you know what? I'm just going to go a 2-1 for Dig here. I can't just go with TSM's roster because of the experience of the chemistry. I have to favor the fact that Dignitas have been playing for months as a team, and they've been putting so much time and effort, especially with their complete CSGO drop. So I'm gonna say Dig. I don't know what you think, but it's gonna have to be a 2-0 Dig for me today.
You're thinking 2-0 Dig. I'm thinking
2-1-2. I don't know.
Okay, little indecisive. I'm gonna go against you. I'm gonna say 2-1 to TSM. I think we're gonna have a close series on our hands, but I get what you're saying about Dignitas. If we talk about the agent select that we just had coming into it, nothing really surprised me there. That was the bog standard, but what I really want to point out is what TSM runs, because they run both the Breach and a Sova with just that Soul Jet, which allows them to be very aggressive, very kind of focused on that initiation, getting into sites, and when they're starting out on the attacker side, they're a dangerous animal.
Yeah, and I can't wait as we jump into the first game to see what they have in store for us. Guys, if you are just joining us, this is Dignitas versus TSM, our first game of this VTC Game Changers finals. Dig coming out as the favorite, and we are going to bring you the action live on Ascent.
Yeah, here comes Emily, aggressive off the rip, but there's the turret to dissuade her for a moment, so she exchanges a bit of damage for the information. And elsewhere, Milky picks up that opening frag onto Zoe, so now this map is a little more opened up for Dignitas. They have great mid-control to work with, Steph.
Yeah, and as you can see, they have so much presence, so let's see what Milk is gonna do in this. Do we still call that the Sabrosa spot? I don't know if the bot is going to be able to see it. Yes, she gets spotted. Let's see if TSM is going to try to flush her out. All the players are converging on her, and yes, they get the kill onto Milk. And this is now a 4 versus 4 into round number 1. I don't know where this is going, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, Milk felt very cut off from her team. She found the opening frag, but being traded out immediately puts it in a good spot for TSM. They're trying to fling their way back towards the B site, and it's just Juliana here to hold on. It looks like they're going to try and play retake, or at least that they suspect that it could be an A play, but with that dart, the initiation's up, and the B site should be practically free. Juliana trying to take some shots on the cross, but they'll take the site, so a 4v4 retake on the cards.
Spike is going to get planted as a retake is going to be interesting. I think the post plant here might be a little bit difficult for TSM as everyone is stuck in the site. And I do believe that's why we see our Jet and Sova here getting ready to get some entry frag. You don't want to get crushed from both lane here in a 4 versus 4. That recondo bringing a lot of intel for Dig. And there it is. The retake is happening.
Yeah, Emily finds the opening, and she's trying to fight her way in, and Dig actually finds 2 frags. Now from the boathouse, the TSM players are swinging out, but there's just one left standing. Kath, she's so low, and Rain will take care of her. That's a clinical retake up from Dig.
Yeah, this is what I was fearing, Mimi. They didn't have a lot of map control, bump side control in that post plant, and everything that I mentioned in the round kind of happened. It was difficult to be in a situation to be able to keep control. And just Dig was ready to retake that. It was pretty clean, although it was very last second, the fuse. It still was clean. And now it causes TSM to be in a save round situation. They're not buying much. I don't even see a revolver out of it because they didn't get that much kills. 3 kills only. But they are keeping that economy for next round. They're going to swing out mid here, maybe try to get a pick. as they're heading up towards Cat. We're going to see a split here with pistols.
Yeah, A splits in the works. We see the way the Killjoy's set up here. She has her alarm bot towards mid, and then also the turret on A main. So it's kind of the retake setup as they hold on to the tree room. Dart will reveal, and the flash is good. Emily taken care of by Athena. Now Thea, she's alone in this position. Still just playing passive, waiting for support. And support will come, but Ari Anarchist getting that bomb down. Milky is a trade back in, and it's a few frags, but still TSM, they're keeping this competitive, especially as Emily picks up two. Now Spectres recovered back into their hands, and the spike is ticking away. The Dignitas members, both in heaven, have a recon for the retake, but I'm not sure if it'll be able to show anyone just yet. Rain, on the other side of this dark cover, waiting for the hit to come out. The Ares sprays down for one, and now it's just the player in hell, but she's good for a frag. Rain on the trade back. There should be time, but TSM, they got that pretty darn close.
How was this a 1v1 in the end? I have to give props to TSM here. They did not invest anything into this round and still managed to not only get the spike down, but kill four of the enemy player. And as we look at the scoreboard here, the money onto Dig is not looking that great. Everybody is going to have to reinvest. And although if you're joining us, it's the first time that you watch these kind of matches and you want to compare it to CSGO, the money is definitely not as important in the economy as it is, but it's still something that needs to be considered here. As Dignitas, yes, they're 2-0, but they invested everything into this, so they really need to win this next round.
Yeah, it's going to be a pivotal one for them to pick up. This time we see a little bit of early presence over towards the A main area. Will be still, yes, I'm waiting for something, but I mean, look at the Dig. This time they've elected to have multiple players over towards the A side of things, and because of this, they'll retreat back into a bit of a default. Dignitas, they're not really heavily playing this mid control. Just that one alarm bot and the tree control they hold on to, but they're not directly fighting for mid this one.
Yeah, it's a very slower paced round as we've seen earlier, but so far I have to say we talked about how maybe TSM was going to be a little more puggy, and they are giving us that style here. We have four players of them in A main, and they're going to utilize kind of one or two utilities to try to get in, entering with MLE's Jet, but getting killed right away by Milk and Emily, holding down the fort pretty well here, Mimi.
The remainder of the TSM team was second off by the pushing up. She has tree room, but the shock dart finds Ari. The timing on this is going to be interesting. Athena in close finds the frag onto Rain. A swing out almost a second, but Sholiana finds it instead. Now it's just Zoe stuck in main. She has HP to work with, but no blinds. Her utility mostly spent. The last piece will come out. With 10 seconds, she's forced into it if she even does want to commit. And I mean, with this time left, what can she even do here? Maybe get a frag and hopefully just hold on to a rifle.
Yeah, they were doing so much work with the economy onto Dig, so if she could potentially get one more frag, looks like she's going to retreat though and keep her gun. You know, I mentioned it a little bit at the beginning of the last round, but they went in with like one smoke, one flash, and they were trying to surprise Dig, but definitely was not enough to surprise anyone. The map presence hasn't been shown in that early default for Dig to be even weak on that side defense. You know, everybody at Cat was able to rotate super quick, and the TSM girls never really exploded after that Jet entry, so kind of a failed attempt here towards that A.
Yeah, I think Ari's dark cover there was super crucial in that it cut them off from the rest of the team. And with that, it was a super tough situation for TSM to be in. Emily has the Blade Storm, but Sholiana's spamming away with her Odin. Will pick up one, and now here comes the pinch out. Blind is good, but the Paranoia replies. So both Blades thus far have not found a scalp. However, Milk, she's trying to double down. The Jet duel happens, and Milk wins it, but she can't hit the second shot. So TSM, they find two back into it, and they're picking up frags across the board. Now, B-site, that is compromised, and Emily, she's blinded out, but can dismiss away. So this is into a 2v2 now in the retake staff.
Good kill by Emily. I think that was crucial. A little bit of overstaying here from TSM. After being outnumbered, it's all going to be in the ends of that. Revolver onto Aries. She's going pretty aggro here, but she's going to get some intel with that recon. Dig taking their time into market. Now bot here going to support the entry, knowing that there's no one to be found. But Mimi, I don't know where this round is going to go right now.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury is still in play, and now Kat reveals her position. One still holding in close behind the green box, and Ari peeks at the right time for 2 frags. Great individual performance there from Ari. And TSM, they kind of pulled that out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's like I saw in the future, seeing that that revolver was going to be key, because the double kill coming out of Ari. And this is probably, for me, one of the weirdest rounds so far into this game, because it was not looking good for TSM coming in with Milk and the Knights getting the kill from Pizza. But then after that, she kind of overcommitted and wasn't supported. The rest is history, as TSM was able to capitalize on these small mistakes and get 3 kills right away to be able to plant the spike.
Yeah, I mean, Ari, she's just on trial, but she's already doing good work for TSM, and that's what we expect on her Omen, which she loves to play. But Emily, thanks to the dark cover there from the aforementioned Ari, finds some control towards B main. The spike is positioned towards the A site, and Milk in this position with the Guardian needs to find at least 1 frag right past. She's so blind, and they're back-to-back. Milk, oh my god, no one saw her, and she actually finds both picks. Now she can recover a rifle. She can keep fighting in this position. Now it's just one last player on the catwalk for TSM. That's Athena. She gets 1, but still Milk good for the trade. The remainder of the TSM players, well, their team is completely fallen. They're trapped in A main.
Oh, that's a really unfortunate situation for TSM to be in, as Ari is dodging the Hunter's Fury left and right. She managed to stay alive. She's gonna teleport into B, and there's no one from Vig into the site. She's gonna have a free bomb site to potentially plant the spike. She doesn't know that yet. Oh yeah, here it is. TSM Cat here trying to stay alive, but is Milk gonna get her first ace of the weekend here versus TSM?
Yeah, Ari in the back lines could be good for 1, but Rain will find her. That's the ace denied. But still, what a performance by Milk, being able to hold that off angle behind the blind and get 2. She pretty much won that round single-handedly for Dignitas Female.
Yeah, I have to agree. She got a little lucky, though, that I think it was the other Jet that MLE didn't clear her corner on the left, and she was able to capitalize on that little mistake and get the double with the Guardian close contact. This is definitely gonna be a fun little clip to look back at. Milk is gonna have quite a fun time looking at this. But look at TSM here. Only Ari is able to invest into a weapon. The rest is gonna be on a revolver save, except for Athena. So who knows? This might be once again a chance for TSM to show us what they can do on a save round. But so far, Dig looking really strong here. Especially, I'm gonna have to say, especially towards that A-bomb site Cat kind of area.
Yeah, I mean, I think Milk has done a really good job defending this spot, and the way they play it is that they're just swinging out and fighting once the control is already lost. Emily, she's just doing it again. 1 frag, but Zoe has the refrag with that Sheriff. Now, Killjoy lockdown initiates the site, the dismiss away towards the Hell area, and this should pop, but Reyna's still fighting. That's Emily on the site, still going, and she'll dismiss away, but does get detained in the end. Still, she hasn't been killed, and Ari has. Emily finally finds the jailed Emily, and she will be fixed up in due time as well. Dignitas, they do a little bit better to keep it cleaner on that anti-eco, kind of an anti-force fight with that 1 rifle in play.
Yeah, it was a lot better from them. Not a lot of player casualties. I think only 2 died, but look at this right now. We have a lot of utility, a breach ult onto TSM as well as Hunter Freeze. So combo that toward the bomb side, that could be really, really dangerous. While on the side of Dig, it's more like, you know, 1v1's ult right now with Reyna as well as Jet. So I'm looking forward to see what TSM is going to do with these ults coming into this round, especially with the way I'm looking at the mini-map here, split it up into 2.
Yeah, Milk has the op now, but takes a massive shock dart there to knock her down to just 60 HP. She'll retreat towards the Heaven area. And again, TSM, they have a lean towards the A site. 2 players are towards B main, and the Owl drone reveals them. Hunter's Fury not in the picture, so not too much of a worry for Athena. But, I mean, look how Dig has changed again. This time they're more aggressive towards Catwalk, making sure that they hold on to that control that TSM has loved contesting.
Yeah, TSM has been playing pretty aggro towards Cat. And once again, Emily here is going to be in a situation to potentially get a kill. She shows her position. Unfortunately for her, cannot connect with the kill. And this is going to be a little more difficult for Dig's defense, as Juliana gets the kill with the shock dart, but can't gets crushed from B main. That's ult breach coming in. Andy and TSM is taking that B bomb site.
Yeah, Rain finds one on her way onto the scene. Emily now from Market has a player in close, not expecting it. Ari for one, swinging out a second frag, a third opportunity, but Rain's behind. Now, Rain left to her own devices and can't find the one. Emily picks it up a little bit, and TSM, they'll find two.
I have to say that I really like the way TSM is handling these situations, but unfortunately for Emily, I wonder if she had been just a little more patient, if she could have done a lot of damage toward mid. Who knows? Maybe she could have walked in and killed them in the flank. But unfortunately for Dig, this is going to be the second round they lose. But they still can buy, except Milk. She has a pistol, but everybody else here has either SMG or a rifle. So in for ults, I have to mention that coming in out of Dig.
Yeah, one of those is, of course, the Blade Storm. You know, kind of sorry. But she does have the Blade Storm up and that Frenzy, so still a force to be reckoned with. But this is a retake towards A, as the girls of TSM will take full control. Milk, she holds close behind the door, but it's closing in her face. That moment of opportunity will no longer be presented. Kath has the plant going down, and TSM, they have a Killjoy lockdown in retake, but there's also the Silver Ultimate to nullify. Here comes it, but I'd imagine we'll see it countered out in just a moment. There's the Hunter's Fury, and down will go the lockdown. But here comes the hit. Emily up in heaven with the Empress, and Kath gets one, Emily another, and it's a spray on the site into the 2-on-2 now. Last TSM players in main, but there's utility still on the spike, as well as a recon dart up. That could reveal position. Rain gets rid of it, but she's known. They're holding on the spike, and through the smoke, Kath finds that.
What a good recon here. I have to say that 2v2 looked grim for TSM, but then the recon spots one of the Dig players still alive, man. Athena is able to get that kill, and then they spam the diffuser. The diffuser, and the rest is history. We have 2 rounds in a row for the first time into this game, as TSM is now standing at 3. I have to say, this is a really pivotal moment for me into this half. This is where we can see if Dignitas is going to let it get away and allow TSM to come back here, as Athena is going to get the first kill onto Milk into middle.
Yeah, and again, they have the A site, but this time there's no lockdown available. Athena in the mid is making herself a scary presence. 4th opportunity, but Thea would allow that one to happen. Now the last 2 players of Dignitas will have to work back in from middle. That's a gun recovered onto the Reyna, and Thea, she'll pick up a Spectre as well. So some armament to make themselves a bit more of a dangerous prospect. But look at the heaven setup from TSM. Everyone is here. 2 players ready. Emily will find Zoe though, and she's continuing to push this. She wants these frags. She knows she needs to take the fights. But look how TSM are playing this again. They're falling away. They're playing the post plant well, and they're not giving opportunities for Emily to... Oh, Emily will find that one. And Ari finishes it up. So TSM, they found a little bit of momentum to work with, and it all seems to be centered around this A site stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because it was the A site that was the strongest for Dig. But, you know, I still feel that the momentum is on Dig's side, but the score is coming back, and I don't want Dig to forget about it, even though they won really solid rounds. These 3 back-to-back rounds coming out of TSM could be really dangerous, but Milk is here with our operator. Is she gonna peek that middle with it? Let's see what she can do with it.
And no one's directly going to fight her. We see a good amount of players over towards Link. Here comes actually a shock dart that could do great damage, and it will kill Ari. That's perfect from Sholiana. Beautiful that we got to catch that as well. Sholiana, the killer with the darts, is now available in an operator frag for Milky. Before TSM even get any bullets out of the gate, 2 players already lost here.
You should run.
Yeah, and I think this is really a Dig strength to be able to do these plays where they use their utility to their advantage. Something that TSM is, you know, hasn't shown so far that they can do. They're relying a lot on the raw skill and the aim, and it's been working for at least 4 rounds, but not this time, as Cat is gonna fall, bringing to the scoreline of 6-4. Mimi, this was a pretty clean round coming out of Dig.
I mean, it was practically flawless, and I want to give a big shout out to Sholiana at the beginning there. She's been watching her Sova lineup videos and was very ready for that frag. So that was perfectly timed, as well as the op of Milk to help out. But You know, what I want to talk about a little bit from TSM is that the setup they're running, they seem like a very execution-heavy team. We haven't seen them find much success in the kind of defaults, and they work really well when they can use both the Sova and that Breach to just get in your face, get there quickly, and find site control. And it looks like that might be what they're trying again. This time, it's back towards the A site that they know and love.
Cover going out.
Yeah, and this time, hopefully that entry works. Like as I mentioned earlier, because of their lack of potentially teamwork and utility knowledge and just overall chemistry when it comes to entering the sites, it's possible that is, you know, as you mentioned, it looked like it's their flaw right now, and they should be relying a little more on the default, getting picks and opportunities, and eventually kind of relying on that raw aim a little bit more. But although they initially wanted to go with the A peak, they're going back towards B. They're meeting up with Athena, except with our Omen Ari inside of mid. We're gonna see that recon bolt here. Maybe we're gonna attack with that fault line, and we're coming in as TSM is taking this B bomb site.
Yeah, this is again a site that they're taking really well, and the executions have been great. They've occasionally struggled in the post punt. Here, they have even odds Blade Storm available for TSM. Milky might want to use that. Retaking with the op can be tough, but she's making it work for one frag there onto Zoe. The updraft up, and the Sova drone will start to initiate some of this space. Now it's Emily trading back into it, still being a factor from the back lines. And now Milk up top, ready with the op. So many of these TSM players tucked away, awaiting the take. The Sova recon bolt is up. They can spam off of that, but they won't elect to. Still, every second here favors TSM. Out will come Milk, and the shot misses. Emily finds three. Athena in the backline, still kicking. And TSM, they find themselves in a lot better situation for the post plant. And I know you faulted them a little bit on their coordination, but I think what we saw there was really great, because they had a setup to play off of the utility, to play off that Sova recon dart, and then to just kind of spam away and just completely waylay, completely delay the retake attempt from Dignitas.
Yeah, it's very true, but you have to wonder if Milk here, instead of having a operator, had a Vandal or Phantom, if this round could have ended up differently, because MLE got the kill onto Ur, and then follow up with the seconds. The retake became almost impossible after that death. So something to think about in hindsight. But here we have a fast-taking A bomb site by TSM. Emily falling onto Milk, but right after that, Cat and Ari getting the kills of their own. The site is going to be cleared by TSM.
Will be into a 4-on-3 here. Hunter's Fury up, won't connect onto anything. TSM, they've extended their control into the tree room here. Now they're fighting for middle. Thea, she's up, ready, aided with her Sova to take this control, but one TSM player still right on the other side of the wall. Athena in position as well. This retake for Dig, again, feels like it's getting a little bit stalled out. They're waiting inside of the dark cover, and there comes Zoe. TSM really clean as they tie it up 6-6 at the half.
6-6. I have to give props to TSM here. I did not expect that big of a comeback, especially after the initial showing of Dig, but they seem to be able to have caught Dig off guard in two of the major bomb sites. There's only two, so in each of the bomb sites towards A and B, they were successful towards the end of this half, only leaving Dignitas for one little round out of the last 6.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great showing from TSM, because remember, they're just rocking with the one duelist. So they have a comp that's going to be pretty good to hold down. And I think where they're going to strive as well is in those retakes, when they can stop, when they can work back into the site. And as we look back into things, there were such great plays from Dig. Like, you saw that double from Milk. She made it into a quadra in the end, but still, TSM, they were resilient, and they found stride in the later half of it.
And as you can see here with these replays, a lot of frags happen directly into the retakes and the takes of these bomb sites. But here we are getting ready for the second half. We know the Ascent is a little more of a, I would say, even map. Mimi, you're teaching me things throughout casting with you. And you've mentioned how Ascent is a little more like Counter-Strike, where it has a lot of defense and attacker strengths. So 6-6, is this something that any of the teams should be worried about?
I think normally we're going to favor that defensive half just from TSM on their attacker half when you're really coordinated, when you can work together on those site executes, and it can work really well. And it's also a map that lends itself to the default mid control. So teams can really play this how they want, which makes it a very dynamic map. And I don't think either team is going to be too displeased with it. But if TSM does build momentum on this defensive half, I'd be a little scared for Dignitas.
You can see with the scoreboard, we have some players are doing a little bit better, some players are a little bit dragging behind, but it's all about that Valorant gameplay where sometimes you have to play that support role like Zoe onto Breach. But we are back live with the second half of this initial game onto Stream B. Dig and TSM 6-6. So let's see what they're going to do with that aiming push here.
Yeah, Emily's up really quick, but the blinds don't connect onto Milky, so she finds one. Emily dies, and Milky actually trying to double down damage. It goes both ways, and both Zoe and her will fall away. And look at this. As soon as they saw that push towards A main, they were ready. They knew mid would be weakened, so they're pushing up and splitting into B. Athena in the dark cover wants to spam away, get some damage. She'll connect one shot. Not going to do too much more. So Dignitas, they'll take that site control. The TSM, they're tasked with a retake, but ooh, nice adjustment there from Ari to bring it back onto a 4-on-4. But two of these TSM players, kind of the walking wounded, Steph.
Yeah, and this is where we can see exactly the power of TSM executing and being really on point. But once again, they're kind of all stuck in the bomb site in that retake. So it could be really difficult for Dig to keep control of it. So here we are, TSM, Ari jumping in, trying to trade some kills, and Juliana is going to be the only person available. Everybody else is in the back of that bomb site. Can Tia get more than one kill here? No, she's gonna get killed by Kat, and Zoe is gonna finish this with Rain. Do we have enough time for a defuse?
Just barely. Half a second on the board for TSM to take that one. And I think where Dignitas went wrong is once they had that advantage, there was a player caught off guard in mid. Ari adjusted, took care of one. That gave them 4v4 odds, and they still had Breach and Sova alive, so they had utility to fight back in, and Dignitas just couldn't muster. They were trapped, just like sardines in that backside, all packed in together. They were never really able to extend their post plan to set up elsewhere, and I think that really hurt them.
Yeah, it did. We saw the same thing happen on TSM's attacking side, so kind of a replay of what we saw a little bit earlier, but we have our first save round on to Diggs in their attack. But I'm really looking forward to seeing a little bit more of Dig action here, just because they're such a well-oiled machine, and I really like their play in Counter-Strike. But we have Ari here getting the double onto Kat. She's completely by herself, though, not able to get traded by Zoe. It's a 3 versus 3 as both players are fighting to keep a control. Emily, though, is such a good position to keep that map, but she falls to Tia. Oh, no, Mimi.
Yeah, this is a tough spot now. TSM, 2v2 on the retake. The drone reveals that one is main, but it seems like Cap has suspicions one is hell. Comes that shock dart, should do a bit of damage onto the opposing Sova, and now both spots are known. Athena takes care of Sholiana, so just the killjoy. It's Sia stuck in main. Molly's on the bomb. That's a swarm grenade to dissuade for a moment, but she will be finished up by Athena, and the defuse should come through. Again, didn't toss that force by when they got it close, but TSM continues to prove themselves on these retakes.
Back to back. I have no idea how TSM won this round after losing that cat control, especially when Emily died towards wine. I really thought that Dig was in a really good situation to complete that surprise round, but TSM coming in with the second defuse in a row, showing why their raw skill here is really, really a powerful and dangerous weapon, even though Dignitas has a little more team chemistry. So I have to be impressed here. I did not expect that scoreline after one half in a couple rounds in favor of TSM.
And this has me a little bit nervous for Dig because this is the map that we said they'd probably edge TSM out. Haven is super strong for TSM, and that's the map we're guaranteed to see. If Dig can't pick this up, it could be a very rough one for them. They still have some time to build into it. The scoreline only a 2 gap, but with them on this save, that might just be building to 3 very soon.
And Dig taking their time here, resetting everybody that was towards outside B to a take. But we have a lot of defender here at A, and they're ready for a push. I wonder if we're going to utilize Breach's flash and kind of peek in. There it is. MLE. Whew. Getting the double without even losing a single HP here with that A main pick. But Dig is not backing down. They are still willing to fight that bump site. But I think it's going to be really difficult for them to get into it.
Yeah, it is. And they'll find one frag from Sholiana, but Emily and Kath, great combination to take care of the whole brunt of the attack. Now TSM, they're sitting pretty here because I think the issue for Dignitas was they forced into the second round and a half. They lost that, so that reset their economy. And if they can't find this one here, again, it's that story where it could very easily spiral for TSM.
Yeah, it could be a very one-sided second half of this first map here if Dignitas doesn't get back control. But we have a Hunter's Fury, so let's see what they're going to do on their first official gun round here versus TSM on their attacking side. But Emily just loving the play here, completely hella aggro as some of her teammates are backing her. All 4 of TSM's player are pushed toward that side. Only Breach is towards Catwalk. But Dig doesn't even want to fight it.
Yeah, normally in this situation, you'd want to pressure back towards A to know that there's the aggression there. But because Zoe's still in this position, she could rotate A main. But the Judge, this is a position that I've seen her do things before with. Rain has the paranoia up. And I'm not sure if she expects him out on site quite yet, but now she will know. Zoe actually getting body blocked by the drone and dancing away before her toes can get shot. Thea brings that plant down, and Rain finds one, so now better odds for the Dignitas girls. But still, the retake's ready. Emily has her blades, but the updrafts are gone. Athena finds one, just peeking out onto Thea. The lockdown comes into play. They do have the Hunter's Fury, so they can nullify this if they need to. And here it will come. Hunter's Fury going to destroy the Killjoy lockdown, but that means it won't be available in the post plant. Emily into hell finds that trade. Up onto the site. Now it's a 2v2, but the time is so low. So he's going to push with this Judge. And oh no, she dropped it. Doesn't have a gun, doesn't have anything. And Emily finds it half, but Rain for 3.
A little bit of a mishap, but I'm not sure it would have made a difference either way, even if she had picked up a gun. Dignitas putting on the scoreboard their first round of this second half. A well-needed round, maybe I have to say. You do not want TSM to get to double-digit here on their defender side. I was reading quickly chat, and you guys are educating me, saying that, you know, defender is the advantage on a set. All right, guys, I'm listening. And I would like to agree with it. So you do not want TSM to get away with that momentum, especially being defender on to this side of the map.
I mean, that's what I said about the map in general, and also about the way they're rocking their team comp. Because they just have Emily, and they can make aggressive plays with her, but they can also play a little more passive and lean into that retake potential. And it is, again, this kind of standard setup with the alarm bot towards mid, and the Sova playing the wallbang position if they need to. Drone finds some information, and Ariam, this catwalk position, finds one as well. Emily trying to get aggressive like we talked about, but she's dealt with by Rain. So now, this is a 4-on-4 to work in with, and mid control a bit compromised for Dignitas. Here comes that from the shadows. That's into the backside of B for Ari. But still, with a minute on the clock, Dig doesn't have to take this anywhere quite yet.
And they have plenty of time to work this 4 versus 4. Seems like they want to head towards B. There's a lot of utilities in play towards that site. So who knows if they're just going to dry peek it. It looks like they are taking their time. That bot, though,
30 seconds
as you can see on the little pip screen, is going to catch some intel. So all of the defender here on TSM are heading towards the defender spawn as well as A. So they're going to have to do a rotate as we get rid of that bot for Emily, and it's going to be a free bump site, Mimi, to get that spike down.
Yeah, just 10 seconds on the clock to get this down, and Athena finds one. Empress ready for Dignitas. Now they have the post-plant positioning. Rain is still towards main, and she could be the X factor in this. Ari, though, starting to work in on this retake. And oh no, through the smoke, Rain just taken care of blindly by Ari. Here comes the paranoia. The players in backside getting harassed with utility stunned off the line. Here comes the aftershock. Emma's still good for a frag. Athena will find them all. TSM, they continually have these really fantastic retakes, and I think it's all because of the synergy off of the utility usage.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of having a free bomb site and just staying in the bomb site and not getting control of the boat area and the market area. We had one player out of Dig, Rain, who was in B main all by herself, but it's unfortunate she got killed through the smoke by Ari, but, you know, she would have probably benefited from having a little bit of a backup from her team. You know, we've seen this time and time again on this map and both sides where teams are getting turtled up into that bomb site and they really cannot keep that post plant, and they just get overwhelmed with all of the utilities from their opponents, not using theirs quite efficiently as well once they're set up.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to my girl Zoe, because yeah, she's the bottom fragger for her team, but the amount of impact she's finding on this breach, setting everyone up for success, she is the reason that they are having such good retakes and that they're finding a lot of these rounds. And this time, the drone, a little tough to find, but it's towards A main. The 3 players, the spike is still positioned towards B. So Dignitas, they want a free pick. They want to try to work for this default. But the way TSM plays, they don't really give anything away. Here comes Milk, though, dashing on up into sight, but she doesn't see Emily back behind Dice. From the shadows for Rain onto the site, and Emily joins her. This was the plan all along, but the issue is they have a disadvantage in terms of players.
Once again, they're super turtled up into the site. Only our friend towards middle, Juliana, has any kind of outsider presence, and she's gonna get spotted, but I don't think she's gonna be able to do much here, as the rest of TSM is already ready for the retake. They're ready to put that pressure, and they're gonna be faced, though, this time for the first time by some Dig abilities and utilities here.
Yeah, spam out TSM. That is Emily for 3 on the site. It just show the Ana now in this 1v1. She has shock darts ready for the spike. There's not a lot of time for Emily to work with the shock darts coming. She knows she needs to get this half and get away, but she dashes. But there's just not enough time for TSM. Dignitas, that was a round that they probably shouldn't have been able to win. That was one they started with a lesser buy, and they pull it through just by wasting so much time off the clock.
Yeah, I have to give props to Juliana here, because after Milk, yes, did a great fake towards A, but she unfortunately was unable to clear the bomb site like I hope that she would have done. And then after that, you know, these fights towards B really went into TSM's way. So that shock darts doing so much work. We have a first tactical pause, though, Mimi, of the game. Dig winning this round, but going into a tactical, I like it a lot. They potentially want to capitalize on this and win for the first time. And I'm trying to make math here, at least 10 rounds, their first back-to-back rounds after a really solid start of this game.
Yeah, TSM, the one thing that they've found consistency is in their momentum. Now, Dignitas, they have a chance to chat with their coach, to chat with the players, and get a strategy set up that they can start to build rounds together. Because the thing is, Steph, look at the buy here. They won their eco, so they have a good buy in it, but it's very easily reset. If TSM is even just doing eco damage on this save round, they could push Dignitas players down in, and even if it's just kind of trading rounds with the low economy and no one's able to build up a streak, that's always going to favor TSM, who's already 2 rounds up.
We have Cat as well on a Hunter's Fury, ready to potentially do a lot of damage as well on the defender side. I'm excited to see how this game is going to go. This is a crucial round after potentially earlier into this first half when I mentioned it. This is probably one of the most, if not the most important round of this map here. This could be the difference between TSM going for a tie point or a complete reset, with Dig winning this round and putting this game back to potentially 10-10. This is what I like to see. I knew this was going to be a great game, Mimi, and it's not disappointing. It's showing as the timeout is over. I'm excited.
Yeah, and I mean, let's review why this is so important for Dignitas. This is the map in their series where they probably have the best setup, but as we're saying that, this is a quick Hunter's Fury. Emily's trying to follow it up, has a tag but no kill. She's still pushing though. Elsewhere, Juliana is going to open up some space for the team, so they'll redirect towards the B site. Killjoy, however, just kind of the sole defender here, and rotations are going to be very late. Something has to happen. Athena has to go big in this position. Out comes her swarm grenades. That'll buy her some time to work with, but she's pinged out by the recon dart. She wants to get off the site because they have the ult for the retake, but she's not allowed to. Spectre, not good enough for the frag, and Juliana picks it up. Now, I mean, TSM, again, they're tasked with a retake, but I don't think they even use the Rolling Thunder here, especially on the save round.
Yeah, I would definitely keep it, especially after losing 2 members in that 5 versus 3. You want to go for next round. You're just trying to get some scrappy kills. We know that Dignitas economy is not good, so you want to at least maybe drop 1 or 2, and that's why Emily, I like her position here. Hopefully she's able to get a couple of kills. She's not spotted because someone killed that recon before it touched her, so let's see if she's able to get 2. I want her to get 2. Chat, do you want her to get 2? Oh, Zoe misses, and she gets 2. There it is, chat.
There you go. That's what you were so excited for. That's what you love to see if you're a TSM fan, them finding the economy damage there. I think the setup there was really nice, really well controlled, because they knew that they were in a position where they have practically no chance if they commit to the retake, but by taking some guns away from Dignitas, we see what it's done to the economy. Thea, she's on that lighter armor, and while everyone has a rifle on the board, it's at a point where if TSM find this round, they'll put them down a peg in terms of that economy play. And I think that for TSM, they're a team that's already strong on the retakes. They also have the Rolling Thunder and the lockdown in play. This is going to be a tough one for Dig.
A very tough one, especially since they've been kind of struggling and winning these rounds after hard battles. But that B control here, it's not going to be met with anyone from Dig. They're just a little deeper here. But mid is pretty much free from both teams. No one is really contesting it, as Emily is going to be testing the water here. She's going to be trying to gather some intel, potentially even catch someone off guard. I think we might be heading to see who's the weaker position after taking that mid control to decide if we're going onto an A split or a B split, Mimi.
Yeah, and we see they're committing up towards deeper into B. They kind of are fighting for this market control. Cat, though, holds tight in the smoke for the moment. TSM, and they're playing this safer, playing this smarter, because they want to be able to use that utility that we've set up in the round. Dignitas, though, they've made at least kind of the right call for the moment, because A site is more lightly defended. We already see rotations over, and there's an information play up from Zoe and Emily, so they're trapped into an A committal here. They want to fight to get rid of this lockdown, charging through the utility. Emily takes damage and falls too at the hands of Athena. Now this flank fight coming in. They have to get rid of this lockdown, but they're all going to get detained. That's 2 players down, and Zoe finds them. Rain still in main, trying to fight this off. And she'll soon be found by a large number of players. Athena picks it up, and Juliana, she's forced to hold on to her weaponry here. TSM, they make it flawless.
Yeah, and something I'm going to have to mention here while we watch Juliana try to save her weapon is I've rarely seen Dig in that situation where they seem to be a little bit scared and they're not going for the win, and they seem to be playing not to lose. And you know what that feels like, guys, is when you play a little hesitation, you're not really committing into what you're doing. That's exactly what happened here towards mid, as well as Cat. And Athena got the best out of it, utilizing air utility so well with Killjoy, and really making a difference, winning so much time for TSM to be able to close this round in favor. And Breach kept the ult. That's also key here, Mimi.
Yeah, it's really important, because that was a pretty minimal committal from TSM. And when they're already on 11, still in that position where they're fighting strong, they're in a very comfortable spot. Dignitas, they have a bit of a mixed bag of buys. We saw the Ghost on one player, and Milk, she has a Vandal in her hands. Lockdown initiated. They're not going to try and fight this off, and it's a fake, but look where Emily is. The perfect position. When will she fight? Now is the time, but Sholiana, so prepared, so ready for it, and they have the A site control as a result.
A completely free A site, but as I mentioned, we still have our breach ult here ready for a retake. And if I'm Dig, if I'm TSM, I'm going for this. I know that Dig is up by 1, but here Ariane trying to even out the odds, the numbers, and we have our rolling thunder as TSM's last 2 remaining players are retaking that site, and no one is going to be, unfortunately for them, into that bomb site. So not going to touch anyone.
Yeah, they will start to get on the spike here. Shock darts coming in, so is the paranoia. That'll do damage, and the kill converted. The flank through from Thea, and Choliana, her shock darts do it again. The Sova for Dignitas having so much impact.
Yeah, TSM doesn't really have anything in their book to really counter Sholiana's late bomb coverage with her shock darts. This is, as you mentioned, the second time that she closes around with a kill using it, or at least not necessarily with a kill, but at least pushing the diffuser out or killing them. So great work from Sholiana. As you mentioned, she's doing her own works, and unfortunately TSM just leaving that opportunity for her to be able to close this round out. So there it is, guys, 10-11 for TSM, but that was not a convincing round win for Dig. It still was a little bit difficult.
Yeah, TSM now, they're in a position where they force into it. If they lose this round, that would be really crucial loss for them. They really want it. They really need it to take this map. And this time they switched up their mid play, fighting a little bit harder for it. Sova peeking out. This is good information and should reveal that it's either a site committal or a bit of a default play from Dignitas. Look where Kath is pushing up. Sholiana's here. A Sova deal could decide the round, and Sholiana will win it. That's huge, but the trade potential is there, and that's even more important for TSM that Athena finds the trade back.
Yeah, I'm disappointed from Cats falling here as they were in the lead. She didn't really need to make a move like that, but like you mentioned, that trade coming in from Athena is going to do wonders. But there's no one in B for TSM, so we're definitely going on a retake here as Dig is getting ready to take that bomb side. Will Athena try to get a cheesy kill like she's done prior into this game? Running out of the dark cover, she's able to gather so much intel, but Rainier is in a situation to potentially either get killed or get that kill onto Athena. But Athena knows, guys.
She's ready for this. She needs the frag for TSM, and she gets it. That's Milk taken care of. Now just 2 Dignitas players on the site. The blind's up, and Thea for 1. Into this 3-on-3. Now the blind's good into the backside players. They're still not able to see Athena for 1. Traded out, and now it's into this 1-versus-1. Ari versus Thea. 2 bullets to work with, and she can't find it. Now onto another weapon, and gets it through the wall, but is there enough time? I think there is.
I think there is, Mimi. We're going to see TSM at match point here, putting 12 onto the scoreboard. What a chaotic retake. I don't know if I have to give props to Rain or kind of mention how much room she gave TSM to take control of that bomb site, being there so late on the flank with that aim and kill and then get it traded. What a crazy round. Ari losing bullets, having to pick up another gun, still managing to get the kill. Holy moly. TSM have 3 players really doing wonder here in the server. Tina, MLE, and Ari close all 3 of them to 20 kills each.
Lots of players are finding their stride here into the very late throes of this first map of play. TSM, they look primed for this. They have the lockdown available this time. Nothing for Dignitas besides the From the Shadows. They'll recover with the ult orb, and up quickly, Emily looking for a fight. She finds one. Emily wants to trade back into this a little bit more. Thus far, it'll still be Dignitas holding that as advantage as they work their way over towards the A side of things.
Yeah, and there's a lot of players from Dig that are kind of wanting to tease that A control. But TSM has so much aggression here. Tia, though, is going to kill Ari, pushed in mid. Ari, remember, was a key player on that retake last time. So let's see if TSM is able to win that 3 versus 5 without 2 of their players. Cat here making a case for her team, getting the first kill. But Rain here really struggling to get that Cat player down. So we have 2 kills out of Cat. Athena connecting with another one. This is a new round, Mimi. A 2v2. Spike planted.
Yeah, Spike down. They're holding from the lane and through the wall. Emily finds it. Now it's just 1 player left. Milky, she has to make this work. Wants to go for the spam. But the Spike is already taking away, already getting held on to. She has it half. Milk has to take the fight here, has to get her off. But she'll hold it down. She'll pull it through. And TSM, they take map 1.
They take map 1, 13-10, and what a beautiful map it was. A little bit unfortunate to see Dig struggling so much after such a strong entry into this map. They were ahead by a lot earlier in this game, but this is Valorant. This is a completely different game than what they're used to at a professional level, and a map can switch just like that. And we saw with TSM getting more and more confidence. It's possible, Mimi, that the TSM player got a little bit of the jitters earlier when they were not able to capitalize on their win rounds, but at the end they were showing off. We saw so much great aggressions from them, sometimes even a little too much, I'm gonna have to say. But sometimes, you know, kind of gimmicky plays where Emily was just running out in mid trying to get some kills and being supported by all of her teammates. TSM here making a case out of their seeding, saying we might have been the lowest seed coming into this matchup, but we're taking map 1 on Ascent.
Yeah, and I mean, TSM, you talked about how early game they struggled a little bit, and I think that might have been the jitters, might have been the stress, because this is a big tournament. This is a big chance for them to prove themselves for their first time on a bigger screen. And I think that was just a really impressive showing for them to come back into it. And the power of it was really on the retakes, on the support that they had from the Sova and Breach play to set themselves up for success. I really want to give it to Zoe, because I feel like the Breach was one of the main factors that differentiated themselves from the opponents and put TSM ahead. But with that, I think that'll wrap things up for map 1. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and the Game Changers will be back with map 2 of the series.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Hit you with the hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
We're back here with some VCT Game Changers action. Map 1 coming out of the first game of the day on the stream. B Mimi, what a spectacular showing coming from both TSM and Dignitas here.
Yeah, I mean, Dignitas, we talked about it a little bit before the break, but they started out hot. They found a streak of rounds early on, picked up the pistol, converted it. Were doing well for themselves. Like we saw some of these early plays like this from Milk. But then once TSM found their stride, and once they got on that defensive half, their composition and their coordination in just kind of their really fast executes and in kind to that, their really quick and strong retakes, they were really able to clinch it out in that 13-10 scoreline. So now TSM, they're up 1-0 in the series, and going into Haven, this is a bit of a rougher map for Dignitas. I think Ascent was one of their bigger chances to get an early lead. Now they'll have to come back on one of TSM's strongest maps, Steph.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned it during the pick and ban. I really was looking forward to seeing Dig really perform on Ascent. It was their own map. It's the map that they've been playing the most, but as we look at the score board and the stats from this map 1, unfortunately for them, they lose on their hometown map, although it was TSM's pick. So you have to think that maybe potentially Dig is ready for their own pick. Look at the scoreboard, so much damage coming out of Athena. She was a monster in the server and followed pretty closely with Ari and Emily. On the Dig side, though, it's a little more shy, a little more even, I would say, across the board. But usually it's not a bad thing, but today it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Athena because she's IGL for TSM, so she's calling for the team. She's also playing the supportive role and simultaneously setting her teammates up for success and also fragging out on it. I think that in the early days, we talked about how maybe TSM was lacking a little bit in their synergy and how well they were playing off each other, but once these girls got warmed up, they were just going for it, and they seemed unstoppable.
They did seem unstoppable. So now it's time for Heaven. And, you know, I'm excited to see that map coming in. As you remember here, we see the first map was TSM's pick. It was Ascent. But we now have Dignitas pick, which is Heaven. Evan. I'm trying to be all English proper here. I'm getting lessons from Mimi, but you know, do you think we're gonna go see a split here, Mimi, or do you think this is gonna be a 2-0 coming out of TSM?
I mean, early on when we started things off, I predicted that it would probably be a 2-1 to TSM in my opinion. And after seeing them on Ascent, I've seen them play on Haven before. I think it's really strong, but I'm sure that Dignitas know that too. So they have a reason for picking into this map, picking into a map that's strong for TSM. So, I mean, when we were talking about this before the show, we were predicting that TSM would pick Haven because they knew that Dignitas liked Ascent, but it was the reverse of that. So I'm not sure how this could work out. I could very well see this going either way. The thing is, if we do make it to a decider, that's another one of those home grounds that works really well for TSM. So Dignitas, they have a bit of an uphill climb here.
I want to see the TSM aggression that we saw on the defender side on TSM. I'm just going back a couple of minutes ago in the other map. You saw Emily go for a lot of pushes. Even Kat, although sometimes, like we mentioned, her top mid push wasn't the best, but just overall, there's a lot of aggression coming in out of TSM. And on Haven, that can make a huge difference. Remember, there's 3 bomb sites on that map. So that means that there's so much more opportunities for gathering that information and shutting down and stacking one of the 3. So I'm excited to see it. But Mimi, we can also say that, hey, Dig has been playing that setup in that map for a lot longer than TSM. So there's potentially a lot of setups that I didn't see much on Ascent, and surprisingly didn't see a lot of coordinated attack either. It was actually surprising to me. I thought that they were coming stronger with their, I want to say, VALORANT learning process, but it really wasn't displayed a lot on Ascent.
I mean, it felt like it was like the very default thing, and they just weren't ready for what TSM brought to the table. And that was the unteaming aggression, and that was the Breach Sova kind of double initiator wombo combo setup that they were rocking with. And I think that we're going to see that again on Haven. I feel like we're almost guaranteed to see them run that back, because they've played it there before, and it works really exceptionally well for them. And I mean, especially against Dignitas, who didn't seem to have a counter to that. They didn't seem to ever find a solution, and that's what really lost them that first map.
So for you, as we get into agent selection, who do you think is going to be our players to watch on both teams, as everyone is going to pick their favorite agents on defending and attacking side?
Sure. I feel like I'm gonna call out Elite on this one again, because for the side of Dignitas, I think that she's a player that I'd love to see a little more impact out of, see her really find her groove on this map, because she's calling the shots for the team. She's kind of like the glue to hold them together, and when she's like feeling it, when she's getting the team going, and when she's also just hitting her shots as an individual, I think that's a really powerful X factor for Dignitas. And for the side of TSM, I'm actually surprised they're not going to rock with the setup with the Breach again. So he's going over to the Omen, and we have seen her play a lot of that before with TSM and with her previous iterations of her teams as well. But I kind of want you to just keep your eyes on Emily here, because she gets very aggressive with that Jet, does well to play together with the second duelist when they run it, and that will be Ari. How they're going to be able to synergize and how they're going to be able to get aggressive and create space and get information on this defender side is that factor for TSM.
And I have to point out how quiet both Emily and Kat were in the server in the last map. You know, it was, for me, a little bit of a surprise, as they're both the most experienced players coming in. But without further ado, we're going to be joining this second map onto this matchup. Guys, if you're joining today the stream for the first time, this is the VCT Game Changers grand final weekend, as we have TSM versus Dig, our first best of 3 of the upper bracket onto stream B, and we are Miss Harvey and Evil Cat joining you and bringing you the action in the server today.
And speaking of that action, early on, we see what we expect to see from TSM. They're pushing up A long, and they're taking that control with 3. We see the smoke up from Zoe to create that space, and what this allows now is a rotation to come through from the Sova and ready themselves to defend the siege site. Zoe, ready with the paranoia here. The dark cover will keep her at bay for a moment. That reveals the intentions of Dignitas, and we see that a flank is starting to come through as well.
But that spike is gonna get planted. We're gonna see a 5 versus 5 retake onto this pistol. Who's gonna fall first here? It's gonna be Tia, but gets traded right away. Good entry frags here from TSM as they're taking control of that garage. But Sholiana showing how important she was in these clutches situation in the last map as Milk pushes out of that back cover. She gets 2 kills. Can she close this up with the third? No, it's all gonna be in that 1 versus 2. Emily versus the world. Can she get that round for team Emily versus Emily? We didn't talk about this in the first game, but this is a tongue twister of situation when you have 2 players that are really close, but this time the veteran has the momentum onto our team. And if I'm not mistaken here, Mimi, this was a really well needed pistol round for Dig.
Yeah, I mean, Dig, they found the pistol round the first half of play in that first map, but they couldn't do it the second time. And I think when they can find this early momentum, find this stride, that's great for them, but they struggled to hold on to it. So I want to see if they can this time. TSM, though, they're postured for an aggressive push down towards mid. They're actually kind of contacting this, not breaking, not giving away the game quite yet. Now they'll start to come through. Yeah, ready to hold on tight. And TSM, they have a lot of space, but Dig, not super worried about it just quite yet. Path now coming up ready, spots out Emily, but she'll retreat for the moment. So this is just a standoff over towards the middle area. And because Dignitas knows this, they'll start to funnel their way towards A. And it is just the site for 1 player to hold strong on this site.
Yeah, it's all on to Cypher over here on TSM's side, but she's gonna fall right away. Athena and Emily, followed by Ari, are all gone from the server. Zoe now all by herself. I like the beginning of this round. I think Dignitas, after not being able to capitalize on any kill, should have realized what was going on and potentially fallen back. Can Zoe do anything with that revolver though, Mimi?
I don't know. Did she even pick it up? I'm not sure if she did. No, she didn't. Still just kind of holding on to this classic. looking for something in the smoke. And I mean, she wants it, not quite the right timing to pick it up. Emily finds the last one. So Dignitas, they make it flawless in the anti-eco conversion. And like you mentioned, I think the play there from TSM was good. Getting aggressive down there, but I think where it went wrong is that they just weren't really quick enough to react once they heard Dignitas readjusting towards the A site.
Exactly. They kind of overstayed their welcome towards mid, but we have our first gun round coming in, but 4 SMGs onto Dig, and it looks like we're still going to go towards a default here. Dig so far has done that default onto the last anti-eco, but again, TSM trying to go aggro, but this time Ari gets stopped. She doesn't lose any HP from it, but definitely could have been pretty dangerous coming out of Dig. She's wanting to challenge that again, but not going to connect with any kill. Dig Kit taking control of that middle and just waiting to see if we're going to see a garage split here.
Yeah, it looks like a possibility. Again, they're aggressing up towards A. And Emily peeks out for 1, but elsewhere, Dignitas, they're finding space into garage. Athena here to hold on. Good for 1. Still falling away and still making herself a nuisance to this execution of Dignitas. While members alive, they'll take command of the site. The spike should come down scot-free, but look where TSM is. They're already postured, already ready to work back in on this retake. And the Dignitas players, for now, they're making their way towards long. Out comes CSM, though, pushing in quickly. They're finding the initial frag. The remaining players in long. Only 1 shock dart for Sholiana to do work with. It could delay for a moment, but they're not even trying to hold on to this. It's not planted where she thinks it is. Sholiana finds 1, runs out of ammunition. Emelite's up on the flank, actually finds 2. The cat's holding, and there's just no time for Emelite to find it, despite the frag she picks up. That's a bit of a heartbreaker for Dig.
It's a heartbreaker because I do believe that Sholiana had the right instinct throwing that shock dot pretty early here and stopping the defuse from happening. But Emily was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't really see where she was. But that defense of that bomb site post plant, unfortunately, was a little bit broken here. Wish that they played these fight together. We could have seen a different outcome. But that makes me wonder, although we were praising Sholiana's defense with their Sova shock darts, maybe she should be a little more integrated into these defense, so she's not always by herself and supporting her teammates a little bit more.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this. TSM, they won the round, but their eco was reset because everyone died. And now the A site is being very quickly taken by Dignitas. Sholiana trying to hold on to this flank. Emily coming up with the blades, but back to back. Sholiana finds it. Now the remainder of TSM, just 2 left alive, and they both only have pistols. I mean, at this point, I feel like you just can go for some exits, but the round is practically won for Dignitas.
Yeah, this is an impressive round here for Dig. They did not hesitate. They just went all in, and although TSM was pushing down middle, it really didn't matter in the end because they were already in A side taking control of it. So I like this from Dig. Fortunately for TSM, it's not going to be the greatest position to be in, but they're just going to be able to buy. So not everything is lost. This is a little bit of a repeat from game number 1. So even though Dig is in the leading position right now, everything else is up in the air because that's exactly what happened on map 1, and they unfortunately lost out 10-13. Seems like we're getting ready for an A push though here with 3 players committing to it.
TSM have loved going aggressive here. They use the Hunter's Fury, but Kath's aiming a bit too high to find anything connecting. And Dignitas are very good at choosing where to engage when they feel out the aggression of TSM. And that's what makes Haven such a troublesome map to deal with for some teams, but they're working well. Athena finds one. She's looking for another shot, gets it, tapping away. And Ari finds one of her own. Just one player on the site now. The spike sectored off, and Rain is taken care of. So Sholiana, she's left to her own devices, a 1 versus 5 to work with, and she'll soon find an adversary. That's Ari in close. Who will peek in first? Ari just holding the line. Bait up from Kath. Sholiana is still creeping her way ever slowly towards this mid window.
Impressive round here coming out of Athena. I have to commend her. That was a beautiful ult because Dig did everything perfectly, as Sholiana is going to fall here in that 1 versus 5. But Dig did everything perfectly. That triple man A push, the right call, and you're in that situation is, hey, we need to aggro either mid to C, excuse me, or directly to C, and that's what they did. But for some reason, once they got into the site, it was so hectic that Athena was able to get 2 kills defending out of spawn. Like, she was so far and still was able to manage to get these kills. And then TSM was able to regroup and really shut down the Dig push. I don't even know how they made it possible, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, but here comes Emily again, pushing down long, looking for space. They don't even need a breach because they're using these paranoias to combo into their advantage so well. A push elsewhere. TSM is so aggressive. But now they don't have congestion. Ari, for one, that run it back capitalizes, but they've managed to pinch their way through towards A. Now these 2 players from TSM, they're kind of on an island, separated from the rest of the team, and will be forced to fight out. Thea finds Ari. So now it's just Athena, isolated, stuck in on the Cypher, but she has full HP. We'll hear the players run away, but she won't elect to take the fight just quite yet. She knows she has the tripwire to play off. It was just a fake. They're coming back, Steph, and she's ready. Finds 2. Athena, she now has the spike in hand. The neural theft reveals information. She knows Sholiana's coming for a fight. Athena, though, she's ready for it. Finds a 3rd in the round, and Kath finishes it off.
Not sure what Athena ate today, but it's definitely paying off. Probably got a bowl of cereals with a lot of Wheaties because she's carrying. She's spending a lot of energy doing so much damage. I have, it's 3-3, but I have to say how impressed I am with TSM because they're completely disrupting Dignitas' attack side. Like, Dignitas cannot get into a position to execute, and that's what they're the best at. So TSM is having the perfect counter plan here versus Dignitas, which is do not let them execute, do not play passive. And once again, we have a push towards A, both in sewers as long we were fighting from TSM.
Yeah, again, they want to fight this sewer position, a dynamic duo of Emily and the Silva. She actually catches a great timing. The shots miss from Milky, and Emily and Kath, they again get away safely. But actually, Kath decides she wants to stay fighting. Holds a close angle. Emily ready to bait in, and Sholiana wants to try and take this fight to regain the advantage, but TSM, they seem to own sewer control completely in these rounds, and here it might happen again. The bait from the shadow, Sholiana trying to find a shot. It's a little scuffed. She gets one though, and falls down herself. Now, Thea alone, she wants to re-attack the monster. The alligator's hiding in the sewer of TSM. This is going to be a tough one.
And Dig really has no chance right now. They cannot make it to any bomb site. It's another 1 versus 4 situation with Spike in ends. And Emily has a chance to close this round out. Unfortunately, Neural Tough is going to be used as Tia might be able to get the Spike down. She's going to commit here as there's 30 seconds left into the round. Can she pull a miracle from her team? She knows the players are coming in through her cage, but only able to get one. Ariana Kiss is going to close this one out. 4-3, TSM taking the lead for the first time onto Heaven. Really, really interesting defending situation for TSM to be in. They're looking great in the server right now.
They really are, and I feel like what's so impactful is the way they're holding A. Just this, it's 2 rounds in a row now, Steph, where they have double pushed into sewers, and they've just they haven't given an inch. They're fighting for every bit of control on this map, and Dignitas, they're kind of coming into those fights and ready for them. But the thing about TSM setup, they're not overcommitting. Yes, they're holding 2 players there, but they're also very ready to rotate if needed and play retake on those extremities.
We have our first operator, if I'm not mistaken, of the game in the ends of Emily towards at C, and that's where Dignitas is looking. So I'm excited to see her Jet in action and see if she can capitalize on her investment here as Dignitas is getting ready. She gets blinded and she just dashes away. So we're not going to see it right away as Juliana is going to get the first kill onto Zoe using the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, this is a very good round now for Dignitas. They posture themselves well to take it. Emily is forced to retake the operator and support the team. Shock Dart in, actually gonna miss. No damage connecting. Ari though, ready. TSM all from this area, and look where Cypher is. That's a flank, a possibility. Emily finds one, still alive on the site, and Dignitas, they're finding the necessary picks. Emily's alone. She wants to keep the op, but Thea confirms it with the flank.
Pretty clean round here out of Dignitas. They denied Emily early info with that dark cover, and we're able to creep in. You know, this is the kind of strategy that when nothing else works, let's just go back to the basics and just try to explode into a side. And it worked really well for Dig. And it didn't matter if A or B was pushed at that point, because Dig exploded so fast onto that long C that they were able to take the Spike down. And this time, Mimi, they didn't give up map control into that bomb site. You saw that they were really aggro towards Garage as well as long C. So really props to Dignitas for that beautifully executed round.
Yeah, it was really great. And Hunter's Fury, like you mentioned, it was the factor to start them off in the right direction. They don't have the ult available this time, and run it back for Ari, clears some space. Cloudburst keeps her away, and she will run out of time on that fuse before she can get anything else. But this time for TSM, it's a bit more passive. We see that one player, that's Emily, pushed up towards C long, holding in the cubby, but they don't have much information towards A. Just the Cypher playing passive here.
Pretty passive default, as you're mentioning. We're waiting for that TSM push, and it's probably one of the only rounds that it's not happening. TSM swapping the pace here, giving up everywhere. Control onto Dig for the first time, I would say. We have our Jet outside of Garage, as well as everybody else getting ready to go towards A. But we have some tripwires here in place, so Dig is gonna have to break it if they want to get in. They're gonna have a free bomb site here as TSM is playing really, really passive this round, going for a retake.
Yeah, they are. They have the player in Heaven still. Cypher, actually not the cam in play any longer. Hot Hands will clear out that close graffiti position. The retake will start to come into swing. Recon reveals one, and here comes a utility raining out. Emily spams down, but Milky's on the flank, finds the first frag, looking for some more, but cannot do it. Now 3-on-1, it's just Sholiana, and Emily's on top of things.
Wow, TSM can really do it all right now in the server. This is the first time that they played that passive and they were able to get a clean retake, good utility usage. And I'm going to have to say, this is really impressive. Dignitas not able to connect it around back to back, which is going to be pretty depressing because nothing else has been working outside of these burst executes. So we try to do the same towards A, and it worked because the site was completely given, but we're not able to keep that map, that bomb site control. So back to the drawing board for Dignitas. What can we do here to win a round when it's gun versus guns?
Yeah, and I mean, this round, it's not even really a fair gun versus gun. They want to get the Blade Storm up for Milk, but they're going to have to fight for the control at C to grab it. She should have that online, so I expect to see it out in a moment. But TSM, their economy looking good. They have guns on the table, and they found really great momentum. Kath wants to kind of take a fight here. Shock Dart up, trying to do some damage. Emily's actually pushing in aggressive here. Recon could reveal it will. Kath for one, still fighting in the corner. The utility won't dissuade her quite yet. Now she has support from Zoe, and Zoe might try and swing for this refrag, but no, she'll let it happen. Sholiana is just going to back away for the moment. Regroup with her team, and the spike starts to trundle its way towards C. Made even better as they find a pickup on A. Now TSM, I mean, what do they do here? They know it's an A committal at this point, and they know that they can push on in, but this advantage in terms of players is huge. Athena in the backside is a factor in this. Gets a freebie onto Rain, swinging out another shot for Athena. Now they have this close. Neural theft information. They know one's on site and they know one is short. Swing is up, and now the swing out from Milk. She has the blades, and Thea peeks as well for Dignitas to find a round in a lot closer fashion.
Yeah, really, really difficult round for Dignitas to win here. They really have to work hard to get every single point. And Tina, once again, trying to bring back TSM into this round, getting the double into the side. There was clean shots as she was waiting for Ari to join her and do the retake. Things fell apart, and they were not able to win the 2v2, but great showing nonetheless. TSM, though, is going to have to scrape the bottom of their purses, their backpacks, as they're buying out here. I'm doing a push onto C here. It's interesting as they kind of stopped doing these heavy pushes, maybe because they're starting to get nervous a little bit, but I was liking the push. It was working well for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, but this round it doesn't. They seem a little better prepared for it. They're like, all right, we've seen you do this a good few times. So they were ready for Emily, and they took care of her quickly. But TSM, they found themselves well. They know when to get aggressive and when to apply to these situations, and that is the response we wanted from Zoe. So into the more even odds here. Yep, and company make their way towards A, but Ari is a huge factor here. Will they check on her? The answer is yes, but she still finds the first blind up a little too fast. She's still alive and finds another before the trade is through. And for TSM, the pinch comes out from Athena, and they're looking really good here, Steph. Already 6 rounds, already guaranteeing that tied half on a map that can be really tough to defend.
Yeah, this is a really impressive showing to TSM, especially after losing the first 2 rounds. Dig not able to find their groove. I was really expecting a strong Dig attacking side on both maps, and today, unfortunately, they're not delivering to my expectation, but they're still doing decent. These games are hella close, and it's not over, as we're going to see every aggro C here. We might see a repeat of what we saw earlier when we had our operator onto Emily into that C. We're going to go into a pop flash here.
Yeah, I like the call, because they've conditioned them to not be ready for this. And Athena is just playing retake. Run it back for TSM on Ari. The rotates start to come through. The Cypher, though, that's on the lurk towards mid and might just get caught off guard. But on the site, Ari's off Dig, picking things up. But Ari's still good for one with the run it back. Emily now has the Empress available to fight into the site. And Ari, it's another life, just one blind to work with, and there's also a Hunter's Fury in the picture. This is so much for them to contend with. Now Ari ready to push out. Hot hand swing from in close. It's dealt with. Still TSM. They're finding this into a 2-on-2. Flank still a factor. One towards long. Hunter's Fury now is available, and the time is 9. She's trying to hold on to this for half, but she dies on the spike. Emily has to hold, has to get through. There's just not enough time. There's nothing they can do. It's again a 6-6 half, Steph.
It couldn't be a closer BO3 here in the server. 6-6. As we head into the second half, we're gonna have some replays, but I have to mention how great some players are doing in the server right now. Athena. It seems to be the story of the day. She's getting these doubles, these triples, and she's really swinging the rounds into TSM's way. And that seems to be key here as she's exploding back to back onto both maps here.
Yeah, I mean, she's found so much work, and I think it's been kind of the tale of the two ciphers in the server because they're both doing so much. Athena, like you talked about, and then also Thea finding a good bit of impact of her own. But TSM, again, the aggression, the retakes, everything that we saw from Haven has transferred over, and they've put themselves in a situation where this aggressive attack that we saw from them early on could be enough to find them the 2-0. Dignitas, I think they really need that second pistol to set the pace in their favor and maybe start to build a little bit early on.
Yeah, I really want to see a strong Dignitas coming in onto their defending side. We are in the upper bracket. Dignitas is coming in as the favorite on paper, not only because of the team experience, the amount of time that they played together, but just overall the fact that they swapped to VALORANT as a 5-man squad months ago now, while TSM pretty much scrapping a couple of players, making it into the qualifiers and coming in today with a different 5 that they started with a week ago. So good props to both teams for being here today. Loving seeing these names and new names as well. TSM Emily is one that I'm loving to see. She's doing great work, but this is it. Second half is starting, and we're gonna see a fast action pace fake here towards A, as a lot of the TSM players are committing there, but our spike is still into spawn.
It could get felled here in middle, and she's trying to make it across into A. Emily wants to charge into heaven, but Thea still controls that ground. Now it's a bit of a deadlock. Spike's still not on the scene, and everyone's beginning to rotate over for the fight. Thea trying to peek out, but great shot from Athena to pick her up in due order. Flank being held, so that's not an opportunity for Dignitas. They have to make this work all from one position. Would be a recon to work back in on the retake. You see Ari, she's ready for it. They're just going in dry, sending it in. Ari right-clicking away, finding all the frags for TSM.
Yes, I'm really starting to build that coffin for Dignitas. They're putting in one nail at a time, Mimi, but this could have been really dangerous for TSM. That fake here, when you saw the both players, the spike, trying to go back to A from spawn, Dig had a really good counter to that. They had people pushed into mid. They could have stopped that spike and really taken control of that pistol, but it kind of let our TSM players run away back to A, plant that spike, and then that retake was almost impossible, especially when Ari shows up like that and gets a double into the bomb site.
I mean, that's what is so great about watching TSM, in that it's not just like one player who's popping off. They have multiple fraggers that are really impactful, and this game seems to be Ari's opportunity. C-Site under the command of TSM, and Zoe picks up the first one. I mean, this is practically a full save for Dignitas, and on a retake, I don't really fancy their chances, Steph.
Yeah, me neither. And as the things are going, they're just going for exit frags here as Emily's taking her time into that flank. Milk here with her Bucky.
Bucky. Little baby Bucky.
Little baby Bucky. It wasn't a Bucky, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's a shorty. But it's like a little baby Bucky. I like that better.
I like that you're my safety net. When I do these little mistakes, you're here to catch me up. You know, it was a shoddy, different shoddy. Baby Bucky. She gets a kill with it though, with the shorty, as Ariana cleans it up. Only one casualty on TSM, so not too much trouble to in sight, and we're gonna keep 3 SMGs into 4 SMGs into this round. So we like to see it. I expect an explode somewhere with these 4 SMGs, Mimi. I expect a commit surprise bomb side hit with these SMGs.
Yeah, that's what you'd think. You see that the spike is postured towards the C site. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a similar kind of pop through the smoke play that we've seen out from Dignitas before, but Ari's actually using the kind of one rifle they have in play to grab this ultimate ability. So that's the run it back available. This opens up a lot of chances for TSM. She will begin the run it back onto the C site. Rain, great paranoia, but not enough. Doesn't blind the run it back. And Ari is still creating space. Thea on the site though finds 2, almost a third, but Kath has a good trade. Look at this, the spike, it's not coming onto the site. They can rotate if they want. TSM, they're in control here.
They're in control. They grab that garage area, and as Milk gets traded towards spawn, it's all in the hands of one player here. Sholiana gets 2 kills back to back. It's actually 2 players. We also have Emily onto the dig side. How did this map and this round swap so much into Dig's favor here? Zoe in a 1 versus 2, and she has some intel. She knows the Sova Emily is in connector, and she's gonna get flanked. Sova Sholiana is in connector, and she's gonna get flanked from Emily at long. Excuse me, Mimi, as I unscramble my thoughts. Dig looking great. I have to give props to Sholiana here, getting these 2 kills so quick, making this retake possible for Dig.
I mean, she won the round with the shock darts, really. If she hadn't gotten that kill, they would have been in a position where it was a 2-on-3. TSM would have had time to set up a good post plant. It would have been very, very tough. But by doing that, not only does she get a kill, put it into a 2v2, but it like kind of seeds that chaos. It buys time for the remainder of her team, for Emily to work on that flank. We saw it came to fruition very well for Dignitas.
And we are gonna have a Hunter's Fury being thrown right away by Sholiana. She's trying to do as much damage as she can. Fortunately for her, she's not even gonna connect with a little bit of damage onto the attacker's side. And all of TSM have a read because they're ready to explode out at C. Or Jet Emily is already in the site, and we're gonna have a free C bomb site as the spike get planted. 5 versus 5 retake, Mimi. This is getting spicy.
Dignitas need this round. They want this round. Ready to try and take it. First chance is given to Rain. There's immediately a trade from Kath. Emily, now again, she's working this flank, but look where Zoe is. She has a counter flank into these garage players, and when she jumps on them, this could be so crucial. Tripwire still in her face, but she can break that, push through, take the fight. Dignitas, though, they're on the site, and now they know where Zoe is. They know where TSM is sitting. Shock darts could be a factor. So is that Hunter's Fury. Gets him off the spike, should connect the kill, and Zoe felt like she did practically everything there with that flank step.
She did so much work, and she even missed, like for me, she missed the opportunities, but Dig kind of gave her a free kill here with Emily thinking that she had jumped into a window, and she just swings like that. Like, this could have been a completely different story if Emily gets that kill, but Kat was ready with her Hunter's Fury of her own onto that defending post-plant situation. TSM securing another round, leading by 2 here onto Heaven. It's gonna force Dig to play with pistols here onto their defending side, stacking a heavy B mid.
Take flight.
Yeah, now we see that Dignitas are trying to work on some mid control here on the Zico round, but immediately there's nothing that presents itself. And TSM, I like the kind of discipline they have when they know that it's an eco, or they know that they kind of have that mental advantage and also just the actual gun advantage to play a little more passive, to chill out, waste some time, and play that information game. And while yes, their executes are great, I think the way TSM plays information with their pushes and their aggression is really one of their strong suits.
We're gonna see a pretty standard A take here coming out of TSM. Like you said, their patience paid off because they were able to recognize that no one was in A. And we have all of Dig getting ready for a retake here, and they're not going to waste any time as Milk is going to jump in. She had an opportunity to get a player completely blind but not able to connect on it. The kills are getting exchanged in favor of TSM and Sholiana in a 1 versus 2. Can she get another kill before she falls? No, Zoe is going to close this round out. 10-7. We have our first team at double digit. Mimi, TSM, 10-7. Are they going to run away with the win here as Sholiana picks up one of the greatest gun of all time ever made for a first-person shooter?
The Odin's underrated.
That
Man.
Odin.
I feel like it's so good. In game, like the little, like, you know, like you can change your tag of your Valorant one. It's hashtag Odin for me. I love it so much. So the mains unite, just being the rattiest individuals possible. But as we refocus on the game, I mean, look how much momentum TSM has found. 4 rounds and a half to the 1 of Dignitas. And that 1 round reset the economy, but here comes Hari coming out with the flash on the run it back. The paranoia is good to allow her to stay alive. And Thea, another Dignitas, it looks like they're finally ready for these C takes. They finally have an answer, but look at how quickly TSM is re-attacking. They're making their way towards B in this middle position for their next source of control.
There's nothing complicated here coming out of TSM, and this is what you could expect from them. They're just following as a pack, trying to get an entry. If that doesn't work, they have someone and a seeker somewhere else on the map and trying to get that intel. And right now, it's Athena in their lurk situation. Yes, bomb is going to try to get planted, and it will be successfully planted. Spike, excuse me. But Milk is going to get the first kill. But look at Athena coming in from A link, able to get that flank kill. It's going to be a difficult retake from Dig.
It is. They do have the advantage. There's so much utility that can spam away. Rain wants to hold this. The paranoia is up. Shock dart's out, and it gets it off before the half. Emily finds one. Now they're holding on this. Athena, the last woman standing, and that Odin that we talked about so much before the round works well to spam away. But, I mean, notice what TSM did there, where they caught, like, the timing of their life to push, that was Athena up through A and get her on the flank. They had the setup, but they just lost too many on the initial fight.
Yeah, I want to say too, I think that they supported Athena's flank a little too much. If they had kept control of that middle, instead of trying to support her on the A link, she could have made her way flanking A link while they kept somewhere else on the map. But as soon as one of the TSM player fell, they got control of everything but that A link, and that's where Athena is coming from. So definitely wasn't the best round, but I'm really glad we saw that double Odin kill here, making a case for the best weapon of all time.
Yeah. Here she is on it again, looking to find some more impact. But, I mean, maybe Dignitas need a gimmick. They need a change like that to build some momentum into this. I mean, this is on the line for a team that a lot of people probably saw making a pretty good run in the tournament, getting knocked down to the lower bracket on their opening game. They need to fix this quickly if they want to take us to that third map. And TSM, they're not producing too many opportunities for Dignitas to do that. Again, she has her lurk towards A. A Tripwire will keep her at bay for the moment, but it probably has to be another retake for Dignitas here.
I like that little lurk, as you mentioned here, as Athena is going to take control with the rest of her team into that A-bomb site. We still have MLE here making some action happen towards mid, but she's gonna fall. I wish that after getting that kill she stayed alive, but that 4 versus 4 retake, not a lot of utilities here in action out of Dig. We're gonna see a paranoia, but not connected with the kill here as Zoe is able to kill one. Rain gets the double, the triple. Let me just say that it's all in the hands of Cat. Cat as Hunter Fury. She is good for 1, but can she get
this could kill
second?
too.
I like that pause.
Oh, Kath now in a tough spot. They're holding down on the spike. She has no shock darts, has to take the fight, and Emily is ready for it. And speaking of Emily, Steph, I feel like you mentioned it. The fact that Emily, the Emily of TSM, died early on towards mid, put them in a tougher spot in that retake and kind of allowed Dig to catapult themselves on real quick.
Yeah, and this is the first time since the first 2 rounds of this game that Dignitas is able to connect with 2 rounds in a row. So this must be feeling great as they're trying to get a double-digit scoreline of themselves. It definitely seems to be a little more difficult for TSM to be entering these bomb sites. We're starting to find some pieces of solution from Dignitas, but can they keep this up to close the second map and bring us to map 3?
It's a huge question on the line for Dignitas, and this time TSM, they're again taking this B site quickly. Thea flashed off. Here comes that Hunter's Fury from Sholiana, but again, not going to connect to anything. Won't net her any information or a frag. And look where the spike is. They have B control. They're not taking anything yet. They're fighting for this A-Link. They're fighting with Thea, but she still finds the first frag. Support from Elite available, and this will push the TSM players away. Look where Athena is. She has this kind of flank up, what she's been so good at, available. Now Elite, again, swinging out for another onto her doppelganger. And the remainder of TSM are going to start to work their way towards C here.
And C's completely open, but we have players in Garage, so it's possible that we just want to give it up and keep control of that spawn and Garage on the retake. Spike is going to get planted. Cat is going to use his support G to just get that plant, but that swing from Milk here, and Sholiana's shock darts. How many kills has she gotten today with that shock darts? Maybe
so
at
many.
least 4.
Yeah, maybe even 5. I feel like every time, though, it's also an impactful one. Because remember, it's oftentimes in the post plant, or if we think back onto Ascent, where there was that huge pick she found early on with the double shock lineup, I feel like Sholiana on Sova is a huge X factor here for Dignitas, someone that is really setting the pace in a strong way for them.
And it's now 10-10. This game is not over. So you remember the first game ended 13-10. So once again, we have a beautiful matchup coming in from TSM versus Dig. And we have our first tactical pause of this game. And it's coming from TSM. I have to talk about how I really like the way TSM was handling some of their attacking side. They always leave one player behind, and they kind of swap who's going to be their lurker depending on what's going on in the round, but it's still not able to connect with a lot of points here as they're losing 3 rounds in a row, Mimi.
Yeah, and I mean, Dignitas, they've continually struggled to find momentum. Now they're finally picking it up, finally finding that consistency. And at a 10-10 scoreline, this is the perfect time for TSM to regroup, to take this tack pause and figure it out, because if they lose this round, Dignitas could very easily catapult us to a 3rd map.
This is also where potentially TSM being a new team, they don't have as much depth in their play as Dignitas. Not saying that we've seen that depth show up here by Dig, but we definitely we definitely probably know TSM doesn't have it. So it's interesting to see how they're going to utilize that tack pause, potentially resetting their momentum as well, knowing that they lost 3 rounds in a row. We want that mental fortitude coming out of TSM so we can have a really exciting end of map, and we're going to be live after this stack pause.
Yeah, we will be. Here comes at least an early presence towards the C site. But the way Dignitas have adjusted here, they're playing a very passive A-hold because they're confident in that retake that they've done well with a good few times, and instead they're centering on the C site that has been a tougher matter. Now TSM, I mean, they again want to attempt this A site, and in that tack pause, what did they consider? How were they going to change this up to make it a different story to hold the post plant this time?
It definitely looked like they're trying something more coordinated than what happened in the last couple of rounds. We have 4 of the TSM player getting ready to hit a bomb site that's completely empty. Only a couple of traps there from Athena. Excuse me, from our player Tia. Almost the same pronunciation.
So many of these guys are just mirror image names.
I know.
As we say that, I mean, the scoreline, it's a mirror as well. It's close in. They're worried about the possibility of a flank. And so he has a chance to catch Elite out here completely for free. That's a good advantage for TSM to find. The normal blazing speed of these retakes hasn't come out, but now it does. They're running into the site in graffiti. Ari taken out. It's laborious, but you'll find the frag. And Dignitas, they're getting everything that they need here. Out comes Zoe, though. They're holding the defuse. Thea off it from Zoe. A 1v1 now. And Rain, she will find that as well. The spike was hacked. There's plenty of time. And Dignitas pull it to 11.
Wow, that was a really chaotic round, but Dignitas, I can't believe they were able to secure that round, especially after losing Emily for free at mid. But coming in big into that retake, securing a 4th round in a row. TSM losing attack pause as well as not a lot of economy coming into this round. What do you do if you're TSM here? Buy a couple of SMGs and try to do an exploding play. That's exactly what you did with guns and it didn't work out. So maybe just A isn't the place to go. And as you can see on the minimap, they're kind of getting ready for potentially a slower default or a C split. But all the Dignitas players are there.
Yeah, everyone is ready because they know that this is where TSM has had the most success. They're ready to counter it. And TSM is trying to come up quickly with superior firepower of Dignitas already coming into fruition, spiked down. And at this point, the round is practically already a foregone conclusion before they could even get into anything. Just a Sheriff and a Spectre in play, and they're locked into this position in long.
A little bit of a reset into this round. We have 5 players from Dignitas. And it's going to be match point here if Dig is able to secure this 2 versus 5, which I would assume, even at looking at Cat struggling with that drone, that it would go Dignitas' way. Juliana with another shock dart kills. We like to see it. At this point, I'm hoping to see a double-digit shock dart kills today.
She's working on it, especially if we see a map 3. Although I don't think they normally play Sova on split, so she has to get it going here. So I believe in Juliana.
So she needs like 4 more in this map here, which is possible. I'm hoping to see it. Athena here though, trying to work her way towards C. But Juliana with the Odin and the shock, she's just making me so happy. Left and right.
Match point.
Showing a little bit of diversity in the server. Getting kills not with your Vandal and your Phantom. Match point though. There's a round for TSM to wake up. This is it. We need a little bit of our experienced players in the server to show up. Cat, as well as Athena, probably the players that played at the top onto the Counter-Strike circuit. They already need to get that momentum going into their side. If not, we're going to map 3, Mimi.
It's definitely a distinct possibility here. Dignitas, they're in a spot where they could close this here. Ari has to run it back, but Rain's up top to deal with it immediately, and they're still trying to fight her off this line. Good paranoia up onto Ari. That'll just push TSM away, but look where Emily is. She could get a great frag here, possibility of 2, but no, Rain is ready to protect her comrade in the drone. That's Juliana alive, a crucial loss for TSM, and they've managed to create space towards the C site, and Ari is providing great bait here. Look where the spike is set. A site free, and Ari will fall away to join the team.
It's gonna be a retake situation from Dig in a 4 versus 4. I like this chances for TSM if they can just commit onto really great post-plant position, as Dignitas Rain though is gonna catch Ari on the rotate. Let's see what Athena under heaven can do with her buddy Cat in the side in a crossfire situation.
Yeah, Athena finds the first frag. Now the retake's coming in, but TSM is finding their frags. Cat for 1. Now it's just Rain. A 1v2 situation. The spike is ticking away in a great time, and Cat jiggles out, finds Rain's position 1 in short, but they cross ships in the night. And Rain finds it for 3. Not a lot of time to work with here. She'd have to hold it to half, and with no time remaining, she might get the kill. But no, it's Cat to hold on. Everybody dies, and TSM, they bring us to the last round of regulation here.
Yeah, last round of regulation. Are we going into overtime? Definitely not something that Dig wants to do. 12-11, bringing this map down to the wire. We said that this game was going to be, in my opinion, the best upper bracket first map of the day, first match of the day, and 11-12, it doesn't get any closer than that, and TSM waking up in time to potentially bring it to overtime.
It's a possibility now, but I mean, look at how many players died that have been pushed down onto a lighter buy. Dignitas, they still have great economy, and because they found that so close, they have a weapon like an operator in play that immediately proves its worth. Now, heading into Garage, TSM, they need a chance here. They want to close out. Malie just below the window, knows utility, setting both ways past her, and she'll eat some flames from her teammate. On the site, though, look at the setup for Dignitas. Everyone is here. Everyone is ready. And Emilite has a great position. When will she swing, though? When will she decide to fight? Now is the time. One frag. She'll dismiss away, and she'll regain. She will retain that man advantage for Dignitas. TSM is just getting dismantled. Sholiana finds Emily. Now it's just this one player, these two actually remaining. And with that, Dignitas, they take it to the final hour, to the closest possible scoreline. But they'll take us to a third map.
We have a turn map in the book. So at this point, both of us, one of us is going to be right, maybe, because we both said potentially Dig 2-1 and you potentially TSM 2-1. And one of us is going to be right because what a show of display coming from Dignitas. There's so many points into both games, number 1 and number 2, where I thought it was going either way. Some team was getting momentum. TSM was doing so much work, really showing that Dignitas might be the more established team, but it doesn't matter in Valorant. As long as you have some decent players, you can make something happen. But maybe, what is there to say before we go on break?
I don't know. I think that what there is to say is that TSM is still looking scary. They lost that map, but the scoreline was as close as possible. I'd expect that this third map will be no different. It will be split, and we will have to find out after a short break.
And we're back for this VTC Game Changers upper bracket match 1. We were so lucky to have TSM and Dig today, and it is not disappointing, Mimi, because we are going into map 3 here, and all the action is going to happen on Split.
Yes, I'm super excited for it. These two teams, they were close as could be. It was 13-10 in the first map, and that was TSM to clinch it out, take their pick of Ascent, and then 13-11 down to the wire for the girls of Dignitas to come into it and tie the series 1-1. And now, after we get to look back at what happened in that last one, Split will be the decider. And I know initially that your prediction was to go the way of Dignitas, and I want to ask, what are your thoughts coming into this one after seeing what TSM can do for 2 maps?
You know, I'm someone that doesn't really change once I pick my prediction, but I have to say TSM is showing tremendous skills here into the server. They're doing much better than I expected, just because I had just had to assume that Dig was a little bit more ready, right? But there's individual skills and the newcomers on the circuit, like Emily doing a lot of work, as well as Zoe, some of the players that we haven't heard a lot before, and Ari as well, just showing in big, even bigger, I would say, than Kat, which is the player that I thought was gonna really tear it up in the server. So I'm gonna have to keep going with Dig, but to be honest, Mimi, I don't know anymore. Like, there's a lot of great stuff coming out of TSM today.
I mean, it's been really close. I think TSM's coordination has been on point, and I think if we talk about Split as a map for them, I think it's one of their stronger ones. We saw how well that breach was working for them on the first map of Ascent, and they normally bring that back into play here. They also have out a Sage. It's another map where they normally are doing that one duelist comp that we saw to great success. So I think that, I mean, the way that TSM have been playing, I think this is kind of the map that plays perfectly to that style of aggression, of set piece executes with flashes, and just kind of aggression with jet play. I think that works really well for them. But Dignitas, I mean, that was a fantastic showing on the last map, although it was still very, very close.
It was super difficult. They really had to chain the rounds back to back at the end of the second map. To be honest, I didn't expect them to win as many rounds. I really thought it was going to be a 2-0 at some point. But we are here, you know, on to map 3, as you mentioned. Ascent was selected by TSM, but it was a strong map for both teams. They're able to run away with the victory, but Dignitas coming back onto Evan. We now have a split, and I like what you mentioned about how the TSM, as the agent's pick, is really favorable in a map like Split, where they do a lot of aggression. They have a lot of map control possible with their abilities, and a breach on Split is one of my favorite agents to be bringing onto that map.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of creativity possible, and I think that's the main thing that TSM brings into the server. There's a lot of younger players that they're not, I mean, this is a new team. They just brought in a sub literally just a few days ago for this, and already Ari, she seems to be working into the TSM infrastructure perfectly. And for how little time they probably had to practice as this set of 5, I'm impressed with how coordinated, with how ready they are into the server, and it is kind of the setup for TSM that we were excited for, but Dignitas, they're also bringing the breach out. Juliana, she was doing great work on the Sova, but like I mentioned last game, she normally switches onto the breach for this. So I think that it's kind of mirror mode with how these teams are rocking it, but I don't know. Do you have any more thoughts coming into that? Because it is going to be TSM starting off on the attack, and I think that's where they can really chain something together and get going strong.
I think the integration of Juliana into Dignitas is going to be key here, because on her Sova, she was a lot more passive. She was always behind. As soon as the bomb site was taken, she would dip and get ready for that post plant. So what is a Juliana that doesn't leave the post plant looks like as a breach? I'm really, really interested to see it. And as we get right away ready on that Split, if you're just joining us, it is a 1-1 map on the scoreline. This is all happening to stay in the upper bracket of this VTC Game Changers. My name is Miss RV, and I'm joined with a evil cat. Also, I'm calling her Mimi because I like her real name. We're bringing you the action in the server as pistol round starts right away.
Yeah, immediately we're seeing the breach, the new man on the composition for Dignitas into play. And here they come up ramp. Great setup, but the blinds go both ways, and Reigns are a little more efficient. Still, the breach utility getting thrown at them. Rain is holding tight, though, trying to fight them off, but Cap gets one onto Milk. Now A main still open. This Heaven fight conceded by TSM, but they don't have a smoke for Heaven right now. And Joliana takes that opportunity and uses it. Kath now coming into the backside and has the spike to be planted, but it's a 4-on-3 retake. However, look where Ari is. Great flank opportunity here to come back in. There's at least 3 TSM players in this position, or I'm sorry, that's a Dignitas rather, but with that, they take care of her. And now just the players on site left standing. Look at the health on them. They're sitting pretty, and they pull it to a 2v2. The health so low. Kath, another right click on for 4 as it's Rain left on the site. These 2 players playing it smart, playing it well, but now the teammate has been felled. Both players in close, and Kath cleans it up. 4 for her as TSM again take a pistol.
TSM Cat showing up. I think I'm gonna have to see, this is her first big clip and big moment of this BO3. I thought after Dig got the kill on Tiari, this round was closed in, but TSM Cat with the kill through the Omen smoke. We all saw it. I even reacted to it. What a display of skill set here, utilizing a right click, as you mentioned, a couple of times to get into these skills. I'm sure the TSM fans are really happy looking at this round. 1-2-0 for TSM on their attacking side.
Yeah, Dignitas are using those flashes to get some control down middle. As that happened, the TSM, they've taken control of the B site, and since the changes to split, I love seeing what teams do with the opportunity of that new plant spot, because we see the Killjoy playing for main, and you can really easily just kind of lob nades in there to help it out. All these pistols for Dignitas. What can they do on the retake? Thus far, nothing too much. There is a right click. No, it's Rain to steal it away before Athena in main is activated. Spots out Joliana, takes her out of the picture. Thea now down towards Hell, trying to work on site, but there's a wall to block her off and block them completely out of the round.
TSM getting their second round on the scoreboard. It looked pretty easy for them. Dig not really contesting much. Only one player from TSM dying. It was Kat in the bomb site. But after a performance onto Pistol, it's okay. She can afford a better weapon coming into this round. And they're going to need it because we have 4 SMGs on TSM and only 5 SMGs crouch deck, as Kat is also going to be picking one up. And the rest of Dig is ready with big rifles. We have 4 Vandals here. I'm liking this. 4 Vandals onto Dig.
I mean, the name of the game here for TSM is to just do damage, because you saw Dignitas are hurting a little bit. They have light armor on some of these players. If TSM can make an impact, that would be huge, but this round will be tough for them. Heaven Control this time found a bit easier than it was early on in this map, and now they're going to start to come out. Killjoy turret doing something, and Dignitas, the players on site, doing great work. That's Milk jumping up with a frag, now over to the pistol to find Zoe as well. And as soon as the round started, Arya is now left on her own. They have suspicions that a flank is a possibility, but no one's holding for her directly. Here comes her opponent, the other Omen on the other side, holding close. And the smokes could lay some deceit, make them think she is elsewhere. No one's checking quite yet. Ari, I mean, she needs something for free here. She needs a free opportunity to make this an option. Can grab the spike. The spam not going to come through in time. And I'm not sure if they saw her heist. They did. They'll hear her run away, but she will get stunned. That buys a lot of time for Dignitas, and they're actually going to beat her up towards Heaven. Rain ready for this, but Ari wise to it. Teleports across, ready onto the B site. Spike will come down, and that's huge for TSM because she can't do anything else with that HP, but she at least gets that extra money in their bank, and like we talked about, they do damage to Dignitas.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Dig let Ari plant the spike here. Although, you know, it's not that big of a deal. It's still pretty impressive that Ari made it all the way there, coming out of A to mid. But Milk here doing a lot of work for Dig. I can't believe she stayed alive, switching between all of her utilities and her weapons. TSM still has a lot of money. Maybe they're able to buy And they're looking like they want to do something EVA here, as everyone on TSM is outside that barrier here.
Yeah, the A site has been an okay work for them thus far. The pistol round found success here, but the setup for Dignitas, they have so much Killjoy utility. They have kind of like that microwave setup with all the swarm grenades centered on the one choke point. And Milk peeks out the blinds a little too late to save Emily's life. Utility now raining out both ways, and the Aftershock does great damage onto Thea. Bounce backing up from Milk, but the wall denies her the shot with the rocket. No frag to connect. I think she might have just seen the tip of Kat's head. This is the boom buddy looking for a way in, but Athena has found herself onto the site and doubles down for 2 before Milk can find the refrag back in. But on the other side of the dark cover now, blinded out, has to fight, but can't muster a frag. Emily now from the side of the defender, spawn in screens looking for something. Oh no, Emily, that's unfortunate for her. Did not find anything, but Sholiana is doing what her fallen teammate could not, finding the crisp shots necessary. Look at where TSM is. They're isolated. They're separate. Sholiana taking flak, has to fight Ari on the site, but Ari's playing it so well. Tucked in close on the screen, but Sholiana still wins it. Only 10 HP to work with. She has to reload. And look where Emily is, starting to dive onto the site. Sholiana ready for a peek, and Emily is just a little bit quicker.
That was a really tough retake to win for Sholiana, but she made it almost work. Unfortunately for Emily, is going to get the final word, and TSM winning round number 4, 3-1. And Dignitas, not a lot of money to invest into this round, but I really like their Heaven setup. It's unfortunate that kind of got really chaotic after getting that initial kill onto TSM. They were not able to kind of regroup and get set up for a retake. They just kind of fell apart here at that A-bomb site.
Yeah, they sure did. Now they're getting aggressive here. Great blind to set Milk up for a frag onto Athena. But as soon as they hear that push, they'll start to re-attack towards the B site. Killjoy swarms are ready, but Thea, she directly consumes the paint shells of Emily. Now the B site completely at the command of TSM. Zoe, though, she's holding in this smoke, and I'm interested that they're committing the resurrection. This is just a save step. But they really want it. Question is, what can Zoe do from his position? Holds close, good for the first. Looking for another fight, but Milk has the refrag. TSM, they again find themselves down a player. Emily up top. In a great position to find at least one, but the time ticking away. Every second will favor TSM. Here comes the Rolling Thunder and dig up onto the site. They find the frags, and there's enough time. I question the resurrection.
Yeah.
They did great there to find the round.
I was about to say exactly those words. You question the resurrection, but they're proving you wrong here with that Rolling Thunder retake investment. They had so much map control, and TSM not able to connect with the headshots is gonna lose that anti-eco. Great job from Dig. It all started with that pop flash out at A. That breach play by Sholiana showing she can be both a strong Sova as well as a breach. But we have 4 players on TSM ready with their ultimates, and they are on the attacking side. So we definitely have something special coming up into this round number 6. Mimi, I can't wait.
Yeah, we sure do. TSM a little lower on the buy. They're looking like they're trying to set up for a B split here. CM Elite holding close, a one-way deployed, so TSM are still taking this slowly, but look how many ults are on the board for them. They have a lot to work with here.
Yep. Yeah, and they're deciding to take this slow as they're on a pistol situation here, so maybe they are gonna keep it for next round too, as we have a dig push. It's not really successful as Milk is gonna fall, even though she's the only one that got a kill. TSM getting a triple kill into that failed Dignitas push with revolvers. They will not need to use their utility heal here, Mimi. They're in a station where we have a teleport into the A bomb side. Spike is gonna get planted, and now Dignitas in a 2 versus 4 retake. Wow, it's gonna be a difficult one.
How did that fall apart for them? TSM, they were so ready for the push. They were ready to find the picks. And the individuals with the Sheriffs had a lot, but I mean, with Dig's economy, it's looking like they might just want to cut their losses here. Not give away any more weaponry, not waste any more money in this anti-eco. And now, back-to-back, the teams, they trade anti-eco rounds.
Yeah, and Dig is not even going to go for this. So great work from TSM. I have to call out a little bit of a mishap. I don't know if Dig got a little antsy here or if they didn't expect TSM to be on a revolver safe, or they just completely missed their push. But they kind of gave that round away on a platter as TSM just was ready. It was a shooting range situation towards middle, and TSM is winning that round 4-2 here as we are buying into the next. Dignitas enough money to bring a full weapon. I was about to say the word artillery, but I don't know how to pronounce this. Maybe I gave it a shot. I gave it a shot, but
it was a good attempt.
Successful.
Maybe next time we can have a French broadcast too, so we can put me out of my comfort zone for a second too as well. But over towards B main, TSM. I mean, it looked like Dig wanted to do something. She really wanted the ult orb there to get Resurrection online, but that's not an opportunity for Emily, or she's not even close to get it at least a little bit closer to coming online. Because the last time we saw the Resurrection, I mean, that's what won them that first Thrifty round for Dignitas.
Yeah, that one time you question it, maybe. Don't question the players in the server.
I know. Sorry, guys. If you're watching this back, I apologize. But now for TSM, I mean, up towards mid again, no one's really broken contact quite yet, and there's a lot of space to work with here for the side of TSM. But what I like is that Dignitas seems to know this. They know what could be taken. They're playing passively in those positions, and Athena on her lurk trying to get her way up ramp to attempt to split A, but here comes a refrag from TSM. Pushing in, Aftershock up, blinds from Zoe, gets the frag. The wall will actually divide them for a moment. Resurrection up from Kath, and Rain pushed back for a moment. However, the Resurrection, the giver of life herself, is taken again out of the picture. Here comes a rocket. It's good. Emily finds a frag, and now she's the last one standing. Spike not directly planted for her. She has a paint shells, but she has no life. Dignitas, through, I mean, a lot of utility, so much put into that round, they do pull it out.
Yeah, I really like that push down the ramp, that pop flash from our breach here. Getting that Athena kill was key here, I think, because they were able to get control. So when the players from TSM came up the ropes, were trying to do a split towards A. Dig was, unfortunately for them, ready. And Rain won so much time by being alive behind that box, behind that sage wall. We have our first tactical pause, though, of this game. Dignitas this time coming in with the win into this round, still utilizing their tactical pause. You know, we never know why exactly teams take tac pauses, especially after winning a round, but it's possible that they're running out of answers and they want to make sure that they don't want to lose this crucial round coming up, because as you can see, it's been a back and forth affair here. Rounds per rounds are being exchanged, and we're back watching that replay from Kat. I'm loving it, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, TSM, they had a great start into this, but I think the reason they're probably taking this pause is because they've struggled with anti-ecos, and this is going to be a bit harder because it's anti-force buy.
Yeah.
Emily and Ari, they've both invested up into weaponry, and in that department, I mean, Dignitas, they need to do something. They have some ults to rely on, but this isn't a round you want to use them. They need to start pulling things cleanly if they want to build momentum into this half.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. None of the rounds have been clean. It's kind of what happened on all three maps right now. Each teams really have a lot of trouble getting flawless rounds, which is to say it's the quality of these teams, right? They're head-to-head, and they're eventually keep mentioning it, but just in case you just join us, the best first game out of this tournament to this upper bracket quarterfinals, and the pause is gonna be done here. Dignitas really looking a little bit better here onto their defending side.
Yeah, they seem to have found themselves a bit more into a position that they're comfortable with. Here comes a hit towards the B site. Remember to watch the players with the rifles. That's Emily and one other holding on to those. Rain now trying to spam through the smoke. the Phantom, but she'll be blinded away. And this execute is out very quickly from TSM, but Dignitas, they seem ready for it because they find two. Now the trade's coming back in, but the showstopper keeps them away. But TSM, they're forced to regroup, reassess the situation. Zoe has the Rolling Thunder. I don't know if she even is going to consider using it here. Already a push down mid. TSM, they're getting locked into this position. They have to fight their way out soon.
This round, I have to mention how great the paranoia coming out of Dig onto Rain. How good it was. She got paranoia herself. And then sent it back, really stopping the push from TSM. But as I mentioned, I thought it was a done deal for Dig, but it's now a 1 versus 2. It's a doable round for Zoe, but timer's running low, 20 seconds, spike down in the site. It's doable, but pretty hard.
Not going to happen for Zoe there. And as you were kind of alluding to there, that's around the Dig. They do win the anti-eco, but again, it's not clean. It's not what we wanted to see out of them. And they've finally been able to build up a little bit of bank behind themselves, a couple extra thousand on a few players. But TSM, I mean, they're still very close. If they win this, if they keep going back and forth, TSM is going to be in a good spot, finding this many rounds on the attack and setting themselves up for this success.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're going to go into a slower round here from TSM. As you see on the minimap, every TSM player is like splitted across the map, just holding their position. And Dig hasn't really been known for their pushes early into the round. They delay it like by a couple of seconds usually, and that's where Sholiana uses her breach and says, hey, let's take a little bit of intel towards mid, or let's take a little bit of intel towards A. And this time they're giving a lot of room for TSM to be working that middle.
Poor
as they
Roomba.
have, yeah.
The poor little guy just got absolutely removed by the aftershock. I didn't even know that could kill the guy. All right, sorry. It's a complete aside, but look what they're doing with the Sage Wall here. They're playing it more passive, so the second that Emily wants to make some stride, they cut it off immediately and force her into a situation where she'd have to go through an even worse choke point than usual. Killjoy Lockdown is used as bait towards A, but I mean, I feel like TSM have tried this a couple times across the series, and normally Dig doesn't fall for it, but it might not actually be bait this time. So out comes the teleportation. However, in mid, Dignitas, they're picking things up, and suddenly, TSM, they find themselves in a position where it's just two players left alive. Rain finds one, and she's looking to double down and close it up.
Our first flawless round of this map, and I have to mention how you were saying that the lockdown fake hasn't been really working here for TSM, and just overall fakes are not really scaring Dig, but that lockdown pushed Dignitas to retake that mid and see if there was anybody there. And then TSM, I don't know if they were ready or not, but they were falling left and right without getting traded there right after the lockdown. So no matter if the fake worked or not, the Dig reaction to the lockdown was crucial for them to win. And I really, really like what I see. And it's not done deal though, even though we're in some sort of slow eco round for TSM. We're rushing in Evan, and we have so much map control, pushing all of Dig players back into their spawn.
Yeah, Thea, she's going to hold back. This is the right call because she has the lockdown if she wants to use it into this round. The B site is completely in the hands of TSM. Spike's still waiting to get planted, but it should be able to come down soon. As Dignitas come over and get ready for this, they're actually going to start to push into defender side spawn. This means that it's going to be harder to use the lockdown. Here comes the Bucky. 2 frags from Zoe make it 3. The Bucky doing all the work necessary, but Milk still finds a response into this. Still finds a way back in, but they have this control into defender side spawn, and they even want to fight into heaven. Look, the flashes are ready. They're not giving Dignitas an inch. Everything is contested, and everything's getting taken care of, except for Sholiana and Milk, who are still in this, still alive. But a Rolling Thunder available for Zoe. She'll use it. That'll knock Milk off the spike, but she gets it half. Swing up. She's stunned, and Emily closes it.
What a round by Emily. Just overall, what a round by TSM. We mentioned it when they pushed back the players of Dig into spawn. I didn't expect them to want to do even more. That push coming in with the Bucky, as you mentioned, getting that triple was so key. I just don't even know how it happened. And we have, fortunately for us, that replay of that Bucky push.
God.
Zoe getting one, getting a second, and then just completing the demolishing of Dignitas CT spawn. Defender spawn old here with the triple kill. What a play coming in of TSM, which I think this is the second low investment round they bring versus Dig today on this map.
Yeah, $900 gun, by the way, guys. But here comes the push from Dignitas. Great blind there from Sholiana. And Athena taken care of. Now it's Emily. Rolling Thunder won't find her. And she still has control up in heaven, but a pinch in from Sholiana on the rope. Emily, she was so alone there, and she's taken care of, which pushes TSM into Thea. She has to find a frag here. She will. Good for one, and a trade back in. And Milky trying to fix the round up. Is another 6-6 half possible, Steph? Seems pretty likely at this point.
It's yeah, it seems pretty likely. And like Dignitas so strong versus other weapons. Like, you have to see the way they're positioning themselves, the way they're trading, the way they're utilizing their teamwork here. I really like the way they're holding Evan. Once again, that hold from rope was from the rope push was so good out of Dig, and just really puzzling that they can't do the same versus revolvers and SMGs. But this one time is going to be a mix of that onto TSM. So let's see if Dignitas is able to win this one. There's a lot of ults, 5 ults across the board. So this could be a really interesting round, Mimi.
It sure could, and look at this push. It's again very quick up from TSM. Showstopper ready for Milk. She wants to take the fight here. Out comes the first contestant, and that rocket goes directly into the target. Now TSM, they have to reattempt into this, and they might have to pass through the field of sage walls. They want to go back towards B.
A little bit of a reset into this round. The momentum and the pacing paused as TSM, so much map control, but still not able to commit with that spike down. Eri trying to push the defender onto B to lose one of them, but Sholiana, crucial kill here coming in back and forth. Adding on to Milk's kill as well. Zoe, though, getting one and able to stay alive. Can she get another one? No, she's gonna fall, Mimi.
Yeah, now this is a tall order for Kat.
Yeah.
Lockdown in play. Resurrection, it would have to be the 1v5. She has to fight, and she can't do it. Dignitas, it wasn't flawless, but they bring one back, make it so. And for the first time this series, it's a half where we have a favorite going into it.
This is the first time indeed, and Dig is gonna be I was about to say 1 point ahead. It's actually 2 points ahead by just winning one round, or 2 points ahead, and we're swapping AF. Guys, if you're joining us, this match is 1-1. We had a first 13-10 in favor of TSM, as well as a 13-11 in favor of Dig. So this is a really close affair, a lot closer than I expected. Really thought Dig was going to be super, super solid as we head into the first half. Replays here in this Stream B broadcast. We're going back to that Cat play. It was a 4-kill pistol, and it was just spectacular, Mimi.
Yeah, it was beautiful. And here's the Bucky again. I think that Dignitas might want to forget that one a little bit, because Bucky is just pretty wild in the right hands, and so he shows us why. Now, I mean, for DSM, this pistol round is going to be a very critical one for them. Like we just mentioned, we saw them win it in the first half, but both these teams, they've been blow for blow with pistols. No one is really a crazy good or crazy bad pistol round team. So this is going to be the momentum setter. This is going to be the precedent. But I want to talk about how TSM is playing this defense, because look where Sage is positioned. No one's really playing mid besides an alarm bot and vents. So they're kind of gambling this towards A, and at least to start things off, Dignitas look primed towards the B site.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to pay off, though, because no one is getting ready to contest mid. Eventually, 1 or 2 Dig players here are going to go towards there. But that B push coming out of our TSM players should be pretty big for the intel. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a very fast rotate from A to B from TSM as we head into the end of this buy phase. 7-5 scoreline, first to 13. Remember that magical round, and that fault line here, giving a lot of room for TSM to move up, but Zoe is gonna fall to Tia here.
Yeah, getting taken off pretty early in the round. We see the Sage Wall cuts rotations off and over towards the other side. Kath picks up Milk. So now this is into a 4-on-4. Kath still holding behind this wall. The TSM players, well, they're actually going to rethink their ideas. They will begin rotating towards B, as that is where Dignitas wants to take them. See Killjoy rotating into Heaven. Emily holding close, but is forced to reload.
Oh no!
And it's an awkward situation for Emily, as Sia finds her practically for free. Now TSM at a heavy disadvantage, one player down, have to try and retake this site.
Spike planted.
Spike is gonna get planted, and TSM is on a retake. 3 versus 4. It's gonna be a really difficult one. It's all gonna matter. Gotta depend if Ari can get the kill, and she does connect with one. TSM successfully getting the entry frags, but now it's a 1 versus 2. Ari, so much to do, but Emily in a really good position. Although she's gonna get fault line and dazed by her own friend, it doesn't matter because she won the round before. Maybe a little bit of a mistake here from TSM. That Emily push towards that B main. Seems like there was a lack of communication because we heard these ropes. We knew that Dig was rushing down that B, so it was the perfect play for Emily to push, but she had to keep control of that B main instead of kind of like getting caught off guard with a knife out.
It felt like she was just a little indecisive, because it was clear that her initial idea was to go to main, but then the change came out from Dignitas. It might have been a little bit of panic, might have been a little bit of something to make her second guess, and that put her team in a situation that was tough for them. But I mean, I'm surprised with how few of these mistakes we've seen out from TSM, because it's a roster that hasn't worked a lot together. Emily is a young player. She hasn't had many showings in tournaments this big, so I'm surprised with how stoic they've been thus far. And TSM, they're trying to push down mid, but the blind is perfect for Rain to find the entry.
And they're trying to hold that fort at mid, but Dig utilizing their utility pretty well. It's going to push them back. But they still don't really know where they want to head to with that spike. It looks like they might commit towards a B take. 4 men there with a lurking player towards mid. And that lurking player might get caught off guard here. If Tia is not too careful, she's going to face 3 TSM members. Scratch that. They're going down road, baby. We're going to have a free bomb site for Dignitas here as they're taking over that B completely openly.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for TSM.
Spike planted.
They want to find a way back into it. Thea in mid to cut off the rotations. She'll do good to find her double. Now Zoe, I mean, she wants the kill here to just do some damage, but I love the way Thea's playing this, not getting too greedy, not just playing for the frags, and at this point with how TSM is set up, they want kills. They're out of this round already.
Yeah, the paint shell really pushing Zoe back. Although they're trying to isolate Tia out. Like you said, she's playing this wonderfully, and it's all gonna be that potentially SMGs to carry on into next round. But no, Tia is standing still here. She's winning so much time for Dig. I mean, for herself, she's saving her own life and doing so much work. Milk is gonna fall, but wow, Tia, I'm liking this play. This is showing like she hasn't been as dominant onto Valorant as she has been in CSGO so far today, but this is the extent of the experience we need Dignitas to be bringing into the server. Like, she's not giving her life for free. She's not giving a weapon for free. She's making TSM work until the end, and she's staying alive until the end. No pun intended with the song.
You know, we talked about Emily and like some of these other young players, but Thea's kind of that young gun for Dignitas. She's played with them for a while, but she's another one of those kind of like younger players with really good talent. But I love the discipline we're seeing from her and from the rest of Dignitas.
Yep.
I mean, they're proving to us that they're a team that have worked together for a while. They know how to play off each other. And Athena is good to find one. The wall will close in her face, but by breaking that, she keeps a lot of pressure on Dignitas, and their push has been completely stalled. Sholiana for 1. Athena's still fighting, but the trade back in. Now Sholiana space towards the vents, and they'll try and book it towards B. But the rotations from TSM might just beat them here. Flash up into Heaven. Breach versus Breach in the exchange. Great nade from Emily to find Sholiana. And Milk No spike in her control, and no shot in the round.
I'm giving you a little bit of my Frenchiness here, as you say, smike.
It's rubbing off.
Yeah, but that rotate from TSM looking great. I think that Dig really underestimated the fast rotate. You're making so much noise in a rope. 2 players from TSM were ready at that heaven site, throwing so much utilities and contesting that V-take. So great round from TSM. If they want a shot at winning this map, they really needed to show a solid defense setup, and this is as good as any to get it onto the first kind of gun round. But Dignitas still able to buy, so it's not over until it's over. 5 players on Dignitas here onto that A bomb side. That one way coming out of Ari, kind of stopping Dig from taking control of that A ramp.
Yeah,
But they're gonna go am right now.
Yeah, it looks like that they're going to be kind of setting themselves up for a good position on this execute fault line up. She's stunned. Here comes Milk, though, but the blinds are continuing to come out each way. No one can see towards this backside, but Milk has a flank, and Ari doesn't expect it, but still gets the frag before she's felled by Rain. Now, there is the remainder of Dignitas holding on to the site. TSM just this lighter buy to retake, but Kath has a rifle. She's a big factor in this, especially with how Dignitas are positioned. Everyone except the player who just died is on the site, and they'll be bought time, but here comes the showstopper from Emily for 2, and Sholiana in the backline finds a frag, a second as well. She could still do this, especially with the Rolling Thunder staff. That won't knock Emily off the bomb, and it won't stun her either, but Sholiana still gets the pick. Now it's into a one-on-one. Very doable for her. Only 4 bullets, but how much does she need? It's halved. Not a lot of time, but she'll swing out, and Sholiana wins it.
We were in a review the whole time, so this is what you like to see, production. Sholiana displaying a beautiful round, leading her team with 17 kills. That was a difficult situation for Dignitas to be in, especially Sholiana. Someone was on the defuse. There's players everywhere, and we're fortunate to have a replay coming at it. So let's look at the first kill that she gets. She's now in a 1 versus 3. She's gonna get, in my opinion, the most crucial kill here, getting onto Athena. That Rolling Thunder is really just gonna work out into her advantage in that 1v1. What is there to say? After you've done all of this work, you don't want to lose to a full defuse. And Kat here falling to Sholiana's 4th kill of this round. Wow.
I mean, she just did so well to isolate the duels, and that has huge implications for Dignitas as well, because especially as they find the entry into this round, it could be 11th. They've built so much momentum. TSM, they were always close in, they were always trading rounds, but for the first time in a while, it's Dignitas all across the board.
Yeah, this is really I like to say, a kick in the nuts. I think it's even funnier on the VCT Game Changer. But this time, Dig again coming in with the entry frag. Emily doing her best to stop that rush. She's joined by Zoe behind the pillar. They're just going to successfully stop it, as all of TSM Dig, is going to regroup towards middle. And they're trying to take this A bomb site pretty fast with that tremor onto Kat. That fault line onto Kat. She is dazed, but she still gets the kill onto Tia.
Yeah, she has a
I don't know if this was the play, Mimi.
She has a chance for more, too. The fact that she's into a 2v2, this should have been a freebie for Dig. And now this has gotten very close. 19 seconds, they need to get that spike down after shock in play, but it shouldn't be able to deny from where Rain is planting. Emily has a Guardian on the retake, full HP in the bank. And I believe there's a little bit of breach utility left. Look where Sholiana's gone. Up into heaven. She was a hero last time, and she might have to be again. First frag for Sholiana. That's the breach, and now she's supporting. Zoe stunned. Swing, though, not coming out. Zoe has to do this on her own. An important round. TSM around the pillar. A dance of death. And she has to take the fight in close here. A lineup, good for 1. Looking for the second time. Still taking away. Zoe needs this. And she can't find it. Rain again keeps Dignitas rolling.
What a beautiful run again coming out of Ding. I really like that 2v2 setup with Sholiana up in Heaven. TSM kind of losing a little bit of their spark into the second half. We have to wake up if we want to win this map, TSM fans must be saying in chat right now. But look at the weapons we're using. This was a really beautiful rounds on TSM earlier into this map when we had these shotties in place. So who knows what's going to happen. But we're looking at a tie point from Dig, and TSM wants to bring us to tie point because they're not buying this round.
No, they're not. No. Emily wants to get aggressive. I mean, let's not underestimate the Bucky. You've seen it do big things thus far, but that might be a far cry. Maybe not, though. Athena, great entry onto Milk, and now that allows her to have the lockdown. Being forced to cancel, but the resurrection is through. An exchange of ultimates will still keep Dig favored in this round. They're reassessing the situation. The decision is to work towards mid, but Emily's here with a Bucky. Now she recovers a rifle. TSM, they might just be able to make this work. They have so much control, and Dignitas is forced up against the wall. Emily still picking it in the sewers. The Bucky from Zoe pushing out. Emily still a nuisance. Nade coming out. It just has to be Sholiana again to clutch versus 4. The dark cover will keep her away from the spike. Emily on top of the frog. It's a perfect crossfire. And with just one flash, what can she do here?
Not much, but every kill is going to be good because TSM's money is not that great. So that fault line here, just trying to win her sometimes as she get caught. He added dark covers. Yeah, flash catching 3 TSM
Oh,
players.
she has Rolling Thunder again. This is possible.
Going for this.
It didn't catch Ari, though, but she still gets the frag. Sholiana, no way she can do it twice. They know that time is on their side, so it's a mad dash away from Athena. She doesn't want to fight here because she knows the plant has to be possible. Time, though, 5 seconds on the clock. She has to get the kill. Sholiana has to fight the Bucky in hand, and the frag can't connect. Athena keeps TSM in it.
Mimi! How? She didn't have the spike. The spike was down in middle. Sholiana, the only way she could have won this round is by rushing Athena. Sure, Athena doesn't know that, and I'm speechless. Sholiana had her back, and unfortunately can't connect on potentially the easiest kill of the 1 versus 4. If I'm TSM, I'm trying to pause here, and I just need a breather because what a crazy round. TSM needs to be playing these eco rounds just... He needs to be playing these gun rounds just the way they just played that eco, though. So many things happen. No time to address everything as we head into a Dig save round here as they're taking a free A bomb site. Wow, Mimi!
This is...
I don't even know what to say here.
Yeah, let's reset a second because it is a
reset.
save round. It is a save round for Dignitas, and TSM, they're hoping to have better odds here, but Sholiana, she is a menace right now, doing everything for the team. Paranoia is good, but look where the Omen is teleported up. Great crossfire from Rain, finds the first, catches Cap off guard as well. That's the resurrection back into things. Milk stunned, killed as well by Emily. And the Rays, you know, while we were watching everything towards ramps, we'll just do a nice little cleanup to remove Dignitas from the site. TSM, all thanks to that eco win, have gotten this up to a 3-round deficit.
I'm loving to seeing Sholiana perform here because we've never really seen much of her on the Dig side. When they were playing Counter-Strike, she just had joined the team. She never really was able to play with a good ping, never really showed what she can do. And today, this is potentially the first time she can really explore all of her skill set by being on the team for as long as the other girls has been on to Valorant. You know, she's been there since the beginning of Valorant. So what a great showing today from her. But crucial round coming in. Guns versus guns, as in really big rifles here. Dig stopping the initial TSM push, but it's not going to stop Emily and her breach to take that B main control while the rest of Dig is playing around middle.
This is exactly what I want to see up from TSM. What works for them is when they get aggressive, when they can fluster Dignitas, force them to make a play, force them into a situation where they need to clutch. And, well, Dignitas has been pretty good at that, or at least getting it close. That's what TSM works best in, when they are in control of the pace. Now they're a little more passive. Athena set up towards Heaven, just some swarm grenades. Still, no one's really pushing. No one wants to commit. And the stun keeps them at bay for now.
Seems like both teams are feeling the pressure of the moment. No one wants to do the mistake first. No damage has been done, and we're only 40 seconds left into this round. TSM on the defending side has still control of both bomb side. Only a little bit of a lurker down onto mid with Rain at dig. The rest of the players are trying to get to A, but TSM has that read because they just cleared B main. Cat is gonna find the first kill, but gets traded. While Aria in the side gets another dig, is really gonna have to work if they want to win this round.
Look how little is left on the clock. They have to push in. And Ari's still on the site doing work. They don't have time to plant at this point. The perfect stun. That just won the round for TSM. They don't even need these kills because TSM will find 9.
Great fault line coming in right at the end to daze these dig players. Mimi, I was mentioning it. It feels like really both teams don't want to be the first one to make a mistake. And that led to potentially one of the first time we had a full exec into a site without any disruption towards mid. So here we are. Dignitas here is going to be looking really, really tough with the money, but they decide to commit here, which they should. 3 rounds in a row for TSM. 11-9 for Dig. Could it be a better game? I'm excited, maybe.
I am too. I mean, think if you're Dignitas, you're starting to get that feeling where you're not playing to win anymore. You talked about this previously, where you're playing to stay alive, where you're playing because you're nervous. And I'm afraid that that might happen to Dignitas if TSM can keep building momentum. Still though, Dignitas had that huge economy built up. They have a buy in this yet. And they can keep going. But they need to find something soon if they don't want to let TSM slip a chance back in here. Over towards B is again the posturing for TSM. They have that flash out. Dignitas and wait. Here comes the Killjoy lockdown. And this will open up the site, but look at the utility usage from TSM. They're kept at bay for now. Being down in the vent has 2 presented. 1 at least. Great damage onto the second, and even though she doesn't get that kill, the damage is humongous for Dignitas. And now they're trying to go back into A. They don't have to commit. Still 40 seconds on the clock, Steph.
Yeah, and they have completely control of B bomb side here, but it doesn't matter. They decide to go A. As you mentioned, 30 seconds left, but Ari is still into the A bomb site, and she has the intel. She just spotted the spike, so TSM is not gonna fall for any kind of fake, but the fight is happening into the defender spawn. Ari's still alive into that bomb site. Spike is coming in, but 10 seconds left. These rounds are down to the wire as they connect with the 2 players. Emily, though, falling, leaving Athena all by her lonesome. 2 versus 1. She's not able to connect, and Dig is gonna get round number 12. Match point. Not only match point for Dignitas here.
TSM, they've looked so good throughout that round even was looking like they could win it. They had time down to the wire. It was almost a recreation, but this time Ori doesn't have enough time to buy. She doesn't have enough impact to keep them in the round. Now this could risk TSM falling down to the lower bracket. Dignitas, they're on the cusp. They're ready.
They are ready. Can TSM shut either of the bomb side down? That dark cover is the only thing stopping Dig from getting to that bomb site, as TSM is completely giving it up. So Ari needs to stay alive as that rolling thunder is gonna really help Dig get confidence coming into this bomb site. But look at what we have on our minimap. Almost all players are ready towards B. The spike is gonna get planted, and we're in a retake situation for TSM.
Yeah, Sholiana in main holding in this dark cover. You see the 1 frag going for TSM, so they have advantage in the retake. But 1 in hell holding close. The nade finds a frag, but so does Milky. And Sholiana adds in before Athena manages to take care of the raise. So into a 3-on-2 now. Showstopper available for Emily, and she'll get a frag with it. There, that connects. And now it's just Sholiana, but who else but her to close this out? Blinded away, stuck in main, holding on the spike. And no matter what she can do, she's stunned, getting absolutely harassed with utility, and can't find it. TSM, they are in this yet, Steph. Overtime, just 2 rounds away.
We're still in this game. If we're a TSM fan, as you mentioned it, 2 rounds away for overtime. all 3 games going double digit for both teams, Mimi. This is down to the Warriors. Sholiana doing so much work, 27 kills while on the TSM side. Emily with 22. Quite an impressive showing. Let's see what TSM wants to do here. The spike is down, so looks like we're going for a more like a default, waiting for a push here for Dig. As we're gonna take B control. It's been working well for them, so they want to keep pushing that garage out. Really not allowing Dig to get ready for a B split.
I want to talk about Emily in general and how well she plays together with Zoe. These two were on teams before this. They've been a duo that have worked together for a long time. Well, the team is new. They still have that synergy, and I think they play off it really well, especially when it's like the Breach Raise combo. It's worked well for them thus far. Dignitas, they're still being slow here, still waiting out in mid. I'm interested to see that TSM have decided to keep Kath on the judge for this round.
And that wall is going to come up, allowing Dig to go into rope room. We're going for an A site again, but this time with the Evan take.
The wall will keep them away, and this is why Kath kept the judge, because she's really trying to hold on to the vent position. Close angles favor here. They won't fight it just yet. If they teleport up on top of the wall, there will be. So this time, be heaven. The play for Dignitas. TSM, though, they get an entry from Emily, and out comes the hit really quick from Milk. She takes flak on the way up and over. Athena down low finds one, but Dignitas, they're picking up 2 frags. 10 seconds. Spike initiated, and TSM, they'll be relegated to a retake. The nade from Emily finds one, though. So a 1v1 for the game. Kath, Thea, opposing sides, opposing ends. Kath, just the judge still. She wants to upgrade and hold on, but look where Thea is. Planking through heaven. This could be the end of TSM. Kath holding the spike to half. She's holding on to this. Will Kath come out? No, she won't. It's Thea to close it out in the closest possible affair. It's Dignitas for the 2-1.
The 2-1 winning both their maps 13-10. The winners of this first upper bracket game onto the B stream is gonna be Dignitas versus TSM being knocked down onto the lower bracket. But what a great display of Valorant.
Yeah.
Unfortunate that it had to end this way. One team had to lose, one team had to win, and TSM needs to pack it home, and they're gonna be playing on the lower bracket potentially today, I think, Mimi. I think the first round of lower bracket is happening today.
Yeah, I think that's the 3rd game on this stream. So they're still they're not out of the tournament just yet for TSM. They have the chance for the lower bracket run, but this is a team that a lot of people were really excited about coming in. I was myself, and I mean I was the one who predicted them coming through 2-1 here, but by the closest possible margins, Dignitas knocked them down. So they'll have to make that Cinderella run. Want to stay alive if they want to keep in this series. But I want to really congratulate Dignitas there, because I think that after kind of falling short a little bit in that first map, they really stepped it up. It felt like the team was just on something once we got into this, especially this last map.
Yeah, and Dignitas is one team that you can always count that they will not give up. And today, once again, they did not mental break, if I'm gonna say, even though TSM was winning anti-ecos versus ecos on top of ecos here.
Yeah.
But it wasn't enough for TSM to win this matchup. But Mimi, we almost got our first upset of the day, but Dignitas was coming in from upper for a better seeding, not upper bracket, excuse me, a better seeding, and they're gonna be leaving this matchup with the upper bracket win, which means they're going to be playing on the other side of that bracket. Either, I'm going to say, the winner of the CLG Red game as well as the winner of the Cloud9 White game. Super exciting tournament that we have so far today. Let's look at the stats real quick. Sholiana, 3.2 KD, 300 combat score. Although it looks pretty good for MLE onto the TSM side. I thought she was gonna fall off because her Sova was so strong onto Dig on the other 2 maps. she showed me, hey, it doesn't matter if I play Sova or if I play Breach. I know my characters and my agents.
I want to give it to Sholiana. I think that she was really the X factor that probably made Dignitas win this game in something that was so close that when it was down to a 13-10 on the last map, when it got as close as it did, some of those individual performances can change something, and some of those like big plays that affect mentality of another team can as well. And I think Sholiana's 4K clutch there was so huge. That was what got Dig back feeling it. They were like, okay, we got this. Like, you can imagine the comms after that, how hyped they must be, how ready they must have felt. And then they closed out the game pretty shortly after that. So Dignitas, and especially Sholiana, girls had a great showing today.
She almost did it twice.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. I can't believe she didn't win it at the end with, if you can't remember, the back turn out of Athena. But still, it didn't matter if she lost that round because we have now our winners, first winners of the day. But it's not over today. The next games are going to be coming up. Mimi, if I'm looking at my paper, we have Moon Raccoon Black versus Watch This coming up after this. Are you excited for this matchup as well?
I think that's gonna be another really important one to watch. I think Moon Raccoon's probably the favorite coming into that, so it might not be as quite a close an affair as that, but I still think it's a fun one to watch. So that one, I think we probably have a schedule to pull up in a second, but that's the one that'll be continuing on the B stream after this. I know the A stream, that first game wrapped up pretty quickly in Cloud9's favor, and right now it is CLG versus OWA going on over there. So if that's more the game you're interested in, that's an opportunity as well. But I mean, I guess as we start to close out here, what would you like? What's next for Dignitas after that run? Because moving forward, they won it, but is there any kind of changes that need to be made? What do they need to change, if anything, to go forward to keep rolling in this upper bracket?
Yeah, I think they need to check out their attacking side when they're getting pushed, when they can't get to a bomb site and execute. When the defender are disrupting their strategies, I think that's where they've struggled the most, especially on Heaven. It was pretty clear they didn't have an answer against TSM's pushes. We're trying to get an interview from Emily as we speak, but I have to say that Dignitas in their experience throughout the years, they've always been a little slow team to start here. The early brackets, they often lose a map and just struggle to get in, but once they're at cruising speed, this is a team that can really make a lot of damage into the end of these brackets. Look at this, we have on the A stream C9 winning versus the Frogs, and coming in, okay, so sorry, I stopped talking because there was a really good stats in my here. They only lost one round. Is that what I heard, Mimi? Is throughout the first BO3? Okay, that was crazy. That is a crazy stat.
Yeah, I think people had C9 White as one of the favorites coming into it, but that is that's very impressive. Let's say a 13-0 and a 13-1 for them. I want to know who will stop them. My question is, do you think that the Dignitas we saw today, do you think they have a chance against that really impressive opponent of Cloud9 White?
I don't think they have a chance if they play like the way they play today, but I think they have a chance because Dignitas overall always has something in their pockets, and this is going to be the first time that they face each other since Dig has been practicing VALORANT almost full time. So the Dig that we saw in the last Connection series is a completely different Dig that we saw today, and it almost got upset by TSM, but not enough to see a TSM C9. It's going to be a C9 Dig, and I think that we are ready for the interview. We're going to be joined by Emily as soon as production says that we're ready. But on the other bracket, the matches, CLG as well as Maroon 5. This is every time I want to say Moon Raccoon, I see Maroon 5. Okay.
It happens.
Don't worry about it, chat.
All right.
You can laugh. It's okay. The Maroon 5 is also going to be happening a little bit after. But as we are setting up, I'm really excited to talk to Emily. These interviews with the Dignitas girls are always fun to see. They've been around for close to a decade now as far as the competitive circuit is, and they've had the core 4 for years, and now the core 3 for almost half a decade. So really excited. Lots of fans in the chat as well, so stay tuned while we get her ready for this interview. Mimi, what do you think is next for Dignitas coming into C9? Do you believe in that matchup?
I think that they need to clean things up a little bit, because I think we had great things. If there's the Dignitas room split where these individuals are popping off, where they feel confident when they're going, that there might be a chance. But still, the way that Cloud9 White have been playing, I mean, there've been a plethora of like 13-0 single digit. Barely anyone has taken a significant amount of rounds off of C9 White in the qualifiers, and for good reason, because they're an impressive team. They won the For the Women's Showdown. They got signed there. They're like kind of like when you think of women's teams in Valorant, they're probably the one most people think about because they're the longest running. But like you mentioned, Dignitas, they're storied too. They have so much experience in Counter-Strike. They've been practicing this game for almost as long as those girls. So I think that if someone has a chance, it might be them, but it's going to take a pretty big performance, and I think it's also going to have to take something creative. Like, they have to throw some kind of curveball, get Cloud9 White off their game in some way, and that's really hard to do.
Yeah, and I remember, I played Cloud9 White during the Inniction series in the finals. The only time that I saw Cloud9 shaky is when you were starting to get rounds after rounds against them. They're a new team. All of them are inexperienced players. So it's also possible that their mental fortitude, as they are coming into these games, they've never really been a challenge. So to see potentially a Dignitas challenge them and bring a lot of rounds, we don't know how deep Cloud9's mental fortitude is. But I have to give them props. They're looking great on the circuit. They're definitely the team to beat this weekend, and it's actually going to probably be an upset if they don't win the whole event. We are having a little bit of tech issues here with the interview, but we are still trying to make it happen, so bear with us before we head into this second matchup. I want to talk maybe about what I saw coming out of Milk. Milk and Raze onto Split. It was really impressive to me. She was getting so much room. She was doing so much work with her utilities. And I want to see Dignitas really capitalize on the room that she's doing, the entries that she's getting, because she was looking really solid today.
I mean, I think that Milk, she's a very direct comparison to Emily in that she is just like the massive space maker for the team. They run the exact same comp for Split. And what happened was that I feel like the aggression just worked a little bit better for her in that she was always getting set up with the Raze, with the Breach. I heard myself for a second, but we're getting set up to kind of get that together and find that momentum, finding those early frags into the site. And when you have a player like that that's always setting your team up for success, and in those post plants, when Dignitas almost always found themselves up in an advantage, it was really tough for TSM to find a solution.
Yeah, it was tough because there wasn't really any weak links onto Dignitas. As a team, as a whole, sometimes there was weaker rounds and stuff that we expected potentially to show up a little bit stronger versus a team like TSM was just starting together. But there wasn't a player that was really struggling or dragging a team down. And as you may or may not know, all of these players, in my experience, are showing up into other events in Counter-Strike. And today in Valorant, different players showed up and made a lot of presence, and a really good case for Dignitas to go really far into this tournament. But I'm impressed by TSM still. I thought they would be a little bit rougher. I thought that, the issues with the players that they got from the last event, as well as just being a newer team, scrapping some players together to make this work for this first VCT Game Changers event, was gonna be less impressive, but they've been doing great, Mimi. And even though they lose and they are getting knocked off into the lower bracket, there's still a lot of great things to promise. I wouldn't be surprised if they make their run throughout the whole lower bracket.
Yeah, but with that, unfortunately, we weren't able to get Emily in here. Just some issues with the internet or something, unfortunately. So with that, I think we're going to have to throw it to a break. That's it for the first matchup, but stick with us. We'll be back shortly with CLG and OWA. Thanks. Not CLG.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got.
Welcome back to VCT Game Changers North America, and we are here for the rest of the day. Myself and Moxie moved over the Atlantic Ocean to be here with you today, and we've still got plenty of games to go over. We had a really close series, as we just saw on this channel. On the other one, there's been some pretty one-sided maps here that CLG is currently playing at the moment, and whoever loses that game that they're currently playing, and whoever loses this one, will be eliminated later on today. Now, though, we have Moon Raccoons Black playing up against Watch This. And Moxie, we haven't really seen too many of these teams play on any form of streams, but general gist, what can we expect from this series?
So, Moon Raccoons Black are obviously going to be the favourites coming into this. They're the ones who made it from the upper bracket, and they've got two really good players. Before the matches were played today, they've actually got the third highest and the fourth highest ranked players in the entire tournament. So keep your eye both for Diana and Laurie. Watch This, on the other hand, they have some extremely strong players. Alex especially has been known to be a very good Phoenix. In fact, potentially the best Phoenix in the entire tournament. Ryan, I don't know how a team can walk away from a 13-6 loss in Ascent and still get MVP locked up. It's actually insane how good she is on that map.
Well, I mean, we'll get onto the map picks and bans in a second, but Ascent is a map we will be visiting later on, so it's certainly going to be a key thing here. I guess the main thing for the journey for both of these two teams is they both beat the same team to qualify, that being Lockdown. However, Moon Raccoons did it without dropping any form of series. Watch This, they lost to CLG Red, and really, the best case scenario, I suppose, is that CLG do a reverse sweep on the other stream, considering they're 1-0 down, and they lost Ascent pretty handedly, so I am a little bit concerned, I suppose, for Watch This. If they lose this series, and CLG, in a surprise result, lose the other one, it's a rematch, and last time it didn't go Watch This's his way.
Yeah, but remember, you always love to see those redemption stories, right? That adaptation coming in that you get to see in Best of 3 Valorants. And a lot of the time, the winner of these Valorant matches is determined to who is able to adapt to their opponent a lot faster than the other side. And one thing that we haven't mentioned, but that actually got ran on that other stream currently going, is Astra. This is a new agent coming in. We're finally getting to see her in professional play, and she is absolutely pub stomp potential, Ryan. The fact that you can use those utilities, you can activate them from anywhere in the map, that you don't even need line of sight, and that's before we even talk about how powerful Cosmic Divide can be for those rounds.
It's how that utility gets used together, though, right? Like, that's the key thing about getting the most out of Astra. And the general thing about a lot of these teams is they haven't been playing together too long. You obviously have seen and White have been together since summer of last year. They're certainly looking favourites in the tournament for that reason alone. Everybody else has been putting together their teams. Moon Raccoons Black, about a couple of weeks ago, they were officially announced. And whilst Moon Raccoons lives on to be one of the favourite teams that we've ever seen in Valorant so far, it is worth reminding you that Moon Raccoons isn't an actual organisation. Both these teams hopefully are looking to be in a position where they can get picked up and maybe sort of signed to an official organisation. Bind is the map. Ignore the pictures of Split in behind it. Is Bind that we're definitely going to. And to mention Split briefly, has been a permaban for both these two teams.
Yeah, both of these guys are actually yet to play Split, and no surprises that Icebox was that other map that was banned out by Moon Raccoons Black, and that's another one that they have not yet played in the tournament. We won't get to see either of those two today, but what we are going to get to see is Bind. This is the map that always comes up whenever you go anywhere in Valorant, And this is the map where, in my opinion, Raze is just the strongest that she could be. The fact that you can use that utility to really kite people into taking that damage before the fights break out. You can use the paint shells, the boom bots, all of it to make sure that Hooker and the back of those corners are clear before you march in. It's so strong.
And here we go, the first map of this series. Watch This versus Moon Raccoons Black. A debut for both teams on broadcast. We start off on Bind. Moon Raccoons Black on the attack first. And no Astra, unfortunately. But a lot of firepower when it comes to the double Phoenix, one on either side. The Raze versus the Rain is an interesting one. But other than that, pretty de facto before we get into this pistol, right, Moxie?
Yeah, and Moon Raccoons Black, it should be noted that these guys are extremely strong on the pistol round, Ryan. In fact, they have a 100% attacking round pistol win percentage, so keep your eye on that one. Watch This have got to be able to find that first blood and find it fast, because Moon Raccoons Black are already trying to take a little bit of a position through showers and use that to sandwich themselves a foot out of the door onto that A side, but the spike isn't actually there right now. This could all be a big old smoke and mirrors play, and that's what Bind is so beloved for.
I mean, hopefully this is par for the course for the rest of the series, right? Immediately we have a couple of bait and switches. The teleports are prime for that, as you mentioned. But Watch This aren't really pushing up. They're more bracing themselves for an A hit. The rotation for the Silver is coming back at least, so they are potentially expecting it. The recon dart is going to get quite a lot of information. It pulses one, but you can still see Watch This. Not quite sure whether this is going to be a full hit. I think Cass in this position, if they can spot a glimpse of a head in Hookah, they see the paint shell even, so that's enough information, and they even get the kill from it.
Yeah, and now you can see that reposition coming on through as Watch This. They're rotating their forces now that they know that the spike is on that B site. They're going to be able to collapse in from elbow, from back. And Raccoons Black have got to be able to take one of these agents out of the way. Otherwise, that numbers advantage is very quickly going to swing into the defense's favor. But Alex, we talked about this girl, so strong on that Phoenix, already picks up two.
And they're sort of being able to clear up nicely. I was a bit, I guess, concerned with how many people were still on A as that hit was going in. Moon Raccoons Black, this is sort of a not the best start. We still got plenty of rounds to be played out, but it really is how they work those rotations, right, Moxie? You really need to condition the opponent into thinking that certain plays are coming in the right moments. And Watch This, well, they watched it, they saw exactly what happened, and they responded.
I mean, sometimes it's just more effective to wait, right? If it is going to be a fake, then you don't want to find yourself short-handed the second that you actually see people falling out from Hooker from window, that you know you can reposition, and you don't actually take that fight until you feel comfortable. You get one person, then you stay back to make sure you can still go in as a full unit and come from those two angles. As now Moon Raccoon Black have got to try and find that next point to equalize that economy. They haven't gone for the Marshal. No early sniper going to be coming out to try and take advantage of a lack of armor for the other side, so it is just going to be those SMGs, those pistols. Spectre going to be in the hand as we get to see Watch This being a little bit more aggressive, knowing that they do have the upper hand of economy right now, but Laurie is the one to find the first blood. The Reyna is gone. And there too goes your best initiator for that defense.
And Cass has taken so much damage as well. It's good from Alex to be able to trade it out and put the numbers in the favor of Watch This. It was looking a little bit touch and go, considering that Moon Raccoons Black are just playing for just classics, it seems. Maybe a frenzy upgrade at most, but you can see that the economy, not in their favor, but they're still making it close. The execute going to come in. The Omen is still on site waiting for this. They're in a prepped position, but they don't quite see Panini sneak their way in. But holding on to this corner is Jansen. Laurie had no idea she was going to be on that corner. It's good work, though, so far from Watch This to get another defuse in, but not a bad effort from Moon Raccoons Black to, I guess, be able to get a plant in and get that extra economy.
Yeah, and you're able to take the Reyna out of the way as well. So anything that you can do when you're at that disadvantage after having lost pistols, it's all about crippling that defense's economy, right? Because we talk about it, Valorant is always so defensively favored because you just get to pick an angle and hold it. The second that you have something like an operator, the attacking side is always going to be walking into it or committing utility to force you to relocate so that it isn't in that dangerous spot. And Moon Raccoons Black, now is going to be the round where they invest, that they come in fully with the rifles. It's going to be an expensive one. But if they're able to take this round, they should be able to cripple Watch This as Economy, who are being a lot more passive, going for the SMGs instead of the rifles to keep their economy in the clip.
Shell's actually playing close. I wonder if the Eldron has spotted them. Pretty sure it has. A lot of utility gone in to clear that angle, but Shells is still playing aggressively. Has the Omen there for support if needs be. Making it difficult, and the run it back was available. It's been used from a pretty far distance, though, on the side of Watch This. Clearing some of these angles, making sure that Lamps is still in their control. Now the utility from Laurie is going to clear onto the site. The run it back, very passive, I suppose, from Watch This. Doesn't quite take all of that distance back that they wanted.
And you have to feel as well that Moon Raccoons Black were looking for that run it back to be invested, right? That Watch This are coming in on that lighter buy. They needed that ultimate to find them the information, but all it's done is allow Moon Raccoons Black the time to actually challenge this B side. And when you've got rifles, you're always going to be at an advantage against SMGs, and you can see the distance is going in their favor.
Cass is still holding on to this position. One of the reasons why the pistol went so well is all of the information that Cass got out before. Jance actually loses the duel, still gets onto Laurie, but it's a nice trade from Han, or it not Han, I guess it'd be Han. Make it easier for myself, but the spike, another plant coming in from Moon Raccoons Black. And just one player that could potentially stop it. It's a lot to ask for Cass. Still has both the shock darts, but faces in. Benini just loses out the duel, even with utility in hand, but the cleanup's there from a nice angle from Diana. First round on the board for Moon Raccoons Black.
Yeah, Crossfire coming in from Moon Raccoons Black. Beautiful post-plant positioning to make sure that they could catch this over. They knew they were in gardens, and you just wait. Even if you lose one person, you can still make sure that that spike never gets defused. And Moon Raccoons Black will start to make a comeback. We said that it was an expensive round for them, that they needed to be able to come back with the rifles, keep as many of them as they possibly could. You can see that economy still on 0 for a couple of these guys. Let's watch this. Now they're the ones going to be going for that economy. They're the ones hitting those full rifles, hoping to topple Moon Raccoons Black's lead.
Joke's over.
Really keen on taking this control on ramp. That's the second time that they've thrown a recon dart into that position on the defense. Run it back, very aggressive. Chels tries to peek it, but actually gets caught out from Laurie, who's there as a second entry. We have the similar position, though, that Jance has taken this space where it hasn't necessarily been engaged onto. Flowerful tries to take showers, but Jance catches them off. It's really difficult positioning now for Moon Raccoons Black. They don't have control of showers, and Alexi's good as try and push them out of lamps.
Yeah, they don't have smoke on that A heaven either. You can see that Sova's still getting so much information and not having control of lamps when you don't have that race to try and use that utility to bully your way through. It's hard, but Han will be able to pick up the Phoenix. So there goes the flashes, there goes the hot hands, and that should be the one thing that Watch This try and bully their way through. And Moon Raccoons Black 0 with the lurk coming in from A short, actually able to get one, but that defuse, it's not going to be in time if you're even able to get there. And Moon Raccoons Black walk away with another point and even things up 2-2.
I quite like the idea of Watch This, of, oh, they're pushing out of Hookah, I'm going to hold on to B lobby, right? If they're not pushing these areas of the maps together in sync, you can punish it. Certainly when these executes are a bit ill-timed, when they're going for a split, very easy to catch them out, but Moon Raccoons have had a good response to that, making sure that they hold the areas of the map that they were controlling, they weren't going to give it up. Now an eco forced out from Watch This. There are ultimates available for Moon Raccoons, but if you're going up against pistols, Moxie, you don't really want to use a Hunter's Fury or a Showstopper.
No, you really want to hold on to those, especially if you're able to get the Cypher out of the way, followed shortly by the Phoenix. Watch This just try to go aggressive. Look at how far they'd pushed up out of A, and unfortunately they just bite it right off the bullets. And now Moon Raccoons Black able to get that plant. Jance trying to find anything. There's no point in saving when you've only got a pistol. It was a full eco round coming out, so if you're able to get one of these agents out of the way, but you can see that Jance just does not want to chance it.
These two teams haven't played before, but like we mentioned in the pregame, they both beat Lockdown to qualify. Difference being that Moon Raccoons did it without losing a series. Watch This, well, they lost to CLG. They're currently playing on the mainstream, and they got a kill. Chance being able to break some of the money for Moon Raccoons, but that is 3 rounds on the bounce. Their economy is going to be pretty decent. Watch This not only being able to get a full buy, but 3 big ultimates on the board now too.
Yeah, but you have to as well respect the fact that Moon Raccoon's Black, if they want to go aggressive and if they want now to challenge that A shorter showers, they've got the best ultimates to be able to do it, right? The second you hear a showstopper, you're scampering away. You don't want to take that straight to the face. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Watch This just be a little bit more passive. They've got the Sova, they've got the Cypher. Given the time, they'll be able to have that information to figure out Moon Raccoon Black's setup. There is no reason to try and aggressively push forward, but they want it! And Flowerful immediately catches the Reyna.
Oh, that's the problem when you push it with two people. Maybe they just expected that they'd be looking either side to catch it out. But Watch This are still able to make this work to an extent, still have the player advantage going for them. Zero gets the spray. Nice kill trip that manages to catch onto Laurie, and the follow-up is there. Just 2 players left for Moon Raccoons to try and make something work. There's still an ultimate on the board, but it's a very tricky one, especially if you're not going to get a frag with it. It could be a huge waste.
Oh,
now it's just holding on to the spike. They're considering going for the teleporter, but there is an omen waiting for them there.
They're considering it, but no matter where you go, if you do want to get that spike down, you know that Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out from Cass. The second that you hear that sound cue going off, and it's going to be a lot more impactful, because even if you don't manage to drop a play, you are going to stop that spike plant from going through, and now Zero can set up completely in the same place, but still able to drop the omen.
That shock dart could have been very lethal. Only 70 HP Han has, now down to 30. They know where the silver is. A recon dart's going to allow a peek, but the spray doesn't quite connect onto Cass, who clears it up. A nice response from Watch This. I always get a bit antsy when I see a team like Moon Raccoon start to build some momentum. Watch This, being able to sort of bring it back. The economy is still decent enough for Moon Raccoons to get a full buy. And all of those ultimates that we were talking about before, not necessarily touched just yet.
And it should be noted as well that despite having a team name of Watch This, neither of these teams are actually running that jet. So if you are on an eco round
That's true.
or a force, you can't go for that easy option of running the ultimate and guaranteeing that you still have a massive amount of threat. So for both of these teams, it's going to be a lot more costly no matter what type of round that they're on. And so keeping that economy in the clear is even more important than normal.
Still find the double flashes of Reyna Phoenix super interesting from Watch This more. Well, not even typically meta stuff as Laurie on the Raze. You expect to see a Raze on Bind for sure, but a Raze and a Phoenix not so much. Both of them are stringing together quite nicely now, though, as the running back's going to be used to clear off this site. Laurie gets a second, and this execute is sweet from Moon Raccoons. And Watch This down to 2 players against a full 5-player team. This is going to be a real difficult retake if possible at all.
Well, Hunter's Fury is there and the Neural Theft as well, so if you are able to drop one of them, you will have that ultimate guaranteeing that you know where their positions are. And that could be absolutely key for that Hunter's Fury to have an impact. So many agents left for Moon Raccoon's Black though, and we talked about that economy needing to be in the clear as much as possible. Watch this, they did buy into this round and they really do not want to lose those rifles. They're just going to be hanging back.
Ooh, speaking of not wanting to lose, our OWA are 7-0 up on Haven in the 3rd and final map between the 2 teams. So there is a strong chance that whoever loses this series, they'll be playing up against CLG Red, who I think people consider to be the 2nd favorite team behind Cloud9 White, right? So, ooh, that's also even worse. If Watch This lose it, they lost a Series 2 CLG Red before in the qualifiers. Ideally, they don't want to have to face them up yet again, but Moon Raccoons are going to try and punish this a little bit more, picking up their 4th round. And a really nice use of the run it back too, with Laurie being able to immediately get a kill in that first engagement and then having Diana to immediately use the ultimate to take space, to take a bit of threat as well, because Laurie was allowed to get a 2nd kill afterwards. Really worked out in their favor.
Yeah, and that's why you have that Phoenix, that Raze, right? The Phoenix can use those curveballs to be able to catch those people as they're kited out of the Raze utility. You can double it up and be an absolutely deadly tag team. Also, we're seeing Watch This making sure that they're not going to get death balled. They're going to be just peeking. Shell's almost finding a shot with the Sheriff. But Moon Raccoon's Black now just going to be waiting a little bit longer as that Hunter's Fury finally pulled out from Cass. That's an ultimate that Sova really wanted to find something with. So you can see just how much... Yeah, it didn't find anything, and you can really see, Watch This, they're trying to use that delay tactic to make sure that they can pin down where Moon Raccoon's Black are going to be pushing, but that lockdown is going to give the game away extremely quickly!
This is a lot of ultimates used from Moon Raccoons, even though they're playing into an eco. And really, that Hunter's Fury not catching anything isn't that good for Watch This, as now it's a 4 versus 3 in favor of the Moon Raccoons. Now a run it back is going to be used on the defense just to clear the site, see what they can find, but Zera just goes out of line of sight to stop from a trade, and now the execution, the aggression from Diana. A really nice riposte to be able to play from a pretty passive position to then go on to get 2 kills. It's going to be pretty impossible for Cass to go into this 1 versus 4. If they can leave with their life and maybe their gun, that's probably best case scenario at this point.
Yeah, you could see as well that Main Raccoons Black were just waiting for that Hunter's Fury, waiting for Cass, we should say, to walk right into that crossfire. But the second that you see that enemy Hunter's Fury being invested, you know it's time to drop that lockdown, because that ultimate ain't gonna be taking it off the board anytime soon. And that means that Moon Raccoons Black, they get a just death bullet. They drop that ultimate, they move in, they claim the space, they bully Watch This into the sidelines, and then when you're on the eco, you just don't have that space to be able to line up those shots, and Moon Raccoons Black just get firing range.
This is interesting. So we saw a bit of an eco, maybe even a half buyout or Watch This, but they still can't fully buy this round. It's strange. They dedicate some pretty big ultimates as well to an eco, so they lost a lot of stuff on a round that eventually didn't go their way. And really, you could argue, might not supposed to, but look at this again. Quick executes onto A, working out quite well. Zera doing the best to dodge the Hunter's Fury, but runs right into the sight lines of Laurie. Shells, at least with respect, is able to get one, and Jant's hiding in the smoke, tries to double up for a couple more, but Flowerful, nice trade. Expecting somebody to come out of the smoke. Maybe try and catch him out just a little bit further. These Moon Raccoons executes have been really nice, and I'm surprised that they're using so much when it comes to run it backs, the showstoppers break onto site, but you've got to admit, they're strong.
Oh, Chels is strong too, though. And you've still got a layer up that could allow you to actually get these shots lined up onto Flowerful. You're about to get pinched. The Sova is going to be crossing that corner anytime soon. And Cass is able to finish them off. Watch this! They were coming in on a really bad buy, but they're still able to take the round despite losing 2 members so quickly on into the round, with a perfect play coming out from Moon Raccoons Black with the Hunter's Fury to bully their way into A short.
I mean, they made something happen with very little. It was Chels with the majority of the damage done. Now has an Empress available to her. And I think it goes to show that 3 out of the 4 rounds that we've seen Watch This take so far have been defuses, because really it's going to be really difficult to run into Moon Raccoons Black as they're trying to go for a fully fledged execute. They don't really have those big scary ultimates this time, but when you're 2 ult orbs away on a Phoenix, might not be too long until we see Diana run with the run it back again.
Well, what we are going to be waiting just a little bit to see is Watch This actually try and take a fight. I love this. They've adapted around the fact that when Moon Raccoons Black hit a site, they use so much utility, they just immediately bulldoze over everything in their way. And so Watch This are dealing with that by just hanging a little bit further back, still challenging for the space, but you can already see Jans just backing out of the hot hands and then immediately going to actually back out of showers and wait for the rest of the team. But a full rotate hasn't yet come through from that B side because the spike still hasn't been spotted. Moon Raccoons Black playing with their opponent's mind just a little bit.
Trying to get the right pieces on the chessboard into the right places on the defense. Really though, if you watch this, do you try and take these executes head on? Do you play for the retake? Because it seems to be going pretty well so far.
I would say play for the retake. Moon Raccoons Black, they use so much utility to actually get onto these sides. If you let them burn themselves out, you have such an advantage in that next fight. As Chels is going to finally burn that Empress and start to take good control.
Yeah, well, that's the difference, isn't it, really? Like, I was expecting the same. Just play passive, play for the retake. Shell's trying to do more, but that's one of the reasons why you might want to take a step back for that approach, because Moon Raccoons' trades have been pretty excellent. Now the run it back available again from Diana, who's going to try and face into 2 players, but Han is there to line him up nicely. I love the fact that they're using this Phoenix not only to just get a kill to entry, but it really creates so much space for the rest of Moon Raccoons on these executes.
And you get so much information as well, right? Because even though you're not running the Cypher, when your recon bolts run out only running that Sova, you don't really know where Watch This are actually going to be committing that recontest run. There are so many angles open to the defense. But when you use the run it back, even if you lose the duel, you still get to pop up immediately afterwards, your HP completely restored, and you know exactly where that person who downed you is, as we're going to see Watch This try a very quick run. But thinking twice, not going to challenge be long.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. Like, I wasn't sure she was going to try and face, but whether she wanted to or not, she finds a lot of enemies. Zera and Cass are able to get quite a lot done, and they've got control of the spike, but Laurie has made their way onto the site to flick in behind. Now Cass is in a really awkward position and a really terrible time to go in for the reload as Flowerful peeks them at the best opportunity. Still winnable from Jans, though. They know roughly where the spike is. The teleporter is in play, but a From the Shadows is available if Jans wants to change up their position.
I do like, though, that that ultimate is not currently being used, because Jans hears the teleporter, knows that that spike could potentially be moving, and is going to keep that ultimate to play a little bit with Minrakun's mind, because you're going to get pinched if you're not too careful, but the pinch doesn't even come through before Flowerful's able to take you out. And it looked to me, Ryan, as well, that watch this, their Cypher got actually killed. Zera in the middle of the ultimate activation animation, so you invested neural theft, but you didn't get the information on where your opponents were.
Usually in cases like that, you have to play a bit forward-facing, and I do like the instant response. It was almost FaZe-esque, right, where typically on their defense, if they lose a player, they immediately go for the hero peak, and they're still able to trade out in other parts of the map. Not quite huge levels of Smeagol, but one of the things that FaZe Clan did so well, I think, in recent Masters. It doesn't quite work out. I think the firepower wasn't quite there for Watch This, but they have got the full buy going into this last round. Another run it back is available on the defense this time. A showstopper on the attack, and look at all of this utility used to try and clear out Jans, holding their ground as much as they possibly can.
So much utility has been burned out, and they still haven't picked the Omen out. This is what I was talking about, Ryan. Just let them exhaust themselves, let them use their own utility so early on in the round that they won't have it in the pocket. For when that recontest fight comes through, and Watch This have actually done a very good job of burning that much utility out only in showers. The spike hasn't even gone down yet, so if Minrakun's Black aren't careful, they're going to have to invest yet more utility to actually sandwich themselves onto this B site, and you do have to put up a lot of a fight, because you can see Cass and Elbow just waiting. Zera now rotated, going to be able to catch them, going to be from B Hall. And now you have to be able to either smoke or bully one of these players out, otherwise you're just not going to be able to fall out of Hooker alive.
This has taken quite a lot for Minrakuns to be able to rotate and go in for this executor. So Stopper trying to connect up to somebody from sight, but this is a very passive hold from Watch This. Works out really well. Cass has been here the whole time, is able to get one and sneak away as the run it back is used to see if they can catch something there, delaying this spike going down. And now suddenly Diana needs to make a hero play to try and catch out, but now the spike needs to go in. There's not really enough time to go for it. It's just a case of trying to clear out as many enemies as they can. But really nice defense for Watch This to just hold control of the map, and it all came to all of that utility being thrown down in showers early on.
We talked about how both of these teams went up against lockdown to get through. Minrakun's Black do things a little bit differently. They rely on extremely strong attack rounds, right? To be able to set themselves up so they need very little on their defense. And they're normally coming in after that half swap onto 9 points, sometimes even 12 points. Watch This have been able to make sure that that stays only at 7. They've been able to keep pace extremely well, and now we're going to see Minrakun's Black, a place we don't normally see them very often on that defense.
One of the main things, I think it's Haven, where they're 100% on their defending rounds because they only needed to win 4. Like, they won the pistol, they won the first buy, it was pretty much done and dusted. But I guess the key thing about a lot of these teams when it comes to certain maps being played, we haven't seen enough stats-wise to know. Minrakun's Black really like to play Bind. Their win rate on this map is really good because, for the most part, through these qualifiers, it's been playing 1 map of Bind, 2 maps of Haven, 1 map of Ascent. There's like a map missing, which they typically permaban, but there's just, it's more wide than deep when it comes to my map pool currently for a lot of these teams in this tournament.
Yeah, but one thing that we can see is the fact that they are running a really defensively strong composition, right? When it comes to burning down that time bank for the attacking side, when you have the raise, it's hard to walk through. When you add Killjoy on top of that, it takes even longer for the attacking side to be able to actually make sure that that spike goes down. And we know what happens when you only have 10 seconds left to plant and you're almost to a site. You get sloppy, you rush into the damage, you take fights that you're not prepared for, and that's something that Main Raccoons Black are going to be relying on.
Pistols is a key one. Main Raccoons Black, you would feel the favourites in this. It's still very early days to understand which teams are going to come out surprises. Obviously, we have a lot of information and know-how on Cloud9 White, their expectations, how well they've been able to do in previous Ignition events like this. But watch this, are relatively new to the scene, have backgrounds in other tactical shooters, of course, like the majority of players in this tournament, but still very early days to work out who are the players to keep an eye on. But look at all of this space that's been taken from Watch This. Moon Raccoons Black played 2 players from Showers and let this in. This is a spawn push coming in from Watch This.
Well, they figured out Laurie's been found. Panini's position has now been given up. We'll have a paranoia and a dark cover, so if you do get pressed, you should be able to keep yourself safe just long enough for the reinforcements to come through. But Alex is going to be waiting there to defend the side spawner. They weren't expecting the spray!
Oh, they're just a classic spray, pressing left click as much as they possibly could. Panini, after all this time, is still alive in his position, making it a 2 versus 2. Spike has been planted. There isn't all that much time for Moon Raccoons Black to go for this retake, but Flowerful brings it into a 1 versus 1. Both Sentinels playing. It's a nice alarm bot just to make sure that nobody's going to push them through this smoke that was left from an Omen beforehand, but the flick away from Flowerful gets caught out, and Zera looking in the right position, able to bring a 6th round for Watch This.
And I do like as well that Zera immediately swings back to that spike to make sure that the Killjoy does not get the time to set up that turret. The second that you set that turret up, that fight becomes a whole lot harder to win because you're shooting at the turret and you're shooting at the Killjoy. And you have to keep the Killjoy occupied long enough for that spike defuse to just not be able to hit that timer. Watch this, putting up a really strong attack as we're seeing Moon Raccoons Black trying to play a little bit further back, use that space in places, but give it up where it's really important. A short is something that you really do need to bully your way through mostly, and the fact that they're going yet again to the exact same place means that yet again you're going to be figured out by Jans, who, yeah, surprise, surprise, is swinging right there.
Jans is going to continue going forward. I think Laurie's spider senses were tingling to try and work it out, but the firepower just isn't there when it comes to the economy. The spike is going to be planted without much resistance as the rest of the Moon Raccoon players are still over on B. Might be worth considering this is currently happening out of Watch This. Putting a Killjoy over on A if it continues to happen. It's a nice sort of play that's going to make it really difficult for Moon Raccoons to know exactly what happens. Of course, the issue is, if Watch This do this every single time, they will eventually get worked out.
It feels like Moon Raccoon Black's positioning, at least very early on in these defenses on that A side, has been worked out. It could just be a big old Pavlov's dog, right? You condition them to think that you're always going to have 2 players in Showers, and then the one time that you don't have it, you're able to immediately overwhelm them with all of your players jumping out from lamps, but it is an extremely risky play giving up 2 rounds when you're already this close.
I think the concern as well is I like the idea for maybe putting it into a couple of rounds to catch off any aggression happening in Showers. It's not really going to happen this time on this first full buy for Moon Raccoons. They've got the Raze over in that position. And yet, we're looking for potentially some B long aggression out of the Silver. I think that's where Cass was so good at getting that early information in the first half. Now we need to see if Han could do the same sort of thing.
Well, you can already see that recon bot coming through and immediately destroyed. At least you get the information that there are indeed players going to be moving along that B long, and you can try and just pull back a little bit so that you'll be able to catch them out as they come through guns with a wonderful crossfire set up. The Sova going to be staying in elbow, but you are about to get full pushed by a team, and if you don't back out, you're going to be taking a fight you are not prepared to take.
The flashes have been so good to allow Watch This to take all of this space. It's a quick rotation, to say the least, for Moon Raccoons, but not enough time to really stop the plant going in. Post-plant positions as well. Solid from Watch This. Very in the face. Nobody's really sitting that far back. And a run it back is going to be used from Alex just to retake some of this space. Getting a good idea on where players are playing from. Diana makes sure that that avatar of Phoenix goes down. And it's a really nice paranoia to connect to the majority of these players. And Moon Raccoons are trying to make it work. They've managed to blaze off the players in B Garden, trying to clear up who's playing on there, but it is a bit of a ruckus. There's all of these crossfires. It's getting a bit urgent now as the spike has been ticking away for quite some time. Shells holding on in this 1v1. This misses to get that information, but knows that Panini is going to get the kill there. I don't think there's enough time from the sounds of it. A really nice play from Watch This just to delay them. It was chaos.
It was chaos, but on Watch This's part, it was controlled chaos. They were just taking those fights and taking them for as long as they possibly could. The fact that we saw the run it back invested from Alex so you can get in, challenge B hole, make sure that Moon Raccoons don't get that sweep of a crossfire set up, and not only that, trade up your Spectre for a Vandal, and then take the fight in elbow. All of that was to make sure that Moon Raccoons Black just had to wait a little bit longer for going for that defuse. And Watch This get another round on the board. As we will see, I'm trying to take a little bit more space than we're accustomed to seeing this attacking side, trying to figure out whether or not they are going to get pushed aggressively as they move towards that A side.
I think that was a headshot through the box. Didn't quite get the kill onto Chells, but scared them away from this A site for the time being. It's whether Moon Raccoons are expecting such an aggressive rotation. It's this part of the map, the rotations, that I think Moon Raccoons are struggling with. They get that initial information with a recon dart, and with the classic manages to finish off an already low Shells. And Flowerful with the Sheriff from distance 2 that's moving all the way down to elbow brings it to a 5 versus 3.
And Spike Carrier was dropped as well, so they do know that that Spike is on the B site, which means you can get that reposition. Again. But here comes the teleporter. Alex is thinking about it, thinks twice. Still trying to take this fight. They want to be able to drop one of these players before they properly move in with it. Going to be healing themselves up with those hot hands while waiting for them to get pushed aggressively. But you just go a little bit too far to the right, Ryan, and that immediately opens up Diana. That is going to be Moon Raccoons Black 8th round, and I've got to say, we talked about the problem for this defensive side, that sometimes the rotations were not quite fast enough, but we actually saw Hand staying a little bit further away from that A site, drifting towards the defender's spawn, when they figured out that that Spike actually wasn't moving towards the A site, so that the second you actually get that information, you can immediately only have to cross a quarter of the mapping compared to half of it.
I don't think I've ever seen what we just saw happen before. A team ace of Sheriffs against a full buy. It's a great way to sort of even up the scores. Diana is in a nice spot, and it's really good trades from Alex just to make sure they can't go away with it. But both teams trading kills now as the Hunter's Fury not only gets a kill, but a key bit of information on where Cass is. Now down to 70 HP. Might be a case of sort of upping the ante now for Watch This. The spike is dropped because I think a hero play is about to come in to try and push in and see if they can uproot Panini from this spot. There is a paranoia still available to them. Making sure that it gets put in the right place and having a teammate to push off of it is key. But, I mean, if Cass is just going to walk into your crosshair, you'll take those as well.
Yeah, they went for that spike plant instead of uprooting that Omen. Does mean that you get the currency for dropping that spike into the ground. And I believe, Ryan, that we are going to be locked into a very long game of what I love to call ultimate chicken between the Sova and the Killjoy. Because the last time Cass invested that Hunter's Fury, the immediate lockdown came out in response. And now you don't want to fall for that play, especially when Moon Raccoons Black can drop it in a recontest and force you off that site. Even if your positioning is perfect, you don't want to be standing in a place where you're going to lose your weapon, lose your ability to run, and lose your ability to do anything other than die.
When it comes to scrimming, one thing, there was an interview that came out very close to this game starting with Moon Raccoons Black, where they were saying that one of the teams that they've learnt the most off is Evil Geniuses. I think Claudia's in the Twitch chat, hence why I bring it up, but another team that's, you know, shown some progress, I suppose, with how they're playing and has players from the previous Moon Raccoons team, right? So it kind of makes a lot of sense as the run it back is probably going to be thrown out on this heavy A showers execute. But the position in the Killjoy is over on this A site now with all of that utility over on A short. Panini there held on to that position last time, looking to do the same again.
And Moon Raccoon's Black going to get that rotation. They know that Watch This are on a little bit of a lighter buy, so if they full push on the site, it's going to be that entire team behind them, and you can catch them as they come out of those corners. Alex going to be charging up a curveball, but that puts you right into the path of Panini, who picks your head off, and that is going to be Moon Raccoon's Black taking the 10th round of this board.
It's a good response from Moon Raccoons. I was a little bit concerned from those, you see the recon dart come out early round, the boom bot, but it was sort of between the 1 minute 30 and the 1 minute mark where there's very little information that Moon Raccoons could work with, so it allowed Watch This to literally push to the defender's spawn and execute onto a site whilst they were prepared. This is a nice adjustment to make sure that that can't happen on the fly from Moon Raccoons to maintain this lead. Now it's a full buy. There's 4 ultimates available for Watch This, or if there is a time to bring things back into their favor, it's now. But Moon Raccoons are actually pushing all the way down B long. A great response, but even better from Alex, who's able to get 2. Valori just does it one better. These trades for both teams have been pretty exceptional. Valori doesn't quite expect Shells to take that position to their advantage. The spike is sort of left over onto B ramps, and this rotation from Moon Raccoon's a bit slow because they're not quite sure where these last 2 attackers are going to go.
That's gotta feel personal, right? That's the exact same play that you lost your Cypher to. And now we're gonna see Flowerful and Panini in hot pursuit of that spike. They have the lockdown. They could invest this if they want to. It is a full buy on Watch This side, so it would be an extremely expensive round for this attacking side to lose. And Shells is just making sure that they don't have the chance to drop that ultimate. I really like this aggression coming out from that Reyna. Flowerful and Panini forced to take a fight. They can't drop the lockdown. And Watch This pick up in 9th round.
It was a very weird duel that happened down on B long. It looked like Watch This was going to take the majority of the fight. Then Laurie came in, and then Shells snuck around to kill Laurie.
No one suspects the Reyna Inquisition. It's just suddenly there.
I mean, again, it's this whole change to what we saw from Moon Raccoons early on, where they were playing a bit passive, playing without information, to now just barreling it down B long to try and take a fight and making it work out to an extent. Might be because that round went a bit awry that they're not going to do it yet again. This running back is going to try and break its way through. Look at this passive position from Panini. Not even played from lamps. Clearly saw it coming. Didn't want to take that engagement head on. He's happy to give up all of this space because there's plenty of ultimates for Moon Raccoons to work with on this retake.
And you can see as well that even though the run it back was used, Watch This just can't get onto the site as fast as possible. They didn't have possession of showers. Spike is going to go down, but Moon Raccoons Black have already got a full rotate. The team is there. And Watch This can't get those post-plant rotations that they want.
And a fight for lamps. There's currently 5 players on either side working out the Cass with a shock dart, and now 2 kills with the Vandal itself. Brings it to a nice 3K and a 5 versus 1. 10-all. Watch this. It's been very much a switcheroo kind of series with momentum building on either side and then changing it around. But that's 2 on the bounce for Watch This, and Moon Raccoons have just enough money to buy again.
Yeah, you can see that both of these teams are really adapting around how the other plays, both from the passivism of Panini's positioning at the very start of that round as soon as Run It Back is popped, and then, and Watch This, when they drop that spike down, when they know that Moon Raccoons are going to be there, all of them just fall back into lamps and rely on that natural cover to be able to give them a leg up in the fight, instead of potentially putting themselves into the crossfire of someone waiting at A heaven. And now we're seeing both of these teams pretty much figured each other out and going to be going for a very early recon vault. You love to see those, Ryan. And again, it's just going to be absolutely shredded as Charles is trying to make a little bit of space in Hooker, figuring out whether or not anyone's holding back corner. Does have those 2 layers, just trying to get a little bit of information, but those face jacks do come at a cost, and that is going to be the Killjoy turret immediately picking out your presence, and Charles forced to wait just a little bit longer.
You can see the Moon Raccoons are expecting it to an extent. They dark cover the entrance to Hookah, but it does allow Watch This to take that space for free if they wanted to, but they decide against it. Scared off, they're heading over to the site where there are currently 3 players from Moon Raccoons waiting for them. Jant's thinking about being the first one out of showers, is the only one there. But Alex, with the curveball in hand, is going to be the main way to break this through. Panini, again, an excellent paranoia that kind of scatters the positioning of Watch This, and Laurie is able to get that first frag.
You've got to feel as well that they were waiting to figure out where that Killjoy was. But now you've still got to worry about those showstoppers, and it is just Cass alone Sova. Spike can't even go down at the moment. Reconbot going to be coming through trying to find a little bit of information. Does give you, and doesn't actually get destroyed. Moonrakune's Black letting it come through, not destroying it to give up that positioning. Cass only backing right into Lance, right into Han, who takes out their mirror. And Moonrakune's Black, it happened again, Ryan. Cass uses that Hunter's Fury, and we're going to see that lockdown come out when Powerful feels he can drop it for a recontest.
I mean, we got to talk about Laurie getting, I think, a free K with a showstopper that during all of the chaos again, like you love to sort of shout about like raid showstoppers getting multi-kills, but I'm really a fan of how Panini is playing it. I think it's just because I am an Omen player, to be fair, so there's a little bit of bias there, but having a paranoia hit at the right time and enabling your team to get a kill from it, to be able to assist, super difficult to do and often underappreciated across the scene, Europe, North America, you name it. So being able to see that happen on a consistent basis makes me feel happy, to say the least.
You can tell as well that they're really trying to set Laurie up. Look at this A side defense. Not only do you have the Omen with the Paranoia, but you've also got the Phoenix there with the Curveball. And watch this, they're just trying to stay away from that site. They've got the Omen there trying to make a little bit of noise, figure out whether or not Moonracune and Black are holding on that A site, as Flowerful is just the absolute star of the show on that B site right now. And the Omen can't even stay on the A site, has to go to the B, has to help out the remaining Sova because Cass is just stuck on Belong.
Oh, and look at all of this movement from the Omen on the tap. Panini is taking all of this space, just making sure that a rotate's not coming in. And if they do go through the teleport, which they can't now that Diana's in this spot, it's pretty much between a rock and a hard place. It puts Moonrakunes onto match point. Watch this aren't too far behind, but I am certainly curious about what ultimates they have coming online, what their money is. They can full buy, full armor, sure. They're not really that far away from having another run it back.
Yeah, we haven't seen an operator come out from either of these teams, strange enough. But then again, when you're not running the jet, which agent would you give it to? In Moonrakune's Black, they do have that lockdown. They know they're coming in with the rifles. That this is best chance to be able to get that point back onto their board, try and keep this economy in their favor, because every single round is now going to be a force. And so Moonrakune's Black, look at how aggressive they're going. They're taking that ultimate. They know that Watch This can't challenge this. That they can't go for that space because they're the ones who need to keep all of these agents alive when they push on these sides. And Chance already reduced to 18 HP for the smoke.
I like the idea of trying to wait for somebody to go and pick up the orb, but they just miss up the lineup a little bit through the smoke and end up worse for wear, more so than the enemy team in that spot. Diana down to 15 HP, uses to run it back. It is going to bring them back up to full health once this ultimate goes down, either from time or for being killed. But it has forced away Watch This from attacking on the A site. Yet again, one of these early attempted executes, I suppose, that requires a lot of utility. Jance, down to 18 HP, doesn't have a smoke for another couple of seconds, doesn't have a paranoia. And this is actually a bit of a rotate away. Even though Laurie goes down, Watch This baiting away from moving to B. I'm going to hit A again.
I do like this. You can see all of that Killjoy utility set up on the B side, an absolute gauntlet for this attacking side to walk through. And already with your Omen solo, you have to go for that A side, but Panini unable to be challenged, and Lance just gets to spray down A short, and Watch This reduced to just 3 agents remaining. With 30 seconds left, they need to get that spike down and fast, but you have to be able to challenge Diana in lamps. And they're just not going for the Phoenix until that lift finally comes through, but Chels doesn't win the duel.
Diana? Oh, Flowerful's going to actually use the lockdown just to create a bit of space. Diana holding on for dear life in lamps. Able to survive in a duel. I think Chels should have really won at that point. And Diana even gets a third. That's a 3K. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 1. It's all down to Jance. Has to back off just a little bit to not get caught. The 4K from Diana wraps up this first map on Bind. And very close series, but at the end, Diana did, to say the least.
I mean, Diana was ranked 3rd highest player in this tournament for a reason. She is an absolute monster with those mechanicals, and if you leave her alive, she will absolutely shred the remaining presence on the site. We get to see it first person, Ryan, but it's a lot closer than you would expect from either of these teams, right? When you look at them on paper, Watch This coming from that losers bracket, going to be the obvious underdog in this matchup, but they were able to keep pace. More specifically, they were able to keep pace on the attacking round of Moonrakunes extremely well.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see that much of it in, like, well, we didn't get to see any of it because the games weren't streamed in the qualifiers, but, you know, looking at the stats, the match write-ups, stuff from the API generally, we still didn't have that much information to work off. To be honest, either of these teams to know really where it's going. And considering how close the other series is, there's still a lot of information going. CLG versus OWA on the other stream is in overtime in the third and final map on Haven. So whoever loses this series will have to play the loser of that one. And considering that, like we said before, CLG Red are considered maybe not the favorite to win the tournament, but considered to be making their way up through the playoffs, you'd assume so at least. It does bring a lot of concerns for me for whoever loses this series. Moon Raccoons, I don't know where to really sort of gauge their chances of, getting to the final or even winning the whole tournament as a whole. What do you think about assessing this team now that they're 1-0 up?
I mean, you can definitely see their strengths, right? That they trust in their teammates, that you don't really think that they've only been playing together for a couple of weeks with the way that they've been setting themselves up with the Phoenix, with the Omens, the way that they're able to adapt, figure out how the ultimates are going to be used against them, and then just pull back. They give up the space. We saw them try to play it a little bit like that very early on in their defense, right? And I would say that was when they were at their weakest. When they tried to 2 rounds in a row keep control 2 members in showers rather than challenging lamps in the hopes that you're able to pincer as they drop the spike. But that very quickly did not pay off because these teams at these levels, they're going to be checking those corners. If they don't run into aggression, they're going to be figuring out that something isn't quite right. But the way that these rounds roll on, and the way that they're able to figure out how their opponents play, the angles that they like to peek, the fact that we didn't really see that many B-site pushes coming out from Watch This, because every single time they got a whiff of where that killjoy could be, they just didn't want any part of the map. And the fact that Moon Raccoons knew this and positioned themselves most securely around the A-site really shows how strong this team can be.
So what about Watch This then? This was their map pick to play on Bind, and they lose it in a close series, but not quite to the depth. I think we saw Watch This kind of fall off a little bit in these last 4 or 5 rounds. What are their chances now that we're going to Ascent, which is a map that they actually have some pretty good strats on, right?
Okay, so this is the map that I feel is their strongest when you go from those statistics, right? You look at MVPs, we talked about it. They lost Ascent 13-6, and Alex on the Phoenix was still able to walk away with MVP. In fact, every single time that this team has played Ascent, Alex has only not picked up MVP once, and that was when Chell stole it from out of her nose. So you can really see this is where they're going to feel the strongest, but what I think might be a little bit of a concern for this team is that when you go to Ascent, you immediately open up those really long line of sights, and while we didn't see it on Bind, mid on Ascent really requires an operator to be able to reign supreme, and if you don't have that jet, that mobility, that lack of mobility is going to come and haunt you.
Yeah, both those teams struggle with it at this point, not really picking up the jet. I think we saw Chels on the Reyna choose up a little bit of the operator potentially, but it is funny that you mentioned Alex, considering not only does she have one of the best ACSs in like this tournament in North America, but the world when it comes to Phoenix. Like, her name is up there amongst some of the greats on this agent, so certainly not somebody that you want to be dismissing with how good they can be on this agent. But you also have to say that Diana, certainly towards the end of Bind, it's a really nice head-to-head to see potentially these two players go against each other on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I love to see Diana and Alex. I was waiting for that matchup. Normally, you really get to see the Juggernauts with the operator versus the operator, but when you're running that Phoenix, you don't necessarily need the operator, right? Because you can just use the curveballs, flash it out, and then move into the space to try and create as little a distance for that operator to be actually able to come into the action as possible. When you come into Ascent, we do know that Watch This, they like to keep that composition rolling, right? From what little we do know, statistically, they stick with that composition. On the other side, Moon Raccoons, they like to swap things up. They do like to run the jet occasionally. They do like to have their upper be that jet, and something that should be noted is that if it does come down to an operator versus operator that I've got my fingers crossed for, I don't know about you, Ryan, but the operator, the go-to operator for Watch This is the Omen, and while those smokes are very good at getting yourself out of engagements, it does mean that you'd be burning very precious utility when you're already running light and smokes.
Diana versus Alex is a nice head-to-head to keep an eye on, but we're going to go for a short break. When we come back, Ascent, it could be the 2-0 victory for Moon Raccoons. It's also worth, just real quick, actually, we'll update you afterwards. We'll keep it on a bit of a cliffhanger who won the other series on Stream A. But when we come back, Ascent, and it could be the 2-0 for Moon Raccoons, or we could be going to the third map later on. Don't go anywhere.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
Yeah, they don't have.
The Battle of Bind was a key one, but it is Moon Raccoons Black that take the win. Some nice play from multiple players, but at the end, it was pretty much stolen out from Diana themselves. A nice 4K, as I'm sure we'll see in a second, to close out the series. But Moxie, life is certainly there as a possibility for Watch This. Chell's especially having a lot of impact. Alex, one of the most notorious Phoenixes that we've seen in a long while. This could go all the way when it comes to this series.
I think what's the most worrying for me, though, is that Watch This, their favorite map, their go-to map, is Ascent, and they weren't the ones that picked it. Moon Raccoons Black were the ones that picked Ascent. And that says to me that these guys are coming in confident. They're putting down a statement. They're saying, okay, we'll take you on your favorite map, and we'll still win.
I was teasing it before the break, but it was CLG that won the series against OWA. So we will be seeing OWA later on this stream for the elimination game. For our opponent, whoever loses this series, it's good stuff so far for Moon Raccoons, who are 1-0 up. And we go to Ascent, which is their map pick. It could be early doors at this point for Watch This, and considering how close OWA took that series against CLG, you might have two really tough opponents back-to-back if you lose out on the series.
Well, the good news is, though, that you don't have to go up against a team that you have already lost against, so a little bit more life there for Watch This as well. We do, though, have to talk about teams and compositions and what potentially we could be seeing on Ascent, because there's one big difference between these two, and we talked about it before the break, that jet, the mobility, the verticality. I don't know about you, but I've been taken down by double updrafts from A main so many times when I've been on rafters. It has been an extreme pain to get around, and watch this, despite having their team name named after that ultimate line, don't currently have that jet unless we see Silver being subbed in.
I mean, we saw it with Masters across the globe. We saw Baby Bay, Tens, even CNED over in Europe really show the potential of the agent of Jet to the point that I think everybody wants to be as good as those guys. But you're right, like Ascent, it's such a key pick. Having the operator to shut down either mid, one of the extremities, the wings of the map, so to speak, and it is an immediate lock-in for Laurie, who I think for Moon Raccoons, we've seen early stuff from them, but looking at their compositions, they're very much safe, right? When it comes to the meta, they pick the typical agents that you would expect to see on each of these maps. They're not really pushing about out, whereas other teams, I think Watch This, play this composition pretty much all of the time. You don't typically see Phoenix as much over on Watch This, but when you have Alex on your team, you're going to try and make the most out of it. Also, with our OWA and other teams on the other streams, we've seen a lot of Astra. She's available in this tournament. But for both these two, it feels very much like playing it safe when it comes to meta and playing what you know on the sides of Watch This.
Yeah, and there we go. Laurie going to be locking in that jet, and Silver not going to be playing on the side of Watch This, so no jet there. And that means, who is that op going to fall to? Chels has sometimes picked it up on that Reyna, and with those fades, you do have the potential for escaping, but the condition there is that you have to land the shot. You have to get the kill to be able to activate that, whereas Ori is always going to be able to have those dashes, always going to be able to have those updrafts available, even if you don't manage to land the bullets.
Certainly a lot of food for thought, I suppose. Maybe they don't run the operator at all at this point. Like you mentioned, Chelsea's picked it up, but that could be from the cops of an enemy. You know, make the most out of it if they've managed to kill somebody holding onto the operator and using it themselves. But they're not the only team in the world that might steer away from using the op. There's a lot of teams that go for that. But it's how much of an impact it makes. If Moon Raccoons actually start to use it with Laurie, with the operator in hand, they are up against a team that have two flashes. They've got the Reyna, the Phoenix, even three if you count the Omen as well. So it's all about this area control, being able to be fluid in your approach. I think both these compositions sit quite nicely with that playstyle. But Moon Raccoons attacking first this time, trying to sort of take this mid control, but it's looking very much like another B-split.
Yeah, main Raccoons are going to be extremely strong if they're able to get that Killjoy onto these sites, and you can actually see Alex making sure that they don't get to do just that. Because if you let that Killjoy set those turrets and those nanoswarms up, I mean, you just don't have any sort of way back into that fight without taking damage. That's something that the defense cannot allow to happen, especially with that B-site allowing you to fall back into the natural cover of Boathouse. Ori already going to be using that jet mobility, dashing out of the way, and that spike will be going down in a matter of seconds. The good news for Watch This, though, is that they're close enough to immediately try and take that fight before Moon Raccoons feel comfortable in this setup, but the crossfire is already there.
There's a lot of space being taken on this retake. It's now just down to two players from Watch This, and look at the distance from where Cass is playing from, mostly to just set up a position where a recon dart can come in to get some information. It's going to force Laurie to play out, and it even works well in their favor with their own. Han sets up nicely, not only for that key bit of information, but a free K to boot. Moon Raccoons' pistols seem to be, again, going much better than they did on Bind.
Yeah, you can see as soon as that recon bot comes through, it just sets Laurie up perfectly. The two players get tagged up, and the Jet just gets to peek him and take the shots without any return fire coming through until it's too late. We're now going to see Watch This going for a very saving round. Economy going to be looking a little bit cleaner on that third round, but for now they are at a massive disadvantage, and you can see no one's challenging mid. They're only going to have the Phoenix posted there for a potential flash to make sure that you don't get bulldozed through. The Moon Raccoons Black actually going to be trying to take these fights as close up as possible. They know that they've got the advantage in terms of that firepower, and that Watch This are just forced to pull back or try and invest a utility to keep them away, but already that spike going to be moving towards the A side. This Cass is taken out.
We saw this a metric ton when it came to the previous map. These executes coming in thick and fast. They did unbind. They're going to do so here. It is more straightforward, as you mentioned, when you are running with Spectres up against Classics and Frenzies close range at most. But the full buy is there. No ultimates online just yet. Nobody's kind of ran away with a kill feed. But watch this. Need to be conscious of that, I suppose. We saw some nice stuff from them when it came to playing a bit more passive, playing for the retake. It looks decent from the pistol round that we saw. But this is a round where I feel that we need to see quite a lot of them. If not, Moon Raccoons can certainly start to snowball this one.
Well, Chelsea's going to be there to try and stop that. The arena going to be right there. Does have the lid to fall back onto if you get pushed aggressively forward, but going to peek without using it, and that sets Laurie up to just get the spray. And it should be noted, Moon Raccoons Black, they've kept the weapons. They lost hardly any agents on that last round. They were able to keep those Stingers and Spectres, and now watch this. Have to be able to cripple that attacking side's economy, otherwise that up could potentially be coming out in the next round.
It's still doable for Watch This, considering how low some of the players are on Moon Raccoons. Reina can heal himself up, but the Jet, not quite as much. They're playing from a very close range. Diana holding onto this, gets fully flashed, but nobody quite peeks that corner. Moon Raccoons punish it. It's not a position that Watch This were necessarily expecting. Now, it went from a 5 versus 4 to a 5 versus 1. A dominant post plan from Moon Raccoons to be able to hold this one out. And it's flawless as well from Moon Raccoons to boot.
Oh, that position from Diana. You expect them to be in hell. You don't expect them to be the corner right next to it. And so even though you get flashed out, you just don't know where that Reina is going to be, and that sets Diana up. And now we're going to see, watch this, they have to go on another eco. Pistols coming out, it's going to be so difficult. The Moon Raccoons Black, that economy is looking so clean, and now if you'll watch this, that potential when you hit that 4 rounds, 5 rounds difference, even if you're able to win a round, even if your economy is back in the clear, your opponents, they'll just be able to full buy up those rifles again and again and again.
Quick execute coming in. I mean, what's realistically going to stop them from Watch This? The gun difference is enough to take so much space. What, we're 10 seconds into the round? Look where the Jet is, all the way in rafters. It's nice sort of note, I suppose, for Moon Raccoons to know that they can have this space, and it really is a case of we aren't letting anything come up. Shells has tried to make their way around to flank in, but they were down to 26 HP when that peak came in. And another flawless round means that Moon Raccoons not only getting some ultimates on board now with the Jet and the Reina, but that economy is looking pretty full on at this point.
You could see that game plan, though. The fact that it wasn't Moon Raccoons just taking that space, that Watch This allowed them to have it, that they didn't contest at all. And every single time we've seen them try and contest right at the entrance to that A site, right? That the Reina has been there, that the Omen has been there, but that time they just pull back. They allow Moon Raccoons onto the site to drop it so that they can pinch them in between. Have presence in high ground, on rafters, and a lobby. But Moon Raccoons Black, when they don't get that aggression coming forward, they're expecting that sort of push. And they're able to adapt around it because they have that superior firepower. And if Watch This aren't able to take one of these rounds soon, that superior firepower is always going to be in the hands of this attacking team.
Big red flag I think that we're seeing on screen. Watch This playing pretty much from their own spawn here. Bit of information gathered over on A with the Cypher camera from Zero, but it's just the Jet. This could be misinformation at this point, and it's working out so well for Moon Raccoons, who are just working the map, a player in each various position, but a lot of mid control early on.
You can see that Watch This just don't have the strength, the confidence even to really challenge this. They want all of their agents alive. Smoke is going to come down onto that entrance to the A site, and Diana is already going to be going through tree into garden, takes out Zero, the Cypher gone. There goes the information for that defensive team. You do still have this over. Hopefully a recon bot to come through and cut out this smoke. But unfortunately, you just do not have the space as Moon Raccoons have bullied you out of that site again.
It's much more convincing out of Moon Raccoons. There's certainly been some one-sided maps today. We even saw a 13-0 earlier on the mainstream, so not necessarily suggesting that it's going to happen here, but it's something that Watch This need to be careful from, because you can just tell that Moon Raccoons aren't willing to give up on this kind of opportunity that they have ahead of themselves. A 4 versus 2, the Spike has been down for quite some time, that the likeliness of chance even just getting a couple more kills was pretty limited. Moon Raccoons are on an absolute roll.
And you're not going to be able to catch them on a flank either for that reposition. You could see Diana just moving steadily through parts of the map, first mid, then tree, then gardens, to make sure that someone wasn't coming to pinch them in. And right, I talked about it, I was worried that it would be coming out. Laurie now has
attack as well.
That economy on the attack, and look at this aggression! you're going to be trying to find a peek right off the bat from mid. You've even got your Omen right there to smoke you out in case you get into a little bit of trouble. But watch this, their economy, they're not going to be clean. They're trying to go for a rush push, hope that Chelsea's able to pick up a pick. Manages to get one of the Sheriff, immediately activates that Devour. They're going to be coming out through, trying to move on to mid, but the operator's already moving towards B side. The rest of the team with it.
I like the way that Han just didn't want to deal with it. They didn't try and trade it. No, Chels with a Sheriff. I'm going to go with a team. And it's a nice response from Moon Raccoons to immediately going for this B execute. Not going for ego peaks, not trying to go for duels. They're just playing the objective. The spike goes down. The advantage now in favor of Watch This, but guns aren't quite there. At least a Spectre in the hands of Jance, but there's plenty of ultimates to make it work. It's just how it's going to go down. Panini actually trying to use the From the Shadows to get a bit more information from across the map, but still stuck in the back of the boathouse. Handful able to make this a closer engagement as the Hunter's Fury on the defense catches Diddley's squat. It's just Laurie trying to hold on sight now, and the Killjoy trying to sort of be around, lurking as the lockdown is in such a awkward position for the defenders. They actually have to just stick the defuse. Now it's on to halfway, and Jance wins the duel. Can't get the defuse in time because they get detained, and I don't think they're going to have enough time to actually go for it. That was a bizarre round, but it worked out again for Moon Raccoons.
Oh no. If that lockdown hadn't come through, you would have had the time to go for that defuse, Ryan.
But there was no Hunter's Fury available, I don't think. No, Han still had a hold of it. I think she went down beforehand.
Oh.
It's a tactical pause because it needs a... I think we all need a moment after sort of, breaking that down bit by bit. But realistically, when you watch this, you have a bit of an advantage. You don't really have the guns. You just have a player advantage to work with. But that's about it. So it was a nice sort of influence and a cheeky play from Moon Raccoons, but ultimately, Watch This they had no option but to try and go for that defuse. I'm just surprised they went off of it.
Well, here we go. That Hunter's Fury was invested before the lockdown comes through.
That was the defending one. Han still had theirs on the attack.
Oh. Now you see Flowerful drops that lockdown as soon as that defensive Hunter's Fury comes out. And then Jance just gets completely crippled by that lockdown and just has to watch that spike spin and spin, spin, and then blow right up in their face. The good news for Watch This though, Ryan, is that they were able to pull not only the operator out of Laurie's hands, but also the knives. Because Laurie actually activated those as soon as that fight would be taken into the close quarters. The second you didn't get a pick onto mid that you were able to move towards that B site, the knives come out, the blades coming out of the jet, because Watch This are going to be trying to close up that distance, and in that situation, an operator is going to be clunky. People are going to get in your face as quickly as possible. You want the knives for those fast reactions. And so even though they lose that round, they're still able to at least damage Moon Raccoon's economy.
That's the main thing, right? Because it's a full buy still available, but we were talking up how good Alex is on the Phoenix. Currently 0-6 alongside Zera. I mean, we're only 6 rounds in, so... But it does sort of go to show that it's been difficult to get that momentum going, and running back has been attained at this point from the Phoenix without any kills, and they can at least set themselves up nicely. Alex is through, but Chell's actually on the follow-up, gets 2 and dismisses out. That's more like it from Watch This, bringing it to a 4 versus 2. And I think Spike has maybe been spotted from Watch This, but maybe not, considering they're playing more centrally into mid, and they've left this entryway on to be rather open.
Well, now you can see that drone coming out through, and gets a little bit of information, but not before Zera is able to find her head, and Laurie's just forced into that retreat. And it was a lovely setup coming out from Watch This, right? The thing is, Moon Raccoons, they're now going to be expecting it, and it's something you're only able to set up with that run it back. You use the run it back to set yourself up. Chell's using that recent Reyna patch where you don't necessarily need to land the kill to activate the Devour. You just need to actually damage the person before they go down. That's when Watch This are able to get those kills and immediately cripple Moon Raccoon's attack. Unfortunately, that ultimate is not going to be up, and you can already see that Moon Raccoons around B lobby are being a lot more cautious because they know potentially someone could be stampeding for that same play.
Well, it seems that the Phoenix and the Reyna are going to be having a bit of a buddy-up system at this point. And for the we saw the ultimate come through, but they can still try and make those plays work. They're just maybe not going to be as potent without that safety net of having to run it back. They tried to push, but the recon dart out of hand actually gathers so much information that the kills there to completely clean them up. And look how quickly this response is coming from Moon Raccoons of, we got 2 kills in mid, let's go A, let's try and hit. Cass is in a nice spot that might not be cleared up, but Laurie, through the entrance of the A chokehold, gets a kill, smokes it off, and disappears as the B site yet again is being left unattained from watch this.
Smoke and mirrors. Oh, but Diana did not know where Jance was playing. Jumps for the peak and gets punished for it. However, that spike is down. And Moon Raccoons might guaranteed themselves not having to worry about that fight. Laurie gets taken a little bit by surprise in mid though. Cass able to pick out the jet. And slowly but surely, the space that Moon Raccoons had a couple of seconds ago is being eaten up from the shadows going to be coming out from Jance, just trying to find a little bit of information on where they could potentially be playing, but Recon Bolt immediately going to give away your position. And you don't have a Hunted Fury to try and brute force them into your line of sight. It's going to be so hard to actually pull them into a fight.
Problem is more so for Moon Raccoons that they have 3 players on the site, so it's more attrition if they can sort of hold on at this point. And Han pushing through the smoke at the right time, able to get onto Jance. I know it's 7-1, but I don't think the score necessarily indicates that this isn't as one-sided as it seems. That was probably a real roundabout way to sort of say it, but I don't think this game feels as one-sided as the score might suggest.
Absolutely. The thing is that watch this, their condition is to try and find that early kill to stop Moon Raccoons from actually getting this set up with the composition that they're running up against with that Killjoy.
Stop the default, right?
The problem is that they're allowing Moon Raccoons onto these spaces, and if they give up the site, which you can see they're doing right now, they're playing for that recontest. They're hoping that they'll be able to full stack an entire team, give up the space, and then jump on them as that spike plant comes through, but you don't have Hunter's Fury to try and delay it, and the Empress is already going to be coming out from Moon Raccoons in response. Sure, you're going to have angles, sure, you're going to have free approaches, but you still have to be able to hit the shots.
Oh, Flowerful could almost get 2 kills there. I like the alarm, but just make sure that they weren't going to get flanked out, because up until then it was nice play from Watch This, and it's still continuing. Diana, though, pushing even further, gets the 3K with the Empress, can't quite catch on to Alex. It's still doable, a 1 versus 2, but down to 15 HP. It might be a bit more of a challenge. Your Blaze is available for the heal if they want it, but it just delays time. These defuses have been such a struggle in comparison to Bind. The retake's not quite there. Panini makes it 8-1. We're closing towards the end of this half, and it could very much be an 11-1 half for Moon Raccoons at this point, because it's so not even dominant. It's just these are clean executes coming in, and another eco might be required from Watch This.
It's that same problem, right? That Watch This put a lot of their hopes into that recontest. That they allow Moon Raccoons onto these sites, give up that space for free so that they can keep all of their agents alive, because the way that Moon Raccoons push gives you no choice. You're going to be running into a full team, and everyone who can do maths knows 1 versus 5, 2 versus 5, those are odds you don't want to take. As now we're seeing the same aggressive push coming out. They love to do this on the ecos. Alex already going to find 2 that Moon Raccoon's able to equalize.
Alex got a headshot fully flashed by the paranoia, and then gets another one straight afterwards. Some of these sheriff kills have been insane. Just I mean, that was just timing more than anything, but I love it. I love it. I remember watching some of the Moon Raccoons players from Yonder do that kind of stuff as well, but nevertheless, Watch This. It's still going to be a bit of a challenging retake, especially if Flowerful's going to peek there, but it's still now down to a 2 versus 2. You can see the frantic look from Watch This to try and find some guns on the ground. The Neural Theft gives them the information that they're playing at least on the site, but hand through the smoke just times it. Another one just in the right place at the right time, and even a shock dart's good to bring Cass down to a low level. Still wins the duel against Panini. Now it's an awkward fight, and the reload is ill-timed from hand, but they have to go for it, and a nice 4K from hand to bring it to 9-1. I really feel for Watch This at this point, because there's been so many close rounds, but just individual skill has been the difference.
Oh, a hair's breadth. An absolute hair's breadth. It was a perfect opening for the team. They got so close considering the sort of buy that they were on. They were coming in with sheriffs on an eco against rifles. And now they're going to come in, you get to see it. It's always going to happen on Ascent, if anything. It's going to be Charles picking up that operator, forgoing the heavy armor. That's how much Watch This are putting their hopes into an ARP shot coming out huge early on. But Charles is going to be chasing on that A site rather than sitting on mid. And Moon Raccoons are already in full control of that space. You can see the smokes coming on first. Charles is trying to rotate into a place where that ARP can still have a say in a fight, but can't be pushed as aggressively forward. And Moon
It's
Raccoons
basically
are just
a
waiting.
5,000 credit turret. It's just, you've got to be careful where you set it up, really. And already, even early in this round, we see Chills rotate, trying to find the right positions, and hasn't necessarily left gaps, because it has made it so that watch time can get 2 kills across this default. And I think so far, Moon Raccoons have had a really solid default, but it is being picked apart in certain occasions. It's just when that default springs together into an execute that Watch This can't necessarily deal with the tempo. That's a tongue twister I didn't expect.
You can see as well that Cypher utility is currently on mid so that you can still have an eyeful of it if you're getting pushed aggressively with something like an operator. But you get that information without risking your head. Something that unfortunately was not there for hand. As Flowerful will still get the money for getting that spike through, but now has to hold down with a Vandal, is able to get the Cypher out of the way. Do have the lockdown, but you don't have the time to drop it. Oh, but there goes the ARP. Paranoia missed, and Flowerful still gets taken out of the way. Watch This should be able to pick that operator up. They do have the time. You can see the Sova rather trying to parkour their way to that weapon, and that is a big sigh of relief for that defensive team, because a turret it may be, but it's an expensive one, and that's something that Watch This cannot afford to buy up again if they lose it.
It's a glimpse, I suppose, of a weakness for Moon Raccoons, perhaps later on in the tournament or in the losers match that could be later on today. It's looking like it could be a 2-0 for Moon Raccoons at this point. Being 10-2, 9-3 up is a pretty dominant way to start off a map. It's not going to have many complaints. But the way that the defaults get picked off, because unlike this round, because of course, they are playing like one player over on B, one player over on A. If a defender gets that kill, there's no trade. So it does mean that we do see Moon Raccoons getting chipped away, but now it's a full freight train of a 5-player execute with a Killjoy ultimate, allowing to create a lot of space. Even the Eldron to clear up some of these angles, just to make sure that Watch This aren't going to be hiding in wine. This is going to be a clean hit. Watch This are expecting it, but that might not be enough considering how good these executes have been from Moon Raccoons.
Well, drone should be coming out of the smoke any second now. I don't think it was actually able to pick anyone up from Moon Raccoon to just hid in that corner. They heard the ultimate from that jet come through. They know that Larry did pull out those knives. They're going to be setting up this play, because when it comes through, it's going to happen fast. And Jan's trying to hold on to that smoke, does get cloud bursted through. You know, has to hold the angle, but gets taken out by the jet. And this is the speed that we know. Moon Raccoon's immediately moving onto that site, guaranteeing that they have that space to work with. Let's watch this have to get a rotate going, and fast.
Oh, look at Flowerful, though. This flank has not been checked at all. It sets up nicely for a 2K. And just like that, Watch This had a hold of the game to try and bring back on this retake, but they were absolutely blindsided. Just a bit of icing on the cake with the ultimates coming through. The beautiful entry from Laurie, but an exceptional, well-timed lurk as well from Flowerful. Sets his half up to be 10-2 going into Watch This's attack.
You need to win pistols if you watch this. You need to win pistols, Ryan. This is where the round is decided. This is where the map is decided. If Watch This aren't able to win that next round. Because then Moon Raccoons, they're up. They're onto that 11. They're closing up that gap to a match point. And if you lose pistols, chances are you're going to be losing the round after it immediately. And so for Watch This, they have to be able to get that next point on their board.
And this Killjoy ultimate play, so 5-head, it's going to go down in history. Hello Darkness, my old friend is playing whilst this spike deploys. You gotta feel to an extent for Watch This. I mean, it's not over yet. I don't want to suggest that it is, but there's been so many close rounds where we saw some great stuff from them, but it didn't quite tie up. Like this 2K from Alex was pretty insane considering a flash, but it was another even better individual play that came out of Moon Raccoons to make sure that the rounds went their way. And it was so consistent too.
And that's the thing, right? On any other map, a 2K right off the back for the defense should have meant you immediately win that round. But Moon Raccoons, they always push in as a team. They don't give you any choice to be able to take that fight or back out of the space. You either go all in and you lose agents right off the bat, or you give up the space and you allow a composition setup that is extremely strong when it gets that space to work with. Because the Jet can be there with the verticality, make sure that you don't get high ground control. The Killjoy can be there with the utility, the nano swarms, putting them down, the turret, getting that information consistently going through. And one thing that we really should praise right now is these Sova recon bolts have been absolutely huge setting up that information. And information is something that Moon Raccoons are not allowing Watch This to get any sort of control over right now. You may have the Cypher, but you don't have the time to be able to activate your cameras. And you can see that this defense is just moving straight into that attacking side.
Oh, nobody's checking the angle that Flowerful was holding from. Oh, this has gone from bad to worse for Watch This. It is 0 down to 34 HP against 4 players in hand. Before I can even finish the sentence, make sure that that 1v4 clutch was just a dream. It just sort of fell out of our fingers. But the fact that Moon Raccoons had 4 players over on A, we saw the Paranoid come out from the Omen, we saw the Recon dart from the Sova, and then the Jet and the Reyna go in to get that kill. It just, watch this, like, there's 4 players over on A, we can go B quickly. And Flowerful is just, it's like Logan for Defuse over in Europe, is just holding an angle that they weren't expecting. Cleans it up nicely, 15 kills in total across this map. Not quite being Laurie and Diana running away with the frags, which I guess is good for Moon Raccoons, right? Everybody's pulling their weight.
Oh, Diana, that is so mean. If they push on that A site, you're gonna get stuck right between that Reyna, so. But Panini decides, okay, I'm gonna get 2 kills off the back. Remember though, Moon Raccoons on their attack were able to recover from those 2 kills, but they had immediately been traded out. Now they're going for that aggression. They have been able to get Laurie, but there's that lurk coming out from Diana, gets the kill, fades out of the way, and Panini figures, you know what, I got 2 early on, I'm going to still take a third. Tries to look for their mirror right now as Chance is forced to just use that from the Shadow Step to try and trick them into thinking that the Omen is actually vacating that spot. But Panini is standing strong and is not going to fall for it.
I hope we get a replay of the Reyna trying to dismiss out of there. It just looks so awkward. It's just, excuse me, coming through. I just killed 2 of you, but I'm just going to head over there. Is that cool? It does put Moon Raccoons on series point, not only match point, but not quite the end of the road, even if we do see Watch This lose this map, but they would have to play up against OWA, who took CLG the distance, right? So that's going to be a tough game pretty much straight after this one. So there's no time to recuperate, to, you know, talk to a coach, talk to somebody that's, you know, trying to help them in this point, because I don't know if they have like an official coach or analyst as part of this team. They don't really have much time to adjust and fix some of the things that might have gone wrong here. But it is match point, a 4-buy nonetheless, but not even that from Watch This, because I saw a Guardian in play, and that's currently making its way through mid.
Every round is going to be a force for Watch This, even if they're able to take this one, and this is something that Moon Raccoons love to do. They get so many rounds on their attack that the second that they can buy that operator on the defensive side, they buy it straight back up. They want that first kill coming into their favor, guaranteeing now as well that Watch This, they heard the op shot coming through, they have to be so quick through mid, and Panini is right there to await them. Diana moving through. This is such an aggressive play coming from the defense, but they know that they've got the numbers, they've got the weaponry to be able to allow them to go for that aggression, because Laurie is there with the op. And Watch This, unable to get past that 3rd round. Moon Raccoons will be the winner today.
They'll be going on further on, at least in the winners bracket. It is worth highlighting it. This is a double elimination tournament, so even if you do lose a series like Watch This just did, they do have a second chance. As we sort of spoke about even in the last round, they would have to play against OWA, who looked pretty good on the other stream. We did get to catch all of it because, I mean, we were casting this game. I got to do 2 things at once, but I mean, this is much more dominant and expected out of Moon Raccoons. Bind was very close. It was setting it up to be a very close series for both teams, but this was the antithesis of Bind. It was very dominant for Moon Raccoons.
And you can tell as well, they knew the pedigree of Watch This on Ascent, right? They didn't allow them any space, any time, because they were always in their face. Alex just didn't get time to play Valorant on that map. because you were running into a Jet, you were running into a Reyna, an Omen, a Sova. Every single thing that Moon Raccoons did was just aggression incarnate. And watch this, they had the pedigree, but they just were not able to pull it off today.
Does make an interesting matchup with CLG Red playing up against Moon Raccoons. I think tomorrow, I would assume at this point, where CLG may be underperforming a little bit. It's hard to gauge because we haven't seen much of OWA, but this Moon Raccoons team, we questioned it after the end of Bind, like how far they can go in the tournament. With the individual play and how they work together as a team to make some of these rounds work, the game sense to know when to use something like a lockdown in the right opportunity to stop a defuse. This is a team that I think could very much be a dark horse to take the tournament.
I mean, I don't think we're ever going to get over that, right? Just play the smallest violin. But for me, Flowerful, just that kill, those 3 kills coming in when you're up against that many people, because Watch This tried the same tactic as Moon Raccoons, right? They saw that they wouldn't get space on the A site, and they stacked up. They figured, okay, we're just going to deathball over whoever stands in our way. And then Flowerful's able to get every single one of them. That is absolutely insane, and no surprises. Flowerful is going to be the MVP of that match.
Definitely. I think when you look at the whole series now that it's done, I still would give it to Diana. Laurie had more kills total. They had 35 over Diana's 32. Panini was 2 kills behind that. That's what I mean. Like, between the top fragger of Laurie, who had 35 kills, and Han, who had the lowest with 26, that's only 9 kills between them. This was a full team performance. Everybody went positive when it came to KD. Everybody went positive when it came to first kills versus first deaths. This was an all-round solid performance from this team. Adjusting on the right maps, they're not sort of stuck on one comp and trying to make it work across all 5 of the maps. This is a very well-oiled engine, and I think it's going to surprise some teams, and certainly could surprise CLG going forward. But we do have to bring our attention to Watch This, not only because of their loss here, but they are also going to be playing on this stream up against OWA. We should be going for a quick break very soon in order to get that game going, to give Watch This a bit of time. But yeah, what do you sort of think of that? I don't know how much you caught of the OWA game, because the map before this, TSM versus Dignitas, went on a little bit long, so I got to catch the first map at least, but I don't know about you.
Well, I did get to catch one thing, and that was that Astra was played. So there is potential, Ryan, for us to get to see her in action today. And one thing that I think is going to fall into Watch This's favor, right? If they're a team that takes a little bit of time to set up, is that Astra can sometimes be one of those agents who does need that time to set up on the other side. You go into Astral Form, you activate your utilities, but you want to have the time. It's very similar to Cypher. You can set your camera up as soon as the round starts, but at the end of the day, you also have to take that time out. Sometimes you get a text, you have to check your phone. You have to figure out whether or not you're going to get pushed. So if Watch This are able to get that space given to them, I think they'll be able to come back pretty strongly. But the one thing that they have to do is just rinse that mentality. You have to forget about the match that you just played and come in fresh and clean.
Yeah, we might have a Verizon post-match interview coming up with Laurie. It's a great, I guess, indication going into tomorrow, right, how they're feeling, because we do have some team. Everybody knows about Cloud9 White at this point. They've been together so long. They played in First Strike. They had some really solid results during that tournament. But this is a lot more teams sort of coming in. Obviously, this is a whole, big thing that Riot have put together with the Game Changers to have more women-only teams sort of coming through, right? So this is only just going to get better and better, I suppose. But there's a lot of names that we don't necessarily recognize just yet that could go on and do some amazing stuff. Other than, here's a question actually, other than Cloud9 White, who I think are firm favorites, you've got TSM in there, you've got Dignitas, who are the other teams that people should be keeping an eye on that you think could go pretty far in this tournament? Other than, of course, Moon Raccoons, as we just saw.
I was going to say, it's definitely going to be keeping your eye on Moon Raccoon, but also, Dignitas. They had a really strong showing today. They were able to come back. We saw TSM as well doing a really good recovery. Like, that match went on a very long time. I was sitting here being like, it's still going, because each of those teams were just able to recover and then keep recovering and keep recovering. So really, that perseverance is always going to set teams up very strongly in Valorant, because these games can go on for a very long time. And if you do let that exhaustion start to hit you, then you're immediately going to notice a big difference in how your gameplay looks.
I think one of the key things, and this is just, sort of watching the games today in a more objective sort of observation, I think is the word, is I think map pool is going to be super important going into this, because we have seen a lot of, like the map that we just saw against Watch This, Ascent being 13-2. We mentioned it in the broadcast. It was a 13-0 earlier on today, and even CLG, I think it was Ascent themselves, got beaten 13-1. So clearly this is a thing that's across a lot of the different teams, across a lot of the newer rosters, is that might be really, really good on some maps. Like I mentioned, OWA won on Ascent, but they lost on Icebox 13-2. So there's a lot of these cases where CLG is very good on Icebox. OWA is very good on Ascent. We saw Moon Raccoon's been really good on Ascent. I'm more curious about Split. I think Split is notoriously the most banned map out of all of the teams in North America, certainly when you're looking at Masters too. Icebox is an interesting one, though. I think if there's a team like CLG that can, pick that map, use it to their advantage, that's going to go a long way in a tournament like this, especially early days for a lot of these rosters too.
Especially because, some teams, they're not very shy about not wanting to play those specific maps, right? Look at Moon Raccoons. They haven't played Split. They haven't played Icebox. The second that they can ban those two out, they ban those two out. If you're able to take them somewhere where they're perhaps a little bit more uncomfortable, then that's when you're going to be able to topple them. Especially with how diverse we do see Icebox getting. I don't know about you, but I absolutely adore the European style tactic where you just grab a Viper, you wall up B and mid, and try and keep control of all of that space. But a lot of these American teams, they don't play Icebox that often, because though Split may be the most banned map, I'm pretty sure Icebox, when it got released, gave it a pretty good run for its money.
We're still waiting on the interview, so we'll touch on a couple of things almost as like a pre-game to the one that's coming up. I want to touch on our a little bit more. Of course, we didn't see him on this stream. We saw it on the main stream as we were going over this game with Moon Raccoons. Tiraye, I assume that's how you pronounce it, played Astra only, so we're probably going to see a lot of Agent 15 going into this series. I'm curious on your perspective, because Omen seems like such a meta mainstay. How much of that cut do you think that Astra is going to dig into when it comes to overall pick rate as the main controller on the team?
I mean, you can run Omen and Astra together, but
I mean, like one or the other.
One or the other. Well, one or the other. I would say Astra has a little bit more importance, right? The fact that Omen is very strong in smokes, but Astra just has that utility all across the board. The ultimate, extremely strong. The gravity well, extremely strong. The nebulas, extremely strong. All of that stuff she can do. She's like a little bit of every agent. Breach, Omen, Sova, Cypher, all of these rolled into one with a little bit of Sage on top. But I do believe, Ryan, that we have been joined in the voice booth.
Yeah, we actually have a Verizon post-match interview with one of the most clutch Killjoy ultimates I've ever seen across Valorant at this point. Oh no, I thought it was Flowerful. Is it Flowerful or Lori? Because
it's Lori,
the Discord...
Oh, I'm Flowerful.
You're Flowerful.
Yes.
Sorry. So what was your reaction to that ultimate for one? Was that something that you just thought like in the sort of spur of the moment to put it down to force some pressure on, or... That went perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really plan on it, like, actually detaining them. I kind of just wanted to help my teammate that was, like, stuck on site by using it. And, like, it just worked out that way.
It worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a cool sort of perspective, I suppose, to sort of know that... Did you think they were going to defuse in time, or did you just knew from how much time was sort of brought up that they're going to get detained halfway into defusing this and they can't do anything about it?
I thought they were sticking it, so that's why I challenged to try and get them off bomb, but, like, the person that was on bomb ended up, like, fighting me, and I think that, like, delayed the time where they got detained and weren't able to defuse all the way. So...
the next game that you'll have playing is CLG Red, who struggled a little bit against OWA. It went to a full best-of-3 series into overtime at the end. And I think a lot of people consider CLG to be one of the firm favourites behind, the likes of Cloud9 White, of course. Like, what was your sort of opinion on this series as a whole? Bind was pretty close, but Ascent much more dominant. Is that the kind of performance you were expecting, or did you do a lot better than you sort of predicted against an opponent like Watch This?
Bind was pretty close. Like, we struggled a little bit on that map. We know what we need to work on. Ascent, we came in to Ascent, like, pretty confident. We knew that was, like, our map pick, so we were going to do better on that map than Bind.
Moxie, do you have any questions?
Well, talking of map picks, I noticed that you guys always like to ban Icebox and Split. Is there any particular reason why you haven't played these maps yet?
We I think we're good on Split and Icebox. We just banned those because we know other teams don't like playing them either, but we're looking forward to playing those maps in like a best of 5 in finals.
Confidence. I like it.
Yeah.
You definitely have the mechanics, and it's wonderful to get to see killjoys. Where exactly, sort of, how is the thought process that goes into where you want to use your killjoy utilities? Because obviously when you drop them, you can't get them back.
Yeah, I usually try and play off my utility, but also use it to help my teammates like enter sites and like block off angles so they don't have to worry about like peeking that or dying from there.
I guess one of the sort of like final questions to close it out is everybody on your team in that series went plus in differential, like more kills and stuff. It seemed like an overall individual performance from everybody on the team. Like you had your moments, Diana, got the 4K at the end of Bind. How important is that going forward? There's no like clutch player that you're relying on to pop off. It feels that every one of you at any given moment can win a round, because it was 13-2, but there were a couple of rounds I think where Watch This looked super close, but one of you guys were able to sort of just clutch out and win it out. What's it feel like as supposed to be on a team where anybody can have that impact at any given time?
It's really nice because I think we're all very strong, like independent fraggers, and that helps because like if somebody's like having a bad game, like one of us will like pick it up, a few of us will pick it up and like cover the slack, and then there's like those games where we all just pop off and we're doing good, and like it shows in like the score difference between like Bind versus Ascent.
So you've got CLG Red in this next upcoming game. When it comes to other parts of the bracket, like what other teams are you keeping an eye on? I think everybody's expecting Cloud9 White to do well because they've been the team with the longest tenure, right? Are there any other teams that you've scrimmed that you've just been keeping an eye on because you've got friends in the team that you think could actually go all of the distance as well as yourselves?
We haven't scrimmed any of the teams that are actually like still in this tournament, but I was watching the games of Dignitas and they're looking really strong, so I think they'll be up there, and we would be looking forward to playing them in Cloud9 White.
I guess finally, is there anything else that you want to sort of say on the stream? Like it was a great series from you guys. It's good to see Moon Raccoons back in some fashion, right? So any final words before we sort of close out this series?
No, not really. I think that's all.
That's cool. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to be going in for the losers bracket game. We're going to be following along with Watch This. So we're going to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have the losers round game coming through to you. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the VCT Game Changers Stage 1 of North America. We're on to the elimination match between two teams. OWA that took it the full distance against CLG Red versus a team that we just saw on Ascent. Watch this. Unfortunately, lose 13-2. Might be even worse now, considering the first map in this pool, Moxie, is Ascent again.
I mean, it might be worse, it might be better. We've seen that they can be extremely strong, but they have to be able to have that time given to them, a little bit of a breather, which unfortunately is not what they've just had, because despite OWA going the full distance, they did get a little bit of a respite, right? Watch this, they're coming right off the bat of that match, which although it lasted 2 maps, that still means you're going to be running potentially 5 maps of Valorant in a row.
Yeah, it could be a pretty long approach. I guess the shining light to an extent, or maybe even not that. We did see OWA lose 13-1 against CLG Red, but it was on Icebox, and Icebox was banned out pretty much immediately from the teams. We've got the same map pool, no split, no Icebox. We can sort of go over the picks in just a second. But we're itching for this series, Moxie, because we actually get to see and cast Astra for the first time, at least from my perspective, so that's very exciting.
I mean, we're going to gush about it, and you know what's going to happen, right? Despite them running Astra on every single map earlier, they're going to not have it. I can just feel it, but no, Astra is extremely strong, and if teams want to consistently run her and feel comfortable consistently running her, I don't really see her getting swapped out on any map. Purely because you can replace the Omen with her. Those smokes are so strong. We got to very briefly touch on it. But the fact that she is just so good at everything else, that she has the breach flashes rolled in, that she has the smokes, that you can pair her up with the breach, with the Phoenix to make those smokes, you can have that space, and then you use the flash to make sure that you have that space, and then you lock it down.
I mean, the hope, I suppose, in this series is that we go to bind, because we can only really talk about what we saw in front of us, right, with Watch This and as we saw Moon Raccoons. That series was pretty good. We saw some really good stuff out of Alex, as expected. One of the top Phoenixes, even, when you look at ACS and stats across all of the different Phoenixes, even across the world. Alex's name is right up there, right? So you would expect to see more out of them, certainly as opposed to Ascent, where every player on that team was a bit quiet, to be honest, and it was just individual brilliance coming out of Moon Raccoons. Because they have to go into the series and play the map again, it has to be an immediate response, right? And that's the concern, because if we saw that our CLG game end a little bit earlier like it did, they were probably watching the stream of the game that we just casted, right? So quick sharing of notes and stuff that they could do to punish it further.
Well, one thing though that Watch This can take solace in is the fact that they had some really good attacks. We talked about it, we both mentioned it. Despite that scoreline being so far apart, a lot of those rounds really felt extremely close. And it was only those very brief plays that were made individually on the part of Moon Raccoons that tipped that scales into their favor on those specific rounds. So if you watch this, you just do more of that. We saw really good aggressive plays coming out from their defense, right? The fact that they pushed so aggressively with the Phoenix, with the Reyna paired up, worked out absolutely beautifully every single time they went for that tag team. And with them starting on the defense again, I'm hoping that we get to see those plays again. The problem is, now you might potentially be caught out doing those plays without actually getting the kills coming in for that round where you catch your opponent off guard, because like you mentioned, you might have been watched.
Yeah, and I think so. We have our actually sort of picking up Ascent, which we're going to be seeing in a second. Bind was picked up from Watch This, expected really. Haven being the last map, yet again, it was the final map between OWA and CLG. Went to full overtime, but unfortunately couldn't string those 2 rounds together to winning out against a firm favourite of CLG Red, as we've been sort of repeating. It's hard to sort of say. We should have predictions coming in for Twitch chat if you want to put some channel points in to see for yourselves who you think is going to win, but obviously we only saw a glimpse of OWA from the series on the other stream. Genuinely, I do think that when you look on paper, that performance against CLG Red was a lot more, certainly top tier, I think, from OWA. But we need to see the eye test. We need to see that Astra in play, and it should be a hell of a game nonetheless.
I'm hoping for that Astra to be in play, but I agree. On paper, obviously, you are going to have OWA coming in as the firm favourites. Watch This had already gone up against CLG, and it was not a close game. So the fact that OWA were able to take it that close instantly puts them right up there for an advantage. But I'm hoping that we get to see this game start immediately. I know both of these teams are going to be absolutely raring to get to go, because for one of them, it is going to be the last time we get to see them in this tournament.
Yeah, sort of looking at it, I think we obviously saw some really good stuff out of Alex, Cass on the Sova, nice sort of plays on Bind, especially to get that information early on the B site. Ascent, I feel that we didn't really see that. We saw a couple of times where we saw the Reyna and the Phoenix push down B main with the run it back, take that space, get a kill, sort of break the default as it happens. But the problem with Ascent is we only saw that succeed twice at most. The rest of the time it was Moon Raccoons putting together a really nice default, winning those duels, going in for a really solid execute, and the post plants, unlike Bind, might I add, were pretty subpar in their approach and lost out, by a hair in a couple of the cases, as we've been talking about.
And another thing to note as well is that Watch This's composition, it's incredibly static, right? They always come in with those same 5 agents. We never see the Jet coming out from them, and I talked about it, how dangerous it can be trying to find those first kills, those opening aggressions, the fact that you have to go for the Phoenix and the Reyna paired up together and use so much utility to actually guarantee that you're able to survive the encounter, whereas the Jet is able to just peek her head out, then immediately dash back if there's any sniff of danger. And so Watch This coming in with that very static composition could potentially face that exact same problem of being able to be outmaneuvered, out-aggressed by their opponents.
We have a bit of a delay, by the way. That's why we're sort of waffling this. We're just getting people into the lobby, just making sure it works. But we can have a quick look at the day as it's sort of highlighted out and the rest of the bracket in a second, just to sort of go over how things are looking at this point. So far, at least in the upper bracket, we have Cloud9 White making their way through. Dignitas had a really nice series against TSM. Definitely check the board out with that one. We saw Moon Raccoons win 2-0, dominant in that final map for sure against Watch This, and they'll be playing up against CLG Red. All happening over the next couple of days. Of course, the elimination. TSM still within it. If they want to sort of pull this back, it would need to sort of beat the Fwogs girls. I mean, I think it was Yinsi that was struggling to say it like that, but I don't mind. Just Frogs. We all love Frogs, to be fair. So it's good stuff from all of the teams so far. But you look at those top bracket teams. You've got 3 signed organizations. A good old Moon Raccoons mix it in with those top teams. And like I've been saying, it's been good to see them back. But we should be going into game fairly soon. Any final things that you want to sort of bring a spotlight to, Moxie, when it comes to these two teams?
Well, one of those things is that you might have that static composition not only coming back to haunt Watch This in the shape of not having a Jet and being outmaneuvered in terms of mobility, but also if our want to run that Astra, you're going to be running up against no other Astra. And that means that you can hold on to that utility for a very long time and spook them out of space just by having those stars down. Remember, the enemy can see the stars, but they can't actually shoot them. So one way that you can deal with the Astra being around is you just give that white space a big old berth, and that's something that we really did see Watch This attempt in a defense up against Moon Raccoons previously, but we also saw how that paid off for them, right? The second they gave up that space, they were never able to get it back.
I think the only sort of red flag and concern that we'll probably see throughout this series, considering what we saw so far from Watch This, is the same composition coming out. You do typically see those adjustments made, bringing in the Rays, for example, onto Bind, whereas you don't typically see a Rays over on Ascent, because we see that composition coming out at the same time pretty much over and over from Watch This. And you're playing up against a team that is running Astra and they're in a full time. It might be too much of an adjustment, really, and I think that's what surprised me the most about Moon Raccoons and how good they looked, is they changed to the typical meta compositions on each of the maps, playing the Rays on Bind, playing the Reyna on something like Ascent, those teams tend to go a long way, and it seems that they've got their sort of ducks in a row when it comes to the compositions they want to play, who's meant to be playing what role on the team. That is something that I don't know how much we saw from Watch This. I think when you have players like Alex being able to pop up at any given time, it doesn't matter so much, but still going into this, it's a little bit of a concern, I'm not going to lie, but it just might be because it's early days.
I think I have a very similar concern, right? And it spirals off the back of you're always going to be running that same composition, because we do see those adaptations coming through on different maps, but when you're always running that same composition, it's very quickly predictable for not only how you play on that specific map, but how any of your gameplay is going to translate over to the other maps. So even though we haven't seen them on Split, you know that you're still going to get aggressively pushed out of somewhere like Garage by a Phoenix and Arena, and you're just going to set up the exact same counter that you pull off on Ascent on that map without even setting foot there.
Apologies for the delay, guys, but we are going to go for a little bit of a break whilst we get things in order. When we come back, the final series of the day, whoever loses will be going home. So be sure not to miss it. This could be an absolute banger, and we're going to see some Galaxy Brain plays from Astra herself. So be sure not to go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly.
Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, back, 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 God, down, up, back.
Welcome back. We're ready to go in this series. As we've been repeating, the loser goes home on this one with OWA playing up against Watch This. We've never casted Astra before, so me and Moxie are very excited to bring this one to you, as OWA have been playing Astra pretty much full time, I think, throughout this tournament. First real opportunity we get to see a glimpse of her. Going up against a Watch This team that doesn't really stray too far from the composition that they're playing. The one thing I guess we failed to mention about Ascent is we just saw Watch This lose against Moon Raccoons 13-2 on this map, and this is the map that OWA beat CLG Red 13-1 on. So if there's anything to tell you that this is the first map at least being favored towards OWA, it's got to be that, right, Moxie?
Yeah, I mean, there is light at the end of the tunnel, though, for Watch This, even if you do lose this first map of Ascent. Because Bind will be that second one up, and that was where they put up the most fight against their previous opponents, Moon Raccoons. And there it is, confirmation, Ryan, that we get to see Teray going for that Astra. And with Stephanie already locked into that breach, that is going to be a monstrous initiating death ball coming out if Watch This don't just give space up for that attacking team.
I'm excited to see the breach. Oh,
No.
Not tease us that much. I mean, okay, I get it. It's probably going to be, what would it be? It'd be a silver, of course, wouldn't it? I was thinking Astra Viper comps, like the YouTuber brain was going on like that. That's something to highlight if this
Double
works
wall.
out well.
Just run a Sage as well, go for that triple wall, all of the control.
Imagine that, Astra, Viper, and Yoru all on the same team. I mean, Breach, I suppose, in North America can feel kind of alien at the best of times, but pretty much what we were expected to come out of Watch This with their composition. That's pretty much what we were going for with what to expect from them. But this is going to be interesting. Even the breach from Stephanie has got me like, okay, this is going to be cool to see the combination of Astra versus Breach.
I mean, Breach is just so good as well on Ascent, because not only can you use that utility to immediately brute force your way onto these sites without ever putting yourself into danger. Remember, those flashes travel through the walls, but you can also use it on the defense to stop those spike plants from coming on through. And something that Watch This is not going to have is that utility on their side. They only have that Phoenix and the Reyna there with those flashes to try and delay this attack from our OWA to come through. And you can already see that Cypher camera going to be getting a big old eyeful of mid as Maddie-san already takes Alex out of the way, and that is not how Watch This wanted to start things out, Ryan. Alex is their best performer on Ascent and already gone.
Very quick engagement. Within the first 10 seconds, I think, from Maddie, Stephanie's managed to find a way into Wine to see if there's nobody hiding within the Omen smoke. See if there was anybody there extra to trade, but it has allowed a bit of positioning from our hours. This A execute is starting to go through. I'm really interested in this Cypher lurk from Hannah, just holding on, making sure that nobody pushes through mid to make it to tree. A recon that is going to make its way through from the defenders, but it'll find nothing. Our poised to make an execute as the Astra sets up the utility.
I mean, you know as well, if you're not getting pushed and tree, that they're going to be coming from that high ground. There's the flashpoint coming on through. Maddie's going to be trying to get a little bit closer. Shoot through the nebula. Our have so much control of their space. They've got tree on absolute lockdown. That was the other nebula coming through. Clyde was going to cover up the door. Chelsea's trying to use that layer. Little bit of information coming on through as they move. It's all going to be the same angle, though. That Omen not yet into position to take a fight.
Cass is trying to hold on to the site, and Maddie is putting in so much pressure. And Stephanie with a flank, breaking it through the Astra's nebula. Jans tries to take those fights, but it's Hannah that slips in behind, all the way up on rafters. And a pretty stellar execute, I would say, from our with how they set that up. And the concern again is Watch This not really working with all that much information, could get caught out on these executes as they come through.
I mean, Hannah, just with that look, it guarantees you know exactly where Watch This are going to be coming from. And so those nebulas, they're perfectly positioned, and even if you lose that fight, you're still drawing it out, making sure that Watch This just do not have time to get that defuse. And already we're seeing the problem of the Astra, how strong those smokes can be in setting yourself up. But not only that, the breach as well. Charles is going to go for a very aggressive hold through B main, but we expected this, right? They've been watching that next map. Terrain knows exactly what to expect.
Jewel is going to come in, and it's just sort of classics and ghosts peppering away as much as they can at our. And Carly's the one that gets the kill. Information gathered and a tripwire broken allows Watch This to reclaim a little bit of this space, but the setup again is going towards an A execute. Jance is well aware that it could come through, so is trying to get onto an angle that can catch it in. But the main thing with this Astra utility, the flashes from Breach, it is a setup and very difficult to hold on to. Plus, you could just do what Jance did there to hide in the smoke to avoid being flashed, but the fault line's going to push them off the angle too. Clean stuff from our. There's still plenty of people alive from Watch This, but nothing to really stop that spike getting planted.
Oh, and the lurk coming out from Stephanie as well. Flashpoint catches Jance and Zero, who were in Garden in the hopes of getting that flank to cut through. As Watch This use those two angles. Half come through from tree, half come through from high ground. You sandwich them in between, but they were expecting it. They were able to sandwich them. And Watch This, are forced fragmented into taking one fight after another fight that they're just not prepared for. However, our were coming in on the stronger buy. And that cannot be said for this round. Watch This are going to be going for those full rifles, but our sticking with the SMGs.
Yeah, Stephanie not too far away from having a rolling thunder 2-5-0, picking up an arm, getting a kill, could set up these executes even better than they have done so far, but a full buy from Watch This. Chels wanting to engage on this angle, but the breach flashes, flashpoint, it's going to stop them, and Alex with the curveball is able to sort of contest that spot, get a kill and get out.
This is something that Watch This are prepared for. They know how aggressive our like to be. Especially with that first round, how we just saw that Jet immediately move in with less than 10 seconds underneath their belt, and the Reyna is perfectly equipped to stop them from doing just that. That's why she is posted where she is, with the layers. And Zero is actually going to be trying to keep a little bit more control of mid than we've seen Watch This previously. They don't want to give our all of this free space that the attacking side has been running amok with. Cass going to be charging up a shot, getting a little bit of information. Recon Bolt destroyed, but now you do know there is presence on mid. You can start to maneuver your forces and try and cut them off before they hit that B site, because Teray is going to be able to set all of that Astra utility up.
The fact that they got the kill and immediately set up the Nebula smoke says a lot on how quickly they want to react off this stuff and how quickly Teray can actually do that, right? That was pretty instant with get the kill, immediately go into Astral form, put down the smoke, execute. And I think that was something that Watch This struggled with the previous game against Moon Raccoons, but now trying to clear up some of the space, making sure that all of these attackers in the post plant are going to be playing offside. Teray putting down another position, but doesn't quite use the star to its full capability, allows Alex to sneak in. I don't know if they expected to put down the Nebula and it would work, but nevertheless, retake goes well for Watch This, only losing one player in total to get their first round on the ball.
I don't think it was intended to be a Nebula. It would much better be a Gravity Well, right? You pull them in, you force them to take that fight, and then you just have someone setting up. I think the most brutal thing I've seen Astra setup-wise is Gravity Well into early AWP or early Marshal. It's absolutely devastating. You don't get the chance to try and not peek or jiggle peek, you just get sucked right on in. But watch this. Yeah, you can't take that fight. And then Watch This, though. They do hit at Astral form. They do move forward aggressively. They don't allow the Astra to get that chance to use that utility, and that is something that they are going to have to do every single one of these rounds if they allow our to set up with those stars still in play.
Cosmic Divide is available, the only ultimate. I mean, if they get one more ult up, they can get a Rolling Thunder too to make it even worse, but Alex with the run it back is good. Actually being put off on the angle and doesn't get that much information. Nobody knows that Kali's playing on this aggressive off angle, and it makes Watch This a bit treacherous of playing in that position, but there's still 3 players over there. They dedicated a lot of bodies to try and take that space, but ultimately, they dedicate an ultimate. Chels takes a bit of damage, and now they're backing off and giving a lot of respect to our this early into the round.
And it really does feel right that our watch this. The way that they see that run it back in play for Alex, and then they have 3 members ready to meet them in B main and lobby. Jan's trying to be a little bit of a guard dog right now, is forced to back out or meet the wrath of a full attacking team. And you can already see that Watch This, that rotation's coming through, but the Sova is going to be late to the party. The spike hadn't been spotted, right, and you can't take this fight with that information lacking.
Paranoid connects up to multiple people, that allows Chels to break in, and Jance through the main doorway makes it so it's another clean retake. This is much better than what we saw at the main Raccoons game, and similar to the previous round, they only lost one player and the full retake comes in to even up the score. This is much better. The Astra going down early, though, is a bit of a problem, considering the ultimate's still available, all of the utility that you can use. You really don't want to see Ture go down that early, right?
No. The one thing, though, we do have to remember is that not only is Cosmic Divide still in play for that Astra, but Rolling Thunder is now up and ready for Stephanie as well, and that Breach ultimate, it's so good. On that A site, you can connect it all the way from main onto rafters to make sure that you do catch out anyone sitting on that high ground and use that to brute force your way onto the site. With the way that our are positioning towards mid and A, definitely is a play that they could push for, but perhaps not on this round. Sheriff's going to be only on the table for this attacking side, as that Nebula is going to let them move through mid completely uncontested right now.
Ooh, but Alex finds a little bit of an angle just to spot onto Maddie. There's more there, though, and it's going to be kind of difficult to maneuver out with there, but the curveball is nice to try and set up a play. The Ture with the Sheriff is able to get some, but Alex is able to just get more. Stephanie with a breach is going to try and flash them. Might not be expected to play this close, but Jance, fully blind, full spray, able to win that engagement out. It is a 1 versus 2, 20 HP for Carly to try and make something happen here. I don't think they're going to be expecting the Cypher on the other side of that wall, however. Zera is only 9 HP as well. Look at that. Both these players just waiting for a bus to come at this point.
It's like you come here often.
I could sit and watch that all day. It's just, there's only 40 seconds left. I think if you're going to make a play at this point, Carly, needs to happen now. It's probably a save. Oh, actually, the doorway to A is completely open now.
Left.
You do have the spike. That A side is completely deserted. Carly does not know this, though. And so is going to be checking those angles meticulously. Hardly making any sound. Does have 2 shock bolts and a recon bolt charged up, and enough time to get that spike down. Recon bolt going to be coming through immediately, revealing that position as well as where that spike is going down. Watch this, already going to be rotating. But this is the thing, Ryan, they're both going to be coming from that exact same angle. High ground is the only thing that Watch This currently control, but Carly's backed off of the site and is now completely covered in that smoke.
Did you kill him? Oh, the shock dart is perfect. There is a Hunter's Fury available, but this is the kind of engagement that's going to make it awkward. This smoke is going to go down. That shock dart gives away the position. Smart play from Jance to know roughly where they're coming from, and the defuse is going to come in. It was funny to see Watch This kind of move away and make it a bit of an open site to execute onto on A, but mature, right, from Watch This to have the buddy system, the 2 players making sure they can trade off of each other. But that was a close round.
I mean, you have to go for that buddy system, right, when you're 9 HP with 1 Cypher. This was a beautiful play coming out from Alex. You could see that our invested that Nebula. They had close quarters weaponry. They wanted to not take any distance fight in mid. They wanted to just get onto that side as quickly as possible and actually take Watch This into a position where they could still get those kills coming through. And Watch This see the Nebula, hear the sound, and immediately challenge it. That's one of the first times we've actually seen them challenge themselves for that space. And Maddie is actually going to be popping those knives immediately to try and brute force Watch This away from B. But Alex is taking that aggression with a very familiar run it back style.
Oh, and the Cosmic Divide is used to sort of break up this site. It's just the case of the Jet to use the ultimate to clear it, but Shells throughout all of this is able to get 2 kills, tries to sneak their way through the Divide, which of course takes all of the bullet damage. Stephanie was there waiting and can actually catch onto Jansu, had flanked their way around. Now it's a 2 versus 2. The spike hasn't been dedicated to the B site, so it is going to make its way over to A. A bit more utility dedicated in that direction, and a Nebula placed down to make sure that this rotation is as safe as it can be. Watch This, not really sure where it could be going, but again, playing together, trying to play for this post-plant clutch.
Well, that fault line has not actually forced Watch This onto that B site. However, we're hoping it would buy themselves a little bit of time. Do you have that Rolling Thunder? Watch This do not have that Hunter's Fury. They have a little bit of information. The Recon Bolt is still up, but Alex is just checking hell, making sure that they don't get stuck in a crossfire. Our have completely backed out But that is the breach starting to charge it up, and Cass completely stuck in between that diffuse animation. Thank you, going to be pulling the ultimate out of the breach. Gravity while making sure that Alex cannot get a clean diffuse. And Stephanie able to set themselves up perfectly with that utility, as all the while that spike is going down more and more and more as Cass is pulled out of the gravity well again! Oh,
the stun.
Beautiful.
That's how it's
Ryan.
done.
That's how it's done. It's absolutely nutty how strong gravity well can be. It doesn't stop the plant, but it puts you into the fragile state, so you're taking double that damage.
I mean, Astra's been in play a couple of different tournaments now, but I guess people are now starting to see it. It's one of the key things out of Masters, right? There are so many teams that didn't qualify for Masters in Europe and North America, had a huge amount of time to practice Astra ahead of Stage 2. So I do think that whoever get their heads around this new agent first are going to be better off for it, but it is just in play once. Chells, though, takes nice timing on the duel, able to get one into Cali before dismissing into safety. Alex is there to try and regress into these positions. Having the Reyna and the Phoenix playing together is so good, just to make it so difficult for the attackers to take B main without any form of casualties. Cass now using the Eldron to break any trips to see if it can get any more information. But our playing off of it, only 4 players alive, but still got a good amount of map control, if you don't count the push on A.
Well, Maddie was just making a lot of noise, right? You've already pulled out 1 dark cover and another recon bolt. All the while, that spike is nowhere near that side, and watch this, they don't know where it is. They're wasting so much utility so early on in the round that if our are actually able to get that spike down, they are going to be at a huge advantage in that recontest. So for watch this, they have to be able to take out this attacking team before they get onto that hallowed ground. To right, we talked about how strong that Astra utility can be, already setting it up. Oh, here it comes. Nebula's going to be coming out, buying yourself a little bit of space to move through and take that fight.
Oh, and it's almost there to put 3 kills together. Multiple players from Watch This just peeking out of these smokes, but it ultimately works out in their favor as it's a 3 versus 1. You know, where this final attacker is, there wasn't really much time on the board to get the spike planted nonetheless. Watch This have been dealing with this very much better than it certainly did in the Moon Raccoons game. And the fact that our won this map so dominantly against CLG Red means that this is certainly a lot closer than we maybe anticipated, but you're looking at Stephanie doing a lot of the work with frags on the breach, setting not only herself up, but the rest of the team, and Alex just doing Alex things again.
Well, one thing that Watch This are doing a very good job of is actually dealing with those nebulas, right? That peak coming out was absolutely clinical. They didn't just take the fight one-on-one. The second that those nebulas come down, everyone moves in to converge on the Astra. So that she can't do what Reyna's love to do, take a fight and then move on to another one that you can win. And now watch this, they have already lost that Reyna, the Nebula, already making sure that Zero is forced away from mid, completely pinned down right now. Drone going to be coming out, getting a little bit more information. Cyphercade should be able to let her get out of market without a scratch. And now we're seeing our they are on the eco. Sheriff's out, just making a whole bunch of noise to draw out that utility from Watch This. Astral Form going to be coming through, and the star already set up.
It was a good fight from Alex to take that engagement onto Hannah. We're just happy to take these duels with the Sheriff. They already got 1 kill, but can't really go off of it now. A full 4-player execute coming in onto Trey. Jance, a nice spot actually. This is going to be a real pain in the backside. We saw this quite a lot from the bind game against Moon Raccoons, just holding these angles, and it's much more punishing than we saw in the previous series. Jance getting a free K. It's so difficult for our to pick up any positioning when they don't split in the right spots. And another clean retake coming in from Watch This.
Pain in the back, quite literally in that case. 3 players shot in the spine. And Watch This played that absolutely perfectly. You have to be able to control that space. And I mean, they were coming in on Sheriffs. They didn't have the weaponry to be able to put up a fight immediately to get control of that space, and I love that Watch This recognized that and took control of it themselves.
Still curious on how they make this Astra work now that things are going poorly. And yeah, 4 out of the 5 rounds were defuses now from the defenders of Watch This. We're getting towards the end of this half, so the defending side will have to end eventually for Watch This. Jans wants to take a fight, but up against multiple players that are making their way through A main with a Rolling Thunder, it might not be worth trying to challenge them. Just let the spike go down, because as we've been seeing, these retakes have been really solid from Watch This. The problem, however, is they don't really have the ultimates, but if Shells is on a roll like she is currently, you might not even need them.
Well, you do have Neural Theft. If you're able to get the space to use it, Cass going to be pulled into that gravity well. Almost managed to escape it. No fragile state set up for that Sova, so now this is what we were talking about, right? Our did not have this space when they pushed in, and watch this, now they've grabbed it back.
Ooh, it's an awkward fight. Teray actually getting 2 kills from the bottom of hell. Zera now between a rock and a hard place, trying to work out which engagement to take, but able to get Teray. Uses the Neural Theft to get that information where they are, but there's so little time. The Hunter's Fury even used to just delay it further. He's going to try and go for the engagement, but it's not enough time to go in for the defuse. It's another... These post plants for both teams have been where the action is.
For our though, you consider that a win, right? You were able to pull Neural Theft out from the defense, and sure, you invested Hunter's Fury, but you were still able to get that round into your favor. Watch This were coming in. They wanted to win that round. They had the kills to back them up. But that Hunter's Fury just completely puts the spanner into the works, and now our have another Cosmic Divide. Look at how this team is setting up. They want to full push onto that A site. They want to brute force their way through, but the Cypher is going to be there with the camera on the B site to make sure you don't aggressively get pushed with an Empress coming in, because again, watch this. They love to put these agents on that specific site. The Phoenix, the Reyna, playing that buddy system, hoping to find a pick, and our, they've seen it all before.
They're going to push beyond what they usually do at this point, and trading off this spot for Shells is going to be tough for Alex, but Alex still going further beyond. No running back to go off, but a bit of an awkward engagement considering how many people are there. Shells now trying to take the fight against Free, but they can't really get more than one onto Maddie. But look at all this space to Watch This have taken in the meanwhile. The issue, the problem is that now the Neural Theft's been used. Jance's position's been given up. They're in a scary spot, but they are going to dedicate to holding onto this off angle, but Stephanie likely to clear it. Jance is good for 1, but a 3 versus 2 as they make their way onto the A site as an execute. The stars being aligned for Astra. It's going to allow this execute, but look, the Cypher's disrespecting it, but the information's gathered and Cass gets a collateral.
Cass Hunter's Fury too. Spikes down. Nebula's going to be running out. There it goes. Hannah has the spike, is able to pick it up, but that Sankyu is going to be coming through, and that Hunter's Fury can be the absolute bane of your existence. Uses the Hunter's Fury. Cass trying to use that Sankyu to figure out where the Cypher is holding, but oh my goodness, every single one of them misses!
Spike planted.
Now Cass is going to over-aggress, maybe a little bit of recon dart, just to sort of clear up the majority of the site. So Cass has a rough idea where Hannah would be playing from, but it's not quite enough. A really bizarre round with multiple duels happening across the map. The good trades from either side, but our tying up the score yet again onto a Watch This. And that time, I mean, it's weird to keep saying like the post plant is where the action keeps happening, but that was clearly not the case from the last round with that early aggression on B main.
I mean, that wasn't even really a post plant. Hunter's Fury came out to try and stop that spike going into the ground, but Hannah's able to keep her cool. Doesn't get hit by a single one of them, still is able to get that spike safely through. And Charles just completely frozen up right now. Alex going to be playing alongside them. I mean, when you see that Reyna, you know the Phoenix is going to be there, and I do like that Watch This are actually diversifying their positions of that tag team. Make it just a little bit harder for our to predict the movement. Astral Form going to be kept heavily under guard by the entirety of the team to set that Cosmic Divide up, and this is going to be a full-on rush, but Watch This are actually contesting this. Look at this beautiful rotation coming out from them, but Stephanie will be there to meet them with the flashpoint prepared.
Oh, they get flashed themselves from the curveball. I mean, Breach, it's the war of attrition, right? But Stephanie's not quite sure where Alex has placed himself, so trying to take that fight, win it. Nice work, but down to 5 HP, and this defender's still making her way in. Jance happy to take the fight, but that's a lot of damage done from Stephanie. I think that was a headshot, but not quite enough. Our sort of winning up against Eco, to be fair, and dedicating some big ultimates alongside, but it's nice to see the Astra being used to this sort of level. It's so much fun to watch a new agent come into the game and actually be used to be really good. I'm sorry, Yoru. I hope you don't take it personally, but it is nice to see an agent come in pretty much off the like Killjoy, like Reyna to an extent, to come in and be like, yeah, they're good. We can see them in pro play a bit more. Even Sky took a bit of a while.
Sky took a little bit of a while, but she's definitely found a niche spot, especially on Bind with those guiding lights. But that Astra really is quite a pain for Watch This to deal with. And you find yourself sort of echoing back, right, to what we talked about with Watch This. A lot of these rounds really do feel very close. If they were up against any other team with that brute force attack, it would have worked extremely well. But in that moment, Stephanie there on the breach is able to just flash them all out, and the more agents that are clustered up, the more agents that flashpoint is going to get. An hour. They know if they wait just a little bit longer now, Watch This, they're going to come hunting for them. They're playing for picks. They're waiting for the defense to walk right out of that natural cover. And it's coming up trumps.
A 5-player death ball. Even in their own spawn, I mean, there's still 55 seconds to make something happen, but I think Watch This is kind of like gun-ho. You know, we didn't see this really at all in that Moon Raccoon series. They're just pushing so aggressively for information and for jewels. But I guess this could be the last chance saloon. It's just funny to sort of see, you know, a minute has passed already, and this whole, you know, protect the president playstyle coming out of our making its way onto B, fairly uncontested, but now 3 players are rotating in from Watch This.
You can see as well that Watch This, they didn't know where the attack would be because of those stars. One goes down on the A site, and it actually keeps Watch This's attention just long enough for the next Nebulas to come out onto that B site. Spike is down. Zero is going to be trying to find any sort of angle, but you have to time it with casts, otherwise you're just going to get taken out one by one because those Nebulas are buying all of that attention. Our can free spray through them, and Watch This have no idea where the other players are playing.
Zero wanted to try and time the Nebula right so they could peek out to try and catch them off, but there's so many players peeking at the right time. Tiray actually getting 2. Nice stuff from our to just go 1, 2, 3 peek, and it works out. Cass is able to get a bit of an exit frag, or maybe even actually going to try and go for an opportunity to defuse. I mean, why not? It's the last round of this half. You might as well go for it. There's no point saving, but 7-5, our. They were looking to be the worst team for quite some time, but 4 rounds in a row at the end of the half was good enough to sort of give them the lead. You can have a sort of look back at this, but first half of Astra play that I've seen, some good, some bad, right, Moxie?
I mean, it's those Nebulas, right? If she has them when that post-plant situation comes through, the 15-second duration, you're forced to either peek and get your head absolutely ripped off if you're not able to find them through the smoke, or wait that 15 seconds. And when you've only got 40 seconds to work with after that spike goes down, it's just not enough time. Watch This, they had to wait. And unfortunately, just not having that time on their side forced them to rush and go for that defuse. And now we're going to see 7-5, our on the defense, and Astra on the defense is even harder to uproot than Astra on the attack because she gets all the time in the world. If she wants to, she can just play all the way from her spawn and still be able to move that utility around the map.
Now it's the turn of Watch This to go on the attack. You have 2 flashes though with the raised. God, can you imagine Raze with a flash if she wasn't annoying enough? Don't really want to deal with that. But we have a Phoenix and a Reyna going to be able to be nice entries in. And I guess that was the only negative side of ours composition. I think 100 Thieves struggled with this a little bit, Masters as well. A lot of pressure on the duelist to be your entry, your way into and execute your tip of the spear. If the Jet or the Raze, I suppose, in 100 Thieves' case, goes down very early in the round before they execute, it's very difficult to make it work to have one player play the aggressive executor. Especially if you're in Astra, sometimes you can have an Omen play a bit aggressively. I think of like Kriya, Ninjas in Pajamas, he's a very aggressive Omen. But Astra just doesn't vibe with me when it comes to playing her aggressively, right? You have to be much more passive playing Astra than playing Omen. That's what it feels like to me, but I don't know if you agree.
No, I do agree, but one thing that does actually set our up for that initiator to give a little bit of stress off their Jet shoulders is that breach. They have that flash utility to actually allow you to just dash onto that site and try and get that space, but watch this, already going to have lost that Omen, Maddie, on that Jet. Able to pick up one through the smoke. You do lose both the Astra and yourself, and that spike should be able to go down.
Planted.
Carly going to get a lot of information with that Hunter's drone, but they don't perhaps know that Alex has actually moved through guard. The Glass Shadow going to give it away, and Stephanie able to win the duel. All the while that tick-tock is going through. Cass completely concussed right now, trying to get into a safe position, but you're pinned down. You can't move to hell without taking a fight, and our is going to get the kill.
Yeah, scrappy one. You know, losing the Astra is always going to be a bit of a negative aspect. I really like the super wide Stephanie peek that came in from the top of rafters through the window. Just take the fight, make sure that that player goes down in gardens. And the lead is going to continue to grow for our. This was a tough map for Watch This, as we saw earlier, and it's been a much better performance, but it has been 5 rounds in a row that they've been unable to pick up. You would imagine a 6th is going to come with a pretty much Spectre full buy coming in from our and just pistols, ghosts at most to Watch This. They're going to try and make something work. The A site is completely open, but they're obviously not going to know that just yet.
All of that utility coming out already, curveball, dark cover, doors going to be coming down. Our who just full stacked. They're coming in. They know if they have a full team behind them, they'll be able to take advantage of all of these angles. And I actually love this lurk coming from Watch This. You're going to have your Omen in wine so that you don't get caught out on that A main approach. Carly's going to be charging up that Recon Bolt, trying to get a little bit, or Shark Dart rather. Perfectly through Hal, but there are 2 players there and it only catches out the Reyna.
Is that the second Shock Dart kill that Callie's got this game?
I think it might be.
It's working out nicely. Cass's position is very much given up at that point with the Recon Dart pulsing multiple cases. But 9-5 now. It's expected, I guess, but it's hard to really know now that the full buy is going to come in. Obviously, Ultimates aren't really on their way just yet. Cass isn't too far off having a Hunter's Fury, which is quite surprising considering these last 2 rounds have not gone the direction of Watch This. But I did enjoy watching our pull out the Vision Strikers play. I think they're going to do it again. The Breach is set up in mid. The Jet is set up in mid. It seems that this is the set play coming in, but there are plenty of Watch This players going to be running into it. So this could be a bit of a car crash. There is a bit of a pause. I was kind of like counting down the seconds, but we're just going to have to wait. I think it might be a tick or attack, but the pause has come in. Now it's undone. Just a quick one, but is this going to be it? Yeah, that's the Vision Strikers play. And the Astra as well, the Gravity Well to pull them in. That's much cleaner than the last round. And if you weren't sold on what Astra could do for her team, then you got a good glimpse of it there. That's like Vision Strikers plus Astra. I think even Vision Strikers look at that and they're like, write that down. That's actually really good. It's evolved after all this time.
Yeah, and for hours, well, remember, they were coming in on the 3 rounds. They've still got their SMGs. Watch This had full bought the rifles. You need to keep as many of these as you can. Jet! Able to get free, but not able to get the Jet. The defuse will come through. And that was a round that was so much more important for Watch This to win in terms of that economy round. And it's all completely lost from the very start because of that Gravity Well setup.
That's so good. I also saw a really good Gravity Well whereabouts the spike was planted, just to catch one more kill, but 3 players not checking an angle and allowing that spray down to come in. I mean, Jance even gets the headshot onto Kali, I think, just before Kali gets that frag. So that could have been that would have been a really good set play very early on in that round, coming out super well for our, followed by an insane 4K. Almost, but not quite. But the lead is pretty much double now for our 10-5 up. And again, you got to feel bad for Watch This. Another set play coming out of the defense to sneak a kill, but it is an eco. It is expected to come through for them.
Yeah, light round coming out from Watch This. They know that their economy needs to be as clean as they can possibly get it if our are able to get themselves onto that 11th point. The real problem for this team, though, is that they don't have anything that guarantees them kills to come properly through, right? You still have a little bit of threat, especially with that Hunter's Fury, but for our, even if they're forced into a situation where they lose the rifles, Maddie will have those knives to fall back onto. And for Watch This, they're losing all of these members extremely early on in the rounds because our are just very good with the setup. Oh no, one gets two!
Spike down mid.
The trade isn't
Maddie.
even there. The buddy system has failed.
Alex very much wanted to try and take a fight, but Stephanie picks up a flawless 3K. It was, again, up against an eco, but I think as we're sort of going on, and bear in mind that Watch This have had to play 3 maps on the trot with very little break in between. I think we're starting to see the discipline slip a bit, the concentration, not checking this angle.
Oh.
It is an eco, but just waiting that long. Cass was being like, at this point, Arena must have checked that corner so it's clear. So the fact that that kill came in late, it just Cass like, oh, what? It just catches them completely off guard and
like dominoes.
Yeah.
That domino effect, unfortunately, for Watch This.
Oh, a star's been set up at Maddie's feet.
Oh, but it's not going to activate in time. Nebula is going to come out, try and slow Jance's approach, but that duck cover should allow that Omen to move safely through. Trey's taken out of the way. Rolling Thunder is something that you have to worry about. Stephanie's getting aggressively pushed and has all of the breach utility. Alex is looking for that kill. They know they have to get that breach out of the way, and the run it back is going to be popped just to try and get that breach's head. And Stephanie is just trying to find where they want to put in this utility. Hal's going to be the first casualty.
Ooh,
And that's all they
spray down
need to
is
find
good.
Jance. Oh.
They get a lot of information. It's working out, and the recon data is still available too, so they can clear up this site with this post plant going in. Cass playing from distance has to hunt this Fury. It does get used relatively early, but this is still so much information that the attackers are allowed to work with because of the Cypher camera. Alex is able to get something off of it, but nice trade from Hannah just to make sure they can't go further. The off angle's nice enough. It gets brought down into a 1 versus 1. Hannah with a nice 3K. It's just enough time to get this spike diffused. Again, great individual stuff from there on the retake, and our on match point.
Oh, and our were able to keep a hold of the Rolling Thunder as well. For which it was beautiful. And this is what we always harp back to on this map for Watch This, right? Beautiful plays, but that tiny difference is the one thing that separates that scoreline of 5-12. The Hunter's Fury was perfect. It was coming out just a little bit early, but it still delays that fight just long enough. But our still able to get that defuse to come on through. They've got the blades. They can go for those aggressives as Cass. Oh, if that had been a gravity well, that would have been deadly. And I do like that they're actually giving a lot more space towards that mid, that they're not looking for Link because of that gravity well that came through and absolutely crippled their chances. But they've not given them enough space. Our pushing forward aggressively when there is just nothing to Watch This to contest with. Spike does go down. Post plant coming through. But you still have to worry about those knives. Jance is going to use that from the shadows, trying to get a little bit of information, but instantly sent back.
Last player standing.
I like the space that Kaz has taken, but it's a 1 versus 4. Sort of fluffs up the first shot. They're still alive. The defuse has been sort of poked a little bit, but Kaz now trying to find the jewels. Gets a Cypher. Just 3 more players, but Teray holding on to that spot. 13-5. Considering that Watch This were 5-3 up early on, unable to get around after that point. Like, it was just so dominant from our, and I think we really did get to see what an Astra can do when brought into a competitive scene like this. I'm content with the pick.
Do you know what's even more terrifying as well? That you saw, right? The conditioning response that Watch This had when they saw the stars coming out in mid. They backed up, they gave space, they hadn't even detonated. And so the Astra can just immediately plonk that down when the round starts, guarantee that you're not going to get contested aggressively on mid, your team can push forward, and then when that's done, when you've got that space for free, you yank the stars back and you use them in the post plan.
I also got to shout out Stephanie on the breach as well. When I sort of first had a look at the kill feed, she was on top when it comes to frags. Not as that many assists, but we saw a lot of impactful flashpoints coming through, being able to set up the executes to create space, even just setting up herself at that point. Not only was the Astra really good to watch, but we saw some really good breach play in a region that seems to cast out the agent quite a lot, depending on the teams for the most part. So it was really a composition that worked out quite nicely. The single duelist, it is probably the most well-rounded composition in the game, but there's a fine line, right? If you get something just a little bit wrong with utility, the timing, stuff like that, it could fall apart very quickly. So it's nice to see it come to its full potential in this series.
Yeah, and for Watch This as well, they're looking for that moment, right? They're trying to aggressively push on that Astra in Astral form, and you can see the fact that when the Astra enters Astral form, the entire team is there. They just go full Sparta. Shields out, spears out, everyone gather around the Astra, don't let anyone close, get your utility off, get that time, then move on to that space, knowing that you do have that immediate burner of those nebulas to buy you all of the time to stop the rotation coming through from the other side.
We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, Watch This. We'll be picking up Bind as the second map to play. It's their last chance in this tournament. They got to make it work, but we'll have that to finish off potentially a third map in this series if it all goes to plan later on. But a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We are sort of partway in this series between OWA and Watch This. OWA taking the Ascent. We saw the Astra. We fawned over it. It was great. But now we go to Bind, which is Watch This's pick. I know there'll be other people coming from the mainstream as that game with TSM and I Love Fwogs is finished. I mean, I'm always going to say it like that because it's great. But for those that have just come in, Moxie, what was the Bind performance like from Watch This that we saw earlier on today?
It was the closest that we got to see this team in their previous series, which was against Moon Raccoons Black. And I hope that we're going to get to see that strong performance again. But what I'm worried about, Ryan, and we commented on it, right, is the fact that these guys have been playing so much Valorant in a row. And you could see that moment where those mechanics sort of slipped, where the corner checking just became a little bit worse, the mechanicals dropped just a little bit lower. And our with this run of composition Astra coming in, is not allowing Watch This the time to recuperate or recover. This is the exact moment that Maddie is able to get that first kill and then immediately pick off the Sova, who still doesn't know that the Jet is there.
Wasn't just sort of mistakes from Watch This across the series. It was, the problem was more so that Watch This were 5-3 up at one point and then lost 13-5. So that's 10 rounds in a row that our were able to take from the end of the first half and the start of the second. I mean, we sort of fawned over Stephanie in the breach beforehand, but much like the Moon Raccoons game, this felt like an all-round performance from the whole team. Hannah right at the end having a really clutch performance to win out the series at 13-5. I would hope to sort of see more on from Watch This. It was 13-9, 13-10 was the score with Moon Raccoons. We saw some really good stuff out of their attacks, certainly. But our with their game going so close against CLG Red, of course, we only really got to catch one map before we came into this game. I still don't know where this is going to go, and I still kind of lean towards our being able to take this map.
Especially because, you know, the last time that they played this map, they ran that Astra. And something that Watch This had been struggling with is how to deal with that Astra. They tried to just give up the space, and our immediately saw that it was free real estate, and they snapped it right back up. They just went super aggressively forward, knowing no one would be there to challenge it. And when you don't have that monopoly on the map, you don't even need to have sentinels to know where the team is going to be playing. It's like a checklist, right? If they're not in mid, then they're either going to be left or right, and then you move through that part of the map, and you just snatch up all of the space and don't let them onto those sites. And if we see that space is given up again on Bind, then that Astra is again going to be brutal.
I mean, we're expected to see the Astra because we've seen it each time out of our. I think the question now that I'm curious about with this agent is, what are going to be the choice maps to bring out Astra? Can you use her all the time like an Omen, or does it almost become a little bit like Viper or even Brimstone, where there's certain maps where her utility leans towards being great? Is Bind one of those maps? Is it Ascent? Now I'm going to sort of string this stuff together. Callie, again, teasing us. We know you're not going to play Yoru. Nobody plays Yoru. Just pick this over and stop teasing us. One day it'll happen and it'll surprise us all, but considering this is a game where the loser goes home, I don't think you quite take the Astra Yoru composition chance right this second at least.
I don't know. Maybe Yoru with Astra is going to be catapulted up to that S tier pick, but I highly doubt it, as we will get to see that Astra locked in. No surprises for the side of our who are actually going to be defending the first time. And you want to talk about where that Astra can be strong? Well, Bind is definitely one of those places, right? The fact that you can put those stars so many places that force Watch This away. You can pretty much kite them towards that B side if the Astra is there on the A. You drop your stars down in either short or showers, and when you don't have that split control of those focus points, you're not going to push onto that site. Otherwise, you're just walking right into a meat blender.
Same compositions coming in really. The only main difference is Stephanie moving away from the breach, unfortunately. Collective, as it comes through. But we get a raise on this map. Watch This, we're kind of used to this composition. Bit of early round setup from Teray is they're going to be all the stars set up across the map in all of the main choke points. I don't know what quite is going to be. So it's a Nebula first. I guess it's set up in various positions to stun, to pull in with the gravity well. Tere's actually taking that fight. The Omen's trying to sort of taunt away by playing off and making some noise to run, but it has opened up a bit of an execute through. Tere wins that duel in showers, but multiple players making their way onto way short.
Yeah, now they will have control of that site, but they need to take control of showers. It's going to be so hard, especially if Kali's able to get 2 out of the way. They're going to be trying to drop that Cypher Cage to keep themselves and Cass alive in lamps, but it's not going to be for long. 6 HP for the Sova, 1 shock dart left, and OWA able to take the first round. And I've got to say, that Nebula paired up with Sova is such a brutal combination, because you drop the smoke and then you get the recon bot coming through so you can shoot through it. And watch this, again we see they're forced to wait the 15 seconds out and then try to push in on that space. And what was Tere waiting for? The exact thing to happen. Catches the Omen out, and when you don't have that split focus there to put yourself onto that site, then you're just not going to have control of the A site for long.
Generally speaking, I'm going to go out on a limb. Whilst we have this sort of eco round coming in, it should be a second OWA can pick up. I think that the team that across the globe, whichever ones do well in Masters Stage 2, that maybe go to Iceland for the Masters 2 event, is going to be the team that adjusts to using Astra first.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I think that kind of impact is going to be important. I know that there's plenty of teams in the European region that have made great success out of it currently. Don't necessarily think you need to play her all the time, mind, but knowing when and where to play, being able to use it to anti-strat certain teams that are a little bit more slow to changing that kind of thing is going to be key. As I finished my little point, we finished around in flawless fashion. I pick my moments, to say the least, but it's a full buy from Watch This. No real ultimates, no kills at all, actually, from the attackers. Everybody 0 and 2, and nobody, well, of course, nobody has died from OWA so far.
And to sort of spiral off that TED Talk as well, the problem for Watch This is that that same problem is going to consistently meet them. That Astra can place that utility anywhere, on every single one of those chokes, and all OWA need is one person to spot one person on A short, or one person on B main, and that utility can be activated to absolutely deadly effect, as you can see. Already a star going up at the entrance to Hooker, and a crossfire set out to catch anyone, and Charles is just forced to wait a little bit longer. All the while, Watch This, burn that time off their clock. Moment's going to be waiting around that A site, but the spike hasn't been spotted, the Nebula's been activated, and I actually really love this. Watch This are trying to bait that utility out, so that's one of the stars squirreled away for the Astra.
And that's 40 seconds of time wasted from the defenders just to use one star. There's still all the rest of them set up. I think there's 4 in total, and they can all be faked out to sort of get those stars back again. It's trying to sort of work out how to get them out in a situation. And Tere is going to get some more stuff, and Nebula is bloomed, and Lamps control is going to be held on to even more, used to try and stun out players if they can, but not really going to be much to stop them if they just full on make their way in. And yeah, the Astra goes down just because Chels, the Reyna, and the rest of the attackers make their way in.
Yeah, but no one's got control of showers right now. Kali finally falls, but it's still a 3 versus 3. Players are going to be coming through to split that site, but it sets Stephanie up perfectly. And that's all you need. And that's the problem. Watch this, they did not have control of those 2 focal points of the A site. They're forced to deal with the Sova, and OWA use that time where everyone's chasing a Sova to get themselves onto the A site safely and take the fight.
One thing that we said earlier on today that seems to just keep happening again and again, certainly with the TSM Frog series, there was a 13-1 there too. There seems to be a lot of very one-sided maps, and it doesn't seem like X team is really good on bind, so they win the map every single time. It feels that it's just based... I mean, it's hard. It just almost feels random in some cases, depending on how teams come into this. Watch This. They looked really good last time we saw them on bind, but it wouldn't surprise me considering how crazy the day's been to see another 13-1 or a 13-3 in their direction, you know? It is an eco from Watch This. It's not all that much to work with. It's whether they can force out these ultimates to run it back on an eco is good work. And Alex not using the run it back. I thought they were, considering how much aggression they were throwing in, but it's completely caught out. Tere with the 3K cleans up nicely, and a 4th on the board for OWA.
Watch this, they're just moving to these sites so slowly. We talked about it, right? It was 40 whole seconds in that round prior. Burn out to one Nebula. And watch this, they just have to give so much space up to this Astra. And our know this. So the places that the Astra isn't playing Bouncer to, they've got the Phoenix with the Curveball charged up. They've got the Raze with the Satchel Packs, the Boombot, all to make sure that you just have to take so long to get onto these sites that you don't just have clean fights. And watch this, they're just going to go for that aggression. They're going to try and pull their way through A short, but it's going to go right into that gravity well, and Maddie is still able to get to.
The execute coming in. Interesting placement yet again from OWA, like when it comes to Shower's control. Teray actually holding in a super aggressive spot, is going to be caught out by the Cypher camera, but attack doesn't go through. Still playing in no man's land to an extent on the back of the A site, but it's really making Watch This be very careful. They're watching, they're paying attention, but with this Astra utility setup, Zera's even careful to sort of scout out this position, tries to take the engagement, and a staggered peek from Hannah is nice to connect onto Zera.
Oh, watch this, they've just been conditioned. Jans is taking so long through Showers because that's where Carly has been playing every time on that A site. Spike not down on that A site though. Stephanie's just going to be throwing in those paint shells, making sure that Hooker is safe. So all the while, that Spike, it didn't go down onto the A site just
30
yet.
seconds left.
And so our don't actually know where it's playing. Teray's got a whisker of a feeling. Now sees the omen and is able to get the kill. Here's that sound cue going up as that Spike goes down. Hunter Teray is charged up for cast, but Teray is so close you might get stuck in the animation before you can use it, and there's the kill.
Not even really seeing Astra like utility come out at this point. It is just holding onto lamps and finding the right timing to take those engagements on to Watch This. They haven't won a round in 15 now, if we're counting bind.
I mean, they just...
This streak is going on and on and on.
They're being funneled. That Astra utility, it's a sheepdog. It forces you to the left. It forces you to A short. It forces you towards Showers so that you can take that fight where that star is not. And it means that Teray just gets to keep a check. Like I said, it's that checklist. The space that you have bought up is for free, just because you put a star down. That's how Watch This have been playing around those stars, or trying to, in these previous rounds, as we are actually going to get to see a pretty fragmented attack coming out. It will be Sheriffs, and they will be running into that Boombot, combined with the Phoenix. Flash going to be coming through. Maddie tries to stick around a little bit too long, and Alex is able to get her counterpart out of the way. All the while, Castle's making a whole bunch of noise in Showers, and so our don't actually know where that spike could potentially be, because they've lost players on B, but A is looking empty as well.
I'm pretty sure Teray is just immortal at this point. If she's in lamps, she cannot die, seems to be. That's the source of her power at this point. She's just immovable from that position. Means
She's
it's
like
pretty
Superman,
much always...
just like
Yeah,
taking all of the
it's
rays.
like the power of the sun, but it's just lamps. It's just a lot of lamps seems to be the key thing. But Carly's position, it's so aggressive now because they know that they're playing up against Sheriffs and smaller guns to sort of ego peek, and still wins the engagement. Phoenix ult tries to put down the spike to put it in a post plant, but it's not really enough. Alex now on 1 HP, scattering, tried to hide in the teleporter room. Just put them out of their misery at this point. Tries to take the duel against Stephanie, but can't quite get there. It was a nice attempt, but the panicked run to try and get into the teleporter room to save the gun is pretty priceless.
I mean,
But
I've got to
unfortunate
say,
'cause
if you just copy-paste an Astra face onto those teleporter doors, it really does tell the storyline of this matchup.
Yeah, there's nowhere to escape. There's a lot of ultimates for Watch This to work with now that they're on a full buy again, but between them, they have 4, 5, 6 kills. It's a tough one. They have a lot to try and make something happen of it. It's a shame that they used to run it back to try and just go in for the spike plant as opposed to taking that space on an execute. But I think at this point, when you're 6-0 down, you need to try and make something happen with these ultimates. You can't wait for the perfect opportunity, because from how our are playing, it's just not going to come.
And you can actually see that, watch this, they've just abandoned that A site entirely. They will be running into stars because look, again, that Astra, you've got the time. The stars have been moved from the A site towards the B. Nebula going to be activated. Empress forced out from Watch This as they try and find these kills to actually get onto this site. Hannah just waiting in those crates. Oh, showstopper comes out from Stephanie, but does not actually get to connect with anybody. That being said, OWA still able to get the spike carrier down and prevent it from being planted yet again. It's Jance
Interesting.
and Teray both in a duel, but Teray does have that site completely locked down, and Jance will have to peek if you do want to get that spike down.
I'm curious if any Astra utility is going to be used. There's one star left. There's still one placed on the map that they can get back to make it 2, but in a clutch like this, you don't want to be caught in utility in hand. You don't want to be caught in astral form, but the peak is nice from Teray. They go very low in health, but it's enough. 7-0, and again, this narrative that we've been forming, watch this. So close, yet so far to just even get on the board at this point, as Teray is 11-2. It's 11. To be fair, the bottom fragment is 4-1. They just haven't really died throughout the series.
OWA are just doing a very good job of setting themselves up for these early duels. And you can see how much Watch This had to invest to actually get onto those sites. They invested every ultimate that they had, barring that Hunter's Fury. And now they're going to be forced onto the SMGs. Maddie is going to immediately take that as initiative, pops the run it back, gets so much information, forces all of Watch This away from that A site just a little bit longer, and now your Astral Form can come out, because Teray's got all of the time to get back into Lamps, the source of power, and set everything up to cut you off as you come in again.
The Nebula with the hot hands just on the outside. The Execute's come in, but nobody's really checking towards Lamps. Now it's a 3 versus 3. Actually being able to do a little bit more damage. If there's a time to watch this to actually make something happen, to pick up that first round, it's now. They have the player advantage. A Hunter's Fury, if you want to put the silver in a more passive position to use it across the map. But Hannah has been clutch on Ascent. That final round certainly springs to mind, and Stephanie is about to clear up Lamps with multiple players in it. Gets one, slips out. Now it's actually going to use some utility to see if they can catch somebody else that's maybe trading from a different position. Defuse is being stuck. The Hunter's Fury is going to delay them, and Hannah's just sending it, running into Cass to make sure it goes further down. And now the 1 versus 1. Shells puts down Aaliyah to try and get some information. The peak is going to come on the outside of the box. Shells with a 4K gets that first round for Watch This. But it went right down to the wire yet again between these two teams.
Oh, it took everything that Watch This had at their disposal. Hunter's Fury coming out meant that that diffuse only got to see half of it. Then you pull out the lair, and even though the lair immediately gets shredded, it still gives away the Cypher's position, so Chels knows exactly where Hannah is going to be playing from, and that gives her the leg up in that fight. But this is the problem. You have lost 7 rounds in a row. Your economy is extremely close to running dry. The same cannot be said for your opponents.
They haven't even tried to upgrade or go a bit over egregious with an operator. It's just been no disrespect from OWA. They've just been playing consistently. They're setting up utility. They're not trying to do something that is a bit over the top. Just play, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, so to speak. And a Cosmic Divide is available to cross any T's that need across the map. But there's not really been any need for some of these ultimates from OWA. I feel like we've been sat on some of these ultimates for quite some time.
Oh, curveball going to be coming through, making sure that Maddie stays a little bit safer in Lamps, but that is going to be running out. Kelly's actually going to be using that Hunter's Fury to make sure that that spike does not get the time to go down, and it picks the Reyna up and out of the way. Watch this. The last time they left that Sova alone in showers, they regretted it, and you can already see Alex moving into position to try and stop them, but the same thing happens! They're conditioned to look in showers for the Sova, and Stephanie takes advantage and gets one down.
I wonder if we'll see this Cosmic Divide on the retake, whether it's even useful on the retake, considering it literally splits up the site. Some information gathered on the defense, I think, by the Cypher camera to get a tag. And that Cypher camera on the defense is still up. It's all the way in Hookah, so it's able to make sure that that's cleared up. There's the Cosmic Divide, breaking up the site. Hannah being able to get a kill just before that wall comes up. It forces Jance to try and take an aggressive peek, and it works out quite nicely.
Yeah, you were able to split the team off. Watch this. Whereas OWA, they're firing from all cylinders. And Jans is forced to take a fight that you're not ready for. You need to try and separate the members of OWA when you're up against that many numbers, but you just do not have the time that upon you. And your teammate is nowhere to be seen because you're separated. And now we're going to see, watch this, they did such a good job that round previously. But now, again, this is the risk. Their economy was not in the clear. OWA can afford the rifles. And watch this, they're forced onto that eco. Shotguns coming out, and it's a lot harder for attacking teams to make anything work with shotguns. You can't just pick an angle, you actually have to walk into these fights. And OWA do a very good job of making sure you don't get to walk into those fights freely.
Run it back is used and actually doesn't get the kill. The trade-in is good. Obviously, the Phoenix doesn't die. The avatar just gets reset, and Teray is taking out the server for this one round. Still a 4 versus 4. Stephanie hiding within the smoke is actually going to boombot just to get some more information, but isn't sure which way is up and down at this point. Runs right into the sightline of Shells, who's still alive, is the last alive. And just like that, I thought there was some damage that Watch This could do, but Hannah with a free K pretty much instantly. 9-1. Just the one round we've seen from Watch This in 20 rounds now, if we're counting Ascent. It's been very dominant from our recently.
I don't know about you, Aaron, but I'm looking right now to see where this race is going to position, because we might get to see Stephanie pair up a showstopper with a gravity well. And I actually love that. Watch This. Then main forces, they're heading towards that B site. That's where the Astra has usually played. And now that they've figured that out, they should be able to just push onto these sites, but they're being so passive. This is the problem with Watch This. They've lost so many members so early on in these rounds that they can't afford to challenge that space. Now we'll see the confidence coming through. That informational network going to be removed. The Sova gone for our, but you still need to get in fast enough, and Jans is going to allow them to do just that. Elbow secured, Maddie completely in disrepair. But Teray activating those utilities, already going to allow our to get a foot back into the door.
I really like the two-pronged attack that came out of Jans. Hannah holding on to this angle is going to find an engagement very early on, but they just miss each other as Alex on very low health. Both these players are down pretty beaten, but might not be expecting the sneak in behind. It comes in Stephanie with a showstopper is able to get a frag, but now Watch This, just in an instant, watching from the perspective of Alex, all of the defenders go down, and an interesting round, but scattered players from either side just taking duels across the left-hand side of the map.
We are seeing, though, that Watch This can put up extremely strong performances as long as they've got all agents alive. If they have that numbers in their favor, then they're able to go toe-to-toe with our, and they have the confidence to go for it, right? That play coming out from Jans to move through, the same thing for Alex, to actually challenge Hooker and go for that lurk. That's something that we haven't really seen from this attacking side because they haven't had the numbers to allow them to do so. And now our have got to be extremely careful that they don't lose that first blood, because that is when this attacking team feels the most comfortable.
It's a nice default spread. Just a silver over towards the A site and this execute. The rest just sort of sneaking in. Stephanie might not be expecting a player right around this corner, but the crosshairs in the right spot, almost there for free. Not quite enough to catch on to Alex, and Alex isn't too bad when it comes to health either. It's a nice patient play from Maddie to not go over the top, knowing that Phoenix is probably going to flash around that corner and re-peek it. Thinking and considering going for it again is Alex, but elbow control, so much more important. Free players need to make use of this site, and with Hannah coming through the teleporter doors, it could be a nice way to sort of break up this area of the map, especially with the Astra utility coming in.
Oh, Maddie is going to be running right through those nebulas with that run it back, trying to figure out where Watch This are holding, but no one is keeping an eye on Alex. He was able to get two in the same spray. Maddie does have a curveball. We'll be able to get one flash, but you still have to worry about this crossfire to come through. Run it back coming out from Alex, so low HP. Wanted to take that fight, and Maddie finally taken down. Watch This, able to get another round on the board, and we're seeing that adaptation, right? They got caught out the last time. They were expecting our to know that they would be coming in with that look on Hooker. They know that someone's going to be using teleporter. They have control of all of the space, and they're able to once again get that round.
Now we get to sort of look at how this round has gone. Much better stuff from Watch This towards the end, but make no mistake, this has been another strong half from OWA. Very early on, Teray just felt like unkillable from that position in lamps, but we did start to see a little bit of good stuff come out from the attacking side. But you can't help feel that it's pole position for OWA to take out this series unless we see Watch This pull out some really good stuff on the defense. The only concern, I suppose, is if they try to play too passive into a team that is willing to try and fight them and face them. Astra might not necessarily be about that on the attack, but you've got a Phoenix, you've got a Raze, you've got to battle for various parts of the map when it comes to control.
Absolutely. You can't just give up that space, especially up against a Raze, because if it does come into post-plant situations, and the Raze has all that utility because she has not yet been challenged to give it up early, then Lamps, Hooker, all of these places are things that you just have to give up for free. And when you have to give that up for free in the recontest, you're going to get kited right into a crossfire, and you're going to have absolutely zero control on how that fight goes down. And so for Watch This, you really do have to make sure that our pay in blood for every single meter that they're able to get closer to these sites.
We see the chess pieces being put into place. I like that we get this. I don't think we get this perspective from Omen when it comes to putting his smokes down from an observing perspective. So I'm very glad that we can see exactly what Astra's putting down when it comes to these stars. Of course, could be put into various parts of utility. Smoke, stuns, gravity wells to pull people in. There's not really any utility like that in the game other than that. But it's all not actually set in, actually. We're not seeing them on the map, at least. But Jance is forced away as these nebulas now start to come down in this execute. The defenders have actually pushed all the way in, and Hannah can actually chip away not only a kill, but a good portion of damage on these defenders that are trying to pincer. It's just an awkward spot to play from with our and this numbers are starting to dwindle a little.
Yeah, they're all pushed back into showers, and what should have been a glorious defo coming out from that space is now very quickly turning into that coffin. Teray's got something to say, gets one, but does not manage to get the Omen. Stephanie just left alive, and that's all you need. Jance goes for the defuse, and the Raze walks away. Our should not have been able to win that, but Teray absolutely pops off on pistols and secures them the win.
There's only so far that you should be able to take that turret. It just feels this area of the map, like getting one, okay, fine. This should be traded out. The reload's allowed to come in, gets that another kill, gets the player that's on the spike, and could maybe even get a fourth there. Just the good old classic right click coming in clutch, and Stephanie with a frenzy, bringing it in. Nicely played, 15 and 7. Teray, regardless of what agent she's playing on, is having a monster of a map.
Our 10 points for this attacking side, and they're just full stacking their team. They're just going in for each of these sites and trying to get that crossfire set up as Cass is completely overwhelmed. Watch this, they have to give up that space in that situation, and our just not allowing that to come through. And we will see a pinch coming through. They should have a pincer. They will have control of Belong. But Teray's going to be right there to meet them. Oh god, no, the same thing happens again. Are you kidding me? This Astra is on fire.
I mean, that's gun difference though as well. Just collateral spray down with a Spectre. You're going to have the advantage all day. Nice blast pat peek is going to try and bounce around. Makes it very difficult for Jance to know exactly what direction Stephanie was going in. Scooting around like a bumper car. Brings it to 11-3. I mean, it just playing with their food a little bit there in those last two rounds, but they clutched it out with the right click and from Teray and the pistol, and Stephanie pushing beyond on that execute. Goes without saying, but I think this is a bit of a must-win full buy that Watch This need to pick up if they want to remain in this tournament at all.
Yeah, gun diff was a big part of ours last point, and gun diff should be there for Watch This. Our going to be keeping the SMGs in pocket, not opting out of the Spectres. And Watch This with this full rifle should be able to have that spray, and I actually really like this. They're pushing forward extremely aggressively, knowing they have the rifles. So if it is a B-site push, then Zero can just pull a little bit further back, wait for the reinforcements to come in, and you pincer our onto that side. Problem is, there's so much flashes and spam utility available for our. If you come in from an enclosed space, you're going to get spammed down.
Interesting positioning. All of our made it onto the site, and then they all backed off towards Garden. Alexi going to touch the defuse. All of this Astra utility set up to try and stun and make it awkward. It certainly does that, but Cass is able to trade out a few before Stephanie trades them out. Jans makes it close, but it's not enough. Again, just going down to a 1v1 engagement. A lot of these rounds have been super close, but the scoreline seems the antithesis of that. 12-3, series point, last chance saloon for Watch This to remain in this tournament. They luckily can buy, but they're missing out on armor in some cases. They don't really have many ultimates coming online that's going to support them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, only 3 of them can buy. The rest of them are just stuck with SMGs. Even if they take this round right, every single one of those points afterwards is going to be a force. It's an extremely precarious position and a rough one to get yourself out of, especially with our in command of that cosmic divide. They're just looking straight for that A-site. The spike isn't even being carried. They're looking for kills right now. Shell's trying to find anything but smoked off. Nebula coming through from heaven. Maddie pinned down, tries to use a curveball to get out of field for free, but Alex is able to immediately put a stop to those shenanigans. Carly going to be trying to find some form of information. Get onto this side, looking for those kills. We talked about that gun difference, and here it comes.
And that's it. It feels like Cass was so far away from the action to trade it out. This would be a 1 versus 3 for the ages. It's certainly possible. Only one ult orb away from having a Hunter's Fury if they can make that work. But look at the positioning. Most of all, Teray is in lamps, so that's a terrifying prospect. Are they going to check this close corner? Not quite. Carly takes the kill, takes the series. 13-3. Our move on into the tournament. And Watch This have been eliminated, unfortunately. Good effort from them. We saw some great stuff out of players like Alex specifically have been certainly one to keep an eye on. And a good team, but our looking really good with the Astra play towards the end. But overall, much like Moon Raccoons, a great team of individual players that showed up when necessary.
Yeah, and absolutely one that you have to worry about, right? We talked about it. Any team who's able to very quickly get to grips with Astra is going to be at a massive advantage in any tournament moving forward now that she is enabled across competitive tournament play. And we're seeing how strong she can be. It doesn't matter on the defense or the attack. That utility is absolutely killer. It wasn't even the cosmic divides that were allowing them to win the maps. It was just the nebulas buying them the time. The gravity wells making sure that you're forced either out of a space or pulled right into a fight that you just are not able to take. And from there, it's disadvantage after disadvantage after disadvantage. And if you don't get the Astra out of the way as soon as the round starts, that utility is just going to keep popping up and ruining the day.
We will have, before the end of the day, this is the final series, might I add, but we will have a Verizon post-match interview coming in. I hope it's Teray, to be honest. I want to just talk Astra and see what the potential is there from their perspective. But we also have the aim lab flick of the day, which could be, it could literally be the Teray right-click triple kill that we saw at the end of the series just then. So genuinely curious from my perspective what it's going to be. It's going to be an interview with Maddie. We still asked them about their compositions with Astra and stuff and what they think going forward. But this has been a genuinely good series. We got to see Moon Raccoons play for the first time in quite some time. Our had a close series against CLG Red that was on the mainstream. It was good to see them bounce back and show that they have promised to go quite far in this tournament. But I think the main thing from the games that we've seen on this stream and the games that we caught a little bit earlier, Moxie, there's a lot of talent that we've just never seen before up until now that I hope we get to, really know the names and keep an eye on these players going forward.
And I mean, even if you sort of cast your mind back, right, to the origins of the C9 team that we've got playing in this tournament, they used to be magical. They were very much like all of these women participating, right? Unsigned, coming in, trying to prove themselves, showing that they can be just as good at VALORANT as anybody else on top of that pro scene. And we're already seeing there are big names out here ready and waiting to challenge that mantle. The confidence of Moon Raccoons that they're going to get to the finals, that they're going to be able to challenge C9, and they've got the mechanicals, as do our, to back that talk up.
It was some great, almost unfortunate moments I feel for Watch This when it comes to some of the rounds, how they went. I think of that Killjoy ultimate, those kind of areas. there were certainly rounds where I felt they were hard done by, but it really goes to show how if you don't take those opportunities, you are gonna get punished by these teams that seem to have that pedigree. Even this was one of the scenarios where it's like, oh, suddenly a play can really go a bit awry. But this is kind of one of those key plays where you sort of feel a team's 10-5 down, they've lost 5 rounds in a row, that discipline starts to dip a little bit. And Bind, it was just like 20 rounds in a row between the two maps that it felt what won it for OWA.
Yeah, and as well as that, the problems that we mentioned before the match properly started, right? It's a static composition. You can only mix so much up. These are agents that have been in the game for an extremely long time. These are maps that have been in the game for an extremely long time. If you don't add something new to the formula, no matter what you do, it's going to become predictable. And that was something that I believe Watch This really struggled with in terms of Ascent and Unbind. All of the plays that they wanted to put onto the table, our had already seen before and knew how to counter, how to give space around and then punish. When our were running in that Astra, that new bit of equation, well, Watch This didn't really know how to adapt around that until they'd seen it a couple of rounds in action, and by then, you're just so far behind in economy, you can't recover.
I mean, when it comes to sort of adjusting to Astra, it's always going to be like, but we do have our Verizon post-match interview, and joining us was the sort of main duelist, I suppose, for our. It's Maddie. How are you doing? Congratulations for continuing on in the tournament, and a nice sort of, after such a close series with CLG Red that went all the distance into, you know, map-free overtime. How does it feel to sort of bounce back in a game like that in pretty dominant fashion?
Oh, it was crazy. The energy has been high all day. It's been a very, very long day. We stuck all the way through, which was I'm most proud of. I think last week we had to go through lowers as well. So if we can do it once, we can do it again. So everyone has confidence that we're going to do perfectly fine.
I got to ask, because throughout the tournament that we've seen so far, you have been a team running Astra so far. Certainly from your perspective, being the Jet in some cases, the tip of the spear when you're executing with a breach and stuff. What do you think the pros, I suppose, of running Astra are? You know, when you have an Omen, you have a Paranoia that can set you up quite nicely. But from your perspective as a duelist, what is it that Astra offers that's so good to the point that you guys play it so often?
I think it's just keeping them stationary. Like a lot of times we were pushing down mid on Ascent with Astra and Breach. It kept them where I wanted them to be, so I was able to have the full flash and get the 2 kills because they were constantly staying there, so they couldn't move with the pull in. The smokes are phenomenal because she has so many. I just think that she has so much kit that it's just so beneficial to everyone on the team.
You got anything you want to add? Oh, sorry.
To sort of spiral off of the utility usage as well, we don't really get to see Cosmic Divide that often, but when exactly or how exactly do you decide that you want to commit it onto a round? Is there any certain condition that you immediately look for?
We look at their money, and we look at what's working for them and what's not working for them. Like if it's not working towards another site, we know they're going to try somewhere else. So that we like to capitalize on where they're not trying and where they're failing.
I guess then with Astra, because you could say about like all of the different regions, all of the tournaments, like because we have a really interesting period where Astra wasn't available in any Masters 1. There are teams that never qualified for the main qualifiers. How important do you think it is going into like Masters 2 with across the regions, across the world, when it comes to Astra? Because some teams have prepped well in advance. Some teams just at Masters 1 have to jump into stage 2 to quickly learn her. How impactful do you think she's going to be for the near future? Because you guys clearly like her.
Yeah, I think she's going to be a huge game changer. Like it was just game changing for us. Like if we're running Astra and another team's not running Astra, it was definitely game changing. It just changed the whole momentum around for every team.
And I guess as well, because you guys, in the series that we caught, at least because you were on the mainstream in the other game against CLG Red, we saw you guys playing Breach, we saw the Astra, of course. You were playing a lot of like utility agents and playing the solo duelist, which in North America isn't as typical, depending on the map, of course. How long have you guys been playing? Because you seem like a well-oiled machine, and when it comes to what agents you've played on what map, you seem to have like a clear idea on what you want to do and how you want to play it.
Yeah, we actually kind of just formed, like not officially, but like unofficially, just a month ago. Like we just for a month, we put so much time every single day, every single week, just nonstop learning and trying different things. What's working for our playstyle, what's not working for our playstyle, and we work with each other and we communicate what everyone's comfortable with.
I guess the only. Sorry, go. I have one more question, but I'll let you go first, Moxie. Sorry, there's a delay. That's why.
Look forward in terms of you're obviously continuing in the tournament. Is there any team that you're really dreading coming up against?
Dreading, like fearing?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I know C9's very, very good. We played them in groups. It was pretty scary, but I do want to rematch them just to feel more confident in the future and just to capitalize on what we learned from them and what we can use against them now.
I guess finally then, or penultimately, CLG Red was a super close game. It could have gone either way, went all the way to overtime. What do you kind of think went wrong for you guys? Because Icebox was a really tough map. It seems that there's been a lot of map dependent. One team's really good, wins like 13-2 on Ascent, but loses 13-1 on Bind. There's a lot of like map dependency. Was that something that you guys were like concerned with playing Icebox? Where did it kind of go wrong for you in that series that went so well this time?
The first map was insane. Like, we dominated that first map. We were all confident, everything was going well. But we knew Icebox was going to be a bit rough because I was just saying it's just our agent selection. It wasn't the greatest for the map. We really couldn't get much information of what they were doing. And it was just pretty rough just based on what we had as a team. And then Haven, it was just because we played retake a little bit too much. Like, we gave up site a lot. It was working for a little bit, but they kind of caught on and they capitalized on that. So we needed to counter what they were doing against us the rest of the game. Unfortunately, we didn't.
And finally, I guess any final things that you want to say about the tournament, about playing Astra, about your games going on further on into the tournament? Any final things to sort of close out the day from your guys' perspective?
No, I just appreciate everyone's support. Like, I know the Twitch stream has been very, very supportive of us, and I really appreciate it. The team loves it. Like, it's really good to have the warm welcoming from everyone.
Thank you very much, and congrats for winning the series and continuing on. I'm super excited to see the games as they go on, and honestly, just to see more Astra and how you guys play it.
Thank you very much.
We do have one final thing when it comes to this final game of the day. We have one thing to go over, and that is the Aim Lab Flick of the Day. Curious, Moxie, if you had to predict what it's going to be, what is your like clutch moment? I don't know if it has to be a specific aim flick because of course it's Aim Lab, but what was your key moment that certainly deserves to look at when it comes to a clip?
Oh, I mean, we've got to go with Astra, right? The plays that we got to see with the Astra, especially for me, it's got to be Turu when she was in showers and she's just able to get one person, two person, three person, and then still get the Phoenix who was going for the defuse. That was insane.
Should have it in a moment, but I guess finally then when it comes to the final bits of the day, any final things that you wanted to say, Mox, in regards to what we've seen about this kind of tournament, these kind of areas, the agent selects, those kind of things. What do you kind of want to go over whilst we have a second?
I mean, for one thing, I think we're going to get to see a whole bunch of Astra. Because the thing is, you asked me as well, we didn't really get a lot of time to address this. What maps is she going to be strong on? And the answer is all of them, because you can do what we just saw, right? You can place a utility, you can funnel them to the specific parts of the map, and then you can just yank it back, and that isn't something that you can play specifically on Bind. That's a playstyle that you can play on every single map of Valorant. So for a lot of these teams, it really is going to be not only getting to grips with running an Astra of their own, but adapting around how their opponent is running Astra to force them into taking these spaces that they don't want to be in.
It's the moment I think we've all been waiting for at this point. Certainly since I heard that it existed. The Aim Lab Flick of the Day, brought from a previous game. Oh, I was hoping it would be like the Killjoy play, but this is from the Dignitas TSM game. Shuliana actually setting this up. I think I saw this on Reddit a little bit earlier, actually. So this is the nuts sort of free K, and it goes on to clutch out the whole round, I think. I think it was Sapphire that put it on Reddit, so already seen it, but in case you didn't, you can quickly check on the subreddit to have a glimpse of it there, and it's probably one of the top clipped things from this stream. But we do have a bit of a look at tomorrow and beyond when it comes to what's next, and we can also sort of highlight everything that's happened today. On this stream, we've seen a very long series of TSM versus Dignitas that Dignitas ended up winning. TSM, however, did win the Vlogs team 2-0, and we saw earlier Moon Raccoons beating Watch This and OWA doing it similar. We've had some really close series. You've got to obviously keep an eye on C9 White and how they're performing. But Dignitas, CLG, Moon Raccoons Black, I even think OWA, considering how they played, even though they're in the lower bracket, Moxie, you don't really want to count them out at this point. The same with TSM.
No, if you
I just
can
said
run
literally all of the teams have a chance of winning, but
all of them could win. And honestly, I really do feel like a lot of it is going to come down to whether or not you do run that Astra, whether or not you're running against an Astra without an Astra of your own, and even more specifically, that map choice, right? We're already seeing these teams have specific maps that they feel a lot more comfortable on, and so these rounds could be won and lost on those map bans.
I'm certainly interested. It's hard to predict. I think you're always going to look at Cloud9 White to be a favorite to make it into the finals, but it's the other teams, those that have been recently formed, those that are, like Moon Raccoons, which are under a title but not quite an organization officially, and the unsigned ones. Genuinely, there's a lot to go, but that's it from myself and Moxie. Throughout the tournament, you'll have some of the best casters in the business, so certainly keep an eye. Make sure to follow both this stream and the main one, twitch.tv/Nerdstreet and there's plenty more Valorant to come, and there's plenty more to go into the future. So thank you very much for joining us. You guys were great in Twitch chat, super supportive, and it was cool to hang out with you all. But that's it for today. We'll see you tomorrow for more action, and have a pleasant evening. Take care.
Verizon believes everyone deserves the best. That's why we start with 5G from America's most reliable network.
Verizon 5G is next level.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need starting at $35.
You get so much more than just a great network.
And offer the best in entertainment on select unlimited plans, like Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, as well as Discovery Plus, with a Galaxy S21 Plus 5G when you buy one. There's no reason to settle for less than the best, only from Verizon.
Yeah, they don't have smoke on that A heaven either. You're going to give the game away extremely quick.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.